RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And we saw a brilliant night, especially running the football, a record-setting night from Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are 10-1. And the Packers are pretty much out of their playoff race.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Monday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live and back in studio. Well, Choppy's not here. He's out today and tomorrow. But our new edition of the morning show, Bobby Belt. Are you okay at 5:30 here?
Yeah, just let me take some Tylenol. Hold on.
He's got his hood up. I'm surprised you don't have sunglasses. I saw Jared Sandler in here dropping off my birthday present. I thought he was going to be filling in for you for the first 30 minutes.
This is 30 minutes too early.
30 minutes too early for the usual 6 a.m. start. I said I would be fine. I was doing solo radio before having these ball and chains attached to me with you and Choppy.
That was Kansas City, though. Come on, that's minor leagues. I mean,
we got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We're live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube as Jalen Hurts and the Eagles.
Jalen Hurts.
Good Lord, the voices they deal with in that city with Angelo Cataldi and Merrill Reese, the play-by-play. 40-33, Philadelphia over Green Bay as Jalen Hurts, Bobby, runs for $157 on the ground, and they just couldn't stop the Eagles' run game. 40-33, they are 10-1.
363 yards rushing. Like it wasn't Jalen Hurts. They picked if Jalen Hurts rushes for 0 yards last night, they rushed for 206. It's unreal. And so, you've got Miles Sanders who was gashing him really bad. It's terrible that now you look at Green Bay and what they're 1 for their last 7 or 1 for their last 8, and the one victory was Dallas just blowing it.
Yeah, that was the one victory. But this is going to come down to formula, right? Everyone keeps tweeting. Everyone keeps saying, you know that he's going to run. You know that this is a college-style offense. When is the clamps going to be put down on the formula and the system for Jalen Hurts to beat you throwing?
Man, it's easier said than done, isn't it? It's the threat of...
Yeah, they're 10-1. No one has really figured it out yet.
I mean, Houston played them well. Indianapolis played them, or Washington played them well, and Indianapolis played them well. They'd struggled a couple games in a row here, and I was hoping... Yesterday, early on in the first half, it was like, okay, they got out to this big lead, but then you saw, all right, Aaron Rodgers is able to, bring him back on a couple drives, and it looked like we were going to get a competitive game, and then the Green Bay couldn't get anything done in the second half until Jordan Love came in, of course.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. You thought it was going to be the hand. No, it was the ribs. Jordan Love comes in, the possible replacement down the road for Rodgers. They got an interesting contract dilemma there. He hit Watson for a 63-yard catch-and-run TD. That cut the lead to 37-30, but it was just too much Philadelphia to overcome. But now Aaron Rodgers is banged up. Maybe this gives them their little look inside the Jordan Love era.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a look that's going to have him go, let's get rid of Aaron Rodgers. It hasn't looked great when he's been asked to step in and play for you in the past. I mean, yesterday he hits the big touchdown, but I mean, that was really a Christian Watson catch and run. But, it definitely has the feeling, how in the last couple of years, whenever Aaron Rodgers has threatened, I might retire, I want out, or, you're drafting Jordan Love, I'm super offended. It's always felt like a bit, it's felt like shtick or just like being moody or whatever else. This is the first time during the Aaron Rodgers era to me where it feels like we're getting this is getting close to being done.
And do they make the move for the future, right? They're always progressive. They're ahead of things. Yes, you're technically a contender when Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback, but you hit the minor rebuild button and you move forward Jordan Love and try to get what you can for Rodgers, if indeed that works with his contract.
Peter King had an interesting suggestion last week. And Peter King's one of these guys who he doesn't just say things
right.
like, here's my fantasy trade. He said, I wonder if during this offseason, just a move that may work for both teams, I wonder if we see something that would involve Derek Carr and a pick back to the Packers for Aaron Rodgers. Reunite Aaron Rodgers with Devontae Adams.
I don't know if Devontae wants that.
Devontae, part of the reason he wanted out was because he said the quarterback was being too wishy-washy.
He's got a bromance with Carr.
He does. They're boys all the way back to Fresno State. And so, I don't know if that would work for them, but it's still interesting. Whenever Peter King suggests anything like that, it always makes you go, okay, what are you hearing? You're saying something that you've heard.
So Peyton Russell, making his claim that he watches more football now than anyone else on the show, had this note before the afternoon games yesterday. If the Raiders beat the Seahawks, every single team in the NFC East would be a playoff team as of this morning. And that was the case when they're handing off to a guy who has been through his drama there in Vegas with Josh Jacobs. And Josh Jacobs, with the long sleeves looking like Emmitt Smith in cold weather games, ends it in a walk-off.
Hands off to Jacobs, stutters to the right, bursts through the whole 20, 25, 30. He's off to the races here in Seattle. Nobody's going to catch him. 25, 20, 10. Bye-bye, Josh. 86 yards in overtime to walk it off for a second straight week.
So that happens in Seattle, second straight walk-off win on Raiders radio. Here are the NFC playoff standings as of right now. Philadelphia is the 1. The Vikings are the 2. San Fran, who isn't allowing anyone to score in the second half, like literally 0 points. Bobby's 49ers are the 3 seed. Tampa Bay is the 4 at 5-6. The Cowboys, Tampa Bay lost to Cleveland yesterday. The Cowboys are the 5. Giants 6, Commanders 7, Seahawks 8, Atlanta, then Detroit.
This isn't sustainable, though, is it? Surely there's no way like all 3 of these teams, or all 4 of these teams. I just meant all 3 of these teams taking the wild card. But
who's more legit between the Giants and Washington?
Probably I don't know. The Giants, I guess.
I'd barely say the Giants.
But yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable with either of them. But it's a bad NFC. I mean, look, you talk about outside of, you've got Seattle right behind, but it's just Seattle. Like the Giants and Washington are like 2 games ahead of Atlanta. So, and then behind that, they're 3 games ahead of anybody else in the NFC. So I don't know. Like you're going to get probably 3 NFC East teams in there, but man, if it's 4, I think that's just a testament to how bad the NFC is right now, or just how average it is across the board in the NFL.
The Commanders would go to Minnesota. The Giants would go to San Fran. The Cowboys would take on Tom Brady and Tampa.
Which, again, I'm never one who wants, as I've said here recently, I'm never one who's going to just willingly ask for Tom Brady, even at 45. I don't want to mess with it. And so, but, you're really tempting fate here, thinking you're going to win 5 in a row going to Minnesota, I think. And that's still a good football team. They're not as good as 9-2 says probably. When you have a 5-point differential and 7 more victories, which means your average margin of victory is like less than a point. That's hard to sustain. But man, it's even though you don't want Tom Brady, you don't necessarily want to ask for him. That's a pretty favorable matchup for Dallas right now.
When do we say goodbye to the NFC East title? Do we still wait for Christmas Eve?
You gotta, yes. If you sweep, you gotta sweep the next 3 weeks. Dallas has got to win these next 3 games going into Philly.
Which on paper they definitely should.
They absolutely should.
The next 3 teams have as many wins combined as the Cowboys have, as you're getting ready to take on the AFC South. Oh, excuse me, the AFC South. Indianapolis, Houston, and Jacksonville.
Now, Jacksonville has been okay. Like, they've been competitive, but that's still a team you should beat. So, I mean, yeah, you should... Indy at home, Houston at home, Jacksonville on the road. That should be an easy sweep. You need to win those 3 going into the Philly game. And then who does Philly have over the next few weeks?
Philly has the Titans coming up. Good for us.
Yep.
That game's in Philly, though, unfortunately. Then at the Giants. Need New York to still be a pain in the butt, even though they're slipping. And then at Chicago, as we need Justin Fields to come back and have a Jalen Hurts type game against them. And then they have the Cowboys. So definitely a tougher stretch. Titans, Giants, at Chicago, at Dallas. They close with the Saints and the Giants.
Yeah, you need a sweep over the next 3, and then you need Philly to lose 1. And then you're going to be in an okay position. But if if Philly sweeps or if you drop one, like I think you're probably looking at the division being gone.
877-881-1053. Hopefully you had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Hopefully you enjoyed the days off. And glad you're waking up with us to start off your week here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in the number, well, I'm not going to say any numbers here on the show, but he's in Choppy's chair. He's in Choppy's chair today and tomorrow with Peyton Russell and Ryan in the back. So a nice little wake up for Bobby there at 5:30. We'll see if we can keep him up for one more segment to his usual start time. His body clock kicks in at 6 a.m. The Odell Beckham story. What happened yesterday on the flight that became national news? Is that going to have any effect on Jerry and Steven wanting him here? And another chance for Bobby to go off on Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks after they lost again last night against the Freak and the Milwaukee Bucks. Monday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Guitar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has
coming in.
Okay. A lot of interesting things in that clip right there from Peyton Russell. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is in Chop's chair today and tomorrow here on DFW Sports Station. That was the call from Bally. The Mavericks lose their 4th straight game, 5 out of their last 6, and they fall to under 500, Bobby, at 9-10, 1-7 away from the AAC as they lose to the Milwaukee Bucks, 124-115.
Yep. And
Christian Wood did break 30 minutes, though, baby.
He did. Yep. And he broke 30 minutes against Boston on Wednesday night leading into Thanksgiving. And he was 34 minutes there. It was 26 points, 12 rebounds. Looked really good. And it's like, all right. You started hearing these rumors that he was going to start. It was going to be awesome. We were all looking forward to it. And then we roll into Saturday on the road against Toronto. And not only does he not start, he plays 23 minutes. And that's something that, like, in fact, you look at going into the 4th quarter of the Toronto game, they're down 81-73. Opening the 4th quarter, Christian Wood makes a 26-foot three-pointer, comes back down the court, makes another 26-foot three-pointer, goes back down the other end of the court, blocks a shot, comes back down, makes a lay, and then he gets pulled out for Maxi Kleber for the rest of the way. This is
the final possession. The final possession as Luka got doubled, he gives it up to Maxi. No one around him in the free throw line area. No one around him. Maxi, of course, doesn't know what to do offensively inside the three-point line, so he kicks it in the corner, and then there's a pass right back to the middle to nobody. Mavs turn it over. That's ball game in Toronto. As Christian Wood would have obviously done something. He could shoot that little free throw line jumper. He could have gone to the basket, done anything else, but the stubbornness, all the goodwill that Jason Kidd built up last year, squeezing everything out of this roster, is gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone.
There's I know a lot of people who will say, because I've seen some of it on Twitter, that people say, yeah, they've lost 4, but like these are good teams they play. Yeah, like Denver's good, Boston's good, Toronto's okay.
Yep.
Like Milwaukee's really good. Like I understand all that, but that means you're not good. You can't beat any of them. Then, well, okay, fine. Yeah, those are good teams, but that also means you're not good. And that's not surprising because you've got one star, you've got another really competent player that you just refuse to play for whatever mind games you want to play. If you wanted to move on from Jalen Brunson, if you didn't want to pay him, fine. Like, just have a plan in place.
They did want to pay him. They weren't going to beat the New York reunion back home and the father connections and everything.
If they would have paid the money to do it, they would have. They weren't going to go above that. They didn't even honestly, I don't think, want to pay the New York number.
Yeah.
And so it's
they disrespected him early, like according to the Brunson camp.
Oh yeah, I mean they could have got that done.
Yeah.
And then by the time they wanted to come back and give him that offer, it's like, well, today's price isn't yesterday's price. And it's totally reasonable. And Jalen Brunson's been really good in New York. And so
scored 30 last night.
Is it going to be, are we going to have like Jalen Brunson, like daily updates like the Amari Cooper thing?
Yeah.
Where it's just going to be showing highlights and reading off box scores. It's frustrating because he could be helping this team. And I don't understand the mind games that Jason Kidd's trying to play. Now, we did have a slightly improved development last night. Christian Wood started the 3rd quarter.
Yes.
For the first time, which was nice.
Some of the quotes from the Mavs, still concerning. I didn't see these in like the official game recap, but these are quotes attributed to Luka and Kidd. Luka, I like the lineup we started the 3rd with. Kidd, we lost the game and we didn't get stops in the 3rd quarter. The 3rd quarter is the only one that the Mavericks actually won. So Jason Kidd has it in for Christian Wood. The standard, Bassick said it last week. He used the word. I've been searching for this word. The standard they're holding Christian Wood to just seems absurd to everybody else. He doesn't have down the defensive scheme and his assignments. And Tim McMahon keeps saying, people think he's their second best player. No, he's their second best scorer. I'm sorry. I thought usually in the NBA nowadays, your second best scorer is your second best player. Jason Kidd, Tollers are tweeting, Milwaukee Kidd is back. And that's not a good thing. So the Mavs lose again. They're going to take on the Warriors tomorrow on TNT. Golden State's trying to get healthy. With their 500 start to their season, they just got like their first road win the other day. Their first road win of the season the other night, and the Mavs have one road win as well.
I look at I'll say this. I will always give the caveat that, like, there are things that I'm sure Tim McMahon knows, that the Mavericks know, that we may not. And, like, if we saw the complete picture, if we had all these details, maybe we'd have more of an agreement with them or whatever else. That's fine. But
we're getting a lot of them from Broadus.
But that's the thing, is that what we do have, it's not a lack of understanding the point. It's like, if this is it, if this is your whole reasoning, it's bad reasoning. It's not good enough. It's not good enough to keep that off the floor.
I agree.
And that's the trouble. Now, if there's something bigger or more important or something that explains this way more that they just don't want to disclose, okay, that I guess that's within their right. That's reasonable, but you've got to do a better job of communicating that.
All right, we will talk about the possible effect that the Odell Beckham plane story is going to have on the Cowboys at 6:20 this morning. Brad Sham, voice of America's team. We'll recap Thanksgiving as well and move forward to the game against Indy on Sunday night. Let's just talk about what happened, or what is being reported. Odell Beckham was kicked off of a plane in Miami yesterday. He was flying from Miami to LA. The flight crew said he was in and out of consciousness. Odell's representation says, no, he just went to sleep, like many people do on a plane, many people do on a flight. The flight crew said Odell would not put his seatbelt on. They were worried about his physical state because it was like Marshawn in that car where he got pulled over for the drinking and driving, in and out of consciousness. What's going on with this guy? And they didn't want to go into the air for 5 hours. This is according to the flight team, and risk his condition worsening. So they asked him to get off the plane, or everyone else was going to get kicked off. And there's Odell Beckham getting filmed walking through the airport as he was asked to get off.
But he looks fine. He looked fine walking through the airport. He didn't look like a guy who was, I mean, incapacitated.
I don't know how much you can judge.
I know you can't. It's obviously some time has passed, but I think that lends more to
like if he took
his explanation of it, which is like, I wasn't like,
belligerent.
Yeah, I was sleeping.
Yeah,
and I was tired. Like, he looks like a guy who it's more reasonable that he could have just woke up rather than he was so in and out of consciousness it looked like he had a medical emergency.
Did he take a Xanax to fly? I don't know. A lot of people take things to fly.
It's possible.
Have you ever taken one?
I've taken antihistamine to fly. Just
antihistamine.
Get myself to take a nap.
Is that like Zyrtec allergies?
No. What's it called?
Crank.
No, it's like Benadryl basically.
Oh, okay.
I've got really
I take
bad.
like melatonin and stuff to like go to sleep.
Okay. So if I was looking at you, I could be like, whoa, he is in a deep, heavy sleep right here. And if I try to wake you up and disturb you, you could look off.
Sure.
You wouldn't want a photograph taken of that moment.
No. And that's why I say, like, it doesn't look like, I feel like if you were having a medical emergency, or you were having some sort of a other issue that could be confused with a medical emergency, you would look more like it walking off the plane.
Yeah.
And he just looked like he was kind of annoyed, and that he thought this was a big overreaction. And he tweeted like it was a big overreaction.
And again, it is he kept tweeting, never before in my life, 1 hour of craziness. Can't believe that this just happened. It's just crazy how the Rams run changes perception. If this happened in the middle of Giants Cleveland, we're saying, here we go. The Justin Bieber of the National Football League. It's another Britney Spears meltdown for this problem child. And now it's kind of like, oh, we want him here, and a lot of his teammates like him in LA. So did the airline overreact? That Rams run with the view of Odell Beckham changed a lot for many, many people.
I mean, I will say this, dealing with airlines can sometimes be a little bit of a pain, and
yes.
that can be a frustration. So I could see somebody getting a little annoyed and coming off as belligerent, especially if they thought that there was a way too much overreaction on their part.
And why is Odell flying commercial? Well, what's going on? He lost that Nike money. Like Kyrie.
Now we know why he wants $20 million.
Didn't his contract go into crypto too? Didn't he take his contract to Bitcoin?
Was he one of those guys?
He did. I think his $500,000 or $700,000 contract with the Rams and stuff. I think he won it in Bitcoin.
Didn't Andre Iguodala, they're not realized losses, I guess, or whatever, but didn't Andre Iguodala just have that happen too?
Not a loss until you sell.
Yeah.
It's not a loss until you sell. Trust me. 877.
Hold and hope. Yeah.
877-881-105. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. It's a buying opportunity. It's Sean and Bobby here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So is this going to have any impact on the Cowboys getting him? We'll do some final Thanksgiving wrap-ups with the Giants at 6:20, but around the rest of the NFL, the Commanders win again. Every team in the NFC East is qualified for the playoffs right now. And what else jumped out from yesterday, including Bobby's boy Lamar Jackson deleting a tweet after the Ravens' horrible loss. Around the NFL, to recap the weekend next.
Download the Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Out of the shotgun, Heineke. Play action. Looking. Throws towards the end zone. He's got a man there. John Bates. Touchdown, Washington.
And the Commanders win again. Good morning, Metroplex. And good morning to the 6 a.m. club. It's Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt in Choppy's Terror today and tomorrow.
Got you down.
Bobby, of course, brand new member of the morning show, moving forward on a permanent basis. So this is a good game back and forth. 19-13, the Commanders beat the pesky Falcons. Washington wins their third straight, Bobby, and 6 of their last 7 to improve to 7-5 overall. And this, despite what they did with the memory of Sean Taylor before the game. And we'll get to that in just a second.
Oh, yeah. The game itself, it's funny you say it was a good game back and forth.
Yeah, I know 19-13.
Yeah, it was sort of like an XFL game that goes back and forth. Like, it was competitive, I guess, for their lack of
the ending
ability.
Was interesting.
Yeah, there was some interest there. It's just yesterday was such a bad slate of games. But look, Washington has been, they're finding the Taylor Heineke magic. He's not been like great. Even yesterday it was 138 passing yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick, but he gets it done. And they've had a good stretch here. They beat Chicago, Green Bay, Indy. Then they beat Philly, Houston, Atlanta. Like they've gotten some benefit. We're talking earlier about the getting all these NFC East teams in. They've got a tougher stretch than anybody else. They got the Giants twice, then the 49ers, then the Browns with Deshaun Watson back, and the Cowboys to close it out.
Yeah.
So
and they're on that Mark Cuban treadmill. Like, even if they continue this trend, they're going to finish like above average, but you still have no answer at quarterback. It's not Heineke. It's not going to be Wentz. So they're still screwed at that position. But doing this, despite the cloud and the drama of that cancer that's running things up top, I'm semi-happy for Ron Rivera.
Yeah, and Ron Rivera is one of his big check marks in his favor all the time has been culture and like how he's able to preserve culture and rally guys and do things like that. And so, he's probably, to be honest, the perfect type of head coach for them to have in a situation like this. But man, they've gotten quite the benefit of a weak schedule here lately. That's going to get tougher, but kudos to them. This is a couple years in a row where, a couple different years since Ron Rivera got there where they fight. They're scrappy.
Let's talk about what happened before the game. Yesterday marked the 15-year anniversary of the death of Sean Taylor. He was trying to defend his home with a burglary with his wife and his child in the home. He, of course, got shot to death. And yesterday, they were to honor him. I was trying to find the official press release where it was definitely supposed to be a statue. But even if it wasn't going to be a statue, and you were all over this, they unveiled what?
A Macy's setup. They put literally a mannequin.
It's a mannequin
in a glass case and stuck a mismatching jersey on him. And as a lot of people were complaining about, it's like you couldn't even like you've given us this faceless mannequin. You couldn't even put the face mask tape on, which he was famous for. Put that on to at least be identified as this is Sean Taylor. Instead, you put a Nike jersey on him that he never wore.
A Nike jersey, Reebok pants, and Adidas cleats. It's like you and I getting dressed in the morning, not caring about the matching sweatsuit. That's what they did. Nike, Reebok, and Adidas, all on the display, and it's not a statue? You couldn't have made it a statue? It was a mannequin?
Yeah, and I saw somebody else, I don't know if this is right, somebody else had said they thought it looked like the shoes they put on the mannequin were soccer cleats. They didn't even, they're like, I'm not even sure those are football cleats. And so
It really feels like they sit in a room for all their big announcements and news and say, how can we screw it up? That's the only possible explanation. There's no way that a billionaire and a team of people for a professional sports organization, one of the top 5 or 10 most valuable in the sport, can continue to keep stepping in it. Every single move, it's as bad as you could have made up. If we were going to preview this Sean Taylor display and say, how are they going to butcher it? How could they mess it up? You're not supposed to live up to that.
No, it genuinely looks like a pro shop display. Like, if you go look up the picture, it looks like the mannequins they stick in the pro shop in the corner to display a jersey. And I understand, there were some Washington fans who were trying to defend it a little bit and going there's nothing offensive about it. They never specifically said statue. But look, you got to remember, this is after they fouled up the memorial or the tribute to him last year. And so this was supposed to be their reboot, their redo.
Where Mahomes' brother was dancing on the number.
Yeah, and this was supposed to be their redo, and they come back, and it's what it is. I mean, it is a completely messy, terrible. And they were all excited about this is a mobile display, so whatever new stadium we go to, this will be able to come with us. Leave it behind. Don't bring it with you. Just do something else. Figure out something else. I mean,
but he's going to be out, right, Snyder? This is it.
Yeah, it's got to be. And you're right though. It almost just feels calculated. It's how do I do the best bit I can to just set fire to the organization on my way out.
Yeah.
But not even on his way out, because he's consistently done this throughout his time. I mean, look, you lived out in that area. You know how terrible it's been for them. I mean, it's everything that Jerry has always been accused of being. Dan Snyder 100% is.
So the Commanders win despite that mess. The Eagles and Packers combined for 47 points in the first half. Highest scoring first half in an NFL game this season as Filthy moves to 10-1. They beat Green Bay 40-33. Aaron Rodgers leaves with a rib issue. Jordan Love comes in, throws a touchdown pass to the Cowboy killer, Christian Watson. But the story here is Jalen Hurts and the Eagles running game. Hurts runs for $157. He had 100 yards in the first damn quarter. The first quarter, Hurts had 100, and the Eagles ran for 363 total yards.
It's becoming more and more frustrating by the week that Dallas didn't beat them. And I mean,
I'm not bitter about it. Whatever.
The rest of the NFC East swept them. You couldn't. Come on.
Everyone has. So what? The Eagles lost to the Commanders. We beat them.
I'm just saying that's one. And you had a 2-touchdown lead. I'm saying it's frustrating. Which, by the way, Adam Schefter tweeting early this morning that Aaron Rodgers was worried he punctured his lung last night when he was having a hard time breathing. X-rays did not show that, per friend of the show, Rob Domofsky. Rodgers will undergo additional testing today on his ribs to see if there are any fractures. But man, it's Philly had not played well the last couple weeks. They lost to Washington. They honestly should have lost to Indianapolis.
Yes.
Kind of get back on track a little bit yesterday. But they still had their own issues with the run game and the run defense. That still wasn't perfect. And so, that's still the way to beat them. When Dallas gets their chance here in a few weeks, lean on Tony Pollard, lean on Ezekiel Elliott, do everything you can to just abuse that run defense.
Amari Cooper was getting laughed at by the Metroplex. Tom Brady was about to get another 17-point win for Tampa Bay, starting to get rolling. That's who the Cowboys would match up with if the playoffs started today. It did not end that way for the Bucs.
Second and goal. Tampa Bay was offside. They give the ball to Chubb. He's driving for the goal line. He's in! He's in! Touchdown! Nick Chubb, and the Browns are winners! It's all over, and the Browns' losing streak is over. They win it in overtime, 23-17.
Told y'all, don't be worried about this old Tom Brady narrative. They can't score. Their offense is broken. It's going to stay broken. And this is a bad loss as they drop one to the Browns in Jacoby Brissett's final start, you would think, before Deshaun Watson returns. Amari had a huge fourth down drop.
Yep.
But he basically has the catch that sets up the game winner in overtime, and Tampa Bay falls to 5-6.
Now, it is still And, somebody had said to me last week, I think when I was talking about this, they were like, yeah, but how's he looking on the road this year? It's like, yeah, I haven't looked. Let me see if he's still on the road. He still does.
Yeah.
He still has this most bizarre issue where the only game this year where he's played really well on the road was against Buffalo, and that wasn't a road game technically.
It was in Detroit.
It was in Detroit, where he goes 8-1-13-2. But otherwise, look at the other road games he's had this year. 3 catches, 17 yards against the Panthers. 1 catch, 9 yards against the Falcons. 3 catches, 74 yards against Baltimore. 3 catches, 32 yards against Miami. He has, when you include the game in Detroit, he has 245 receiving yards on the road this year. He has 547 at home.
But this was at home.
Yes, it was.
In the weather, in November, and he came up with a big catch. The defender fell down, but he came up with a big catch to set up the game winner for Cleveland to win. And now, you have to, do you instantly go? You instantly go to the Deshaun Watson.
Yes. Yeah, but look, Jacoby Brissett has done an admirable job, and it's not been a job that's easy to hold on to and answer questions consistently about the Deshaun Watson issue.
They're 4-7. If they were 7-4, just for 60-second argument debate, Watson?
They could be 11-0. They go back to Watson.
No.
Yes, they do. You pay all that money, you take that PR hit, you're going back to Watson. Like you have to. And so you've made your bed, you got to lie in it. It's a little bit like Denver, where it's like it doesn't matter how bad it gets or anything else. You've got to ride this out.
All right, so there's a loss for the Buccaneers, who the Cowboys would face, and the playoffs started today. Things got ugly at the end and right after the game as Lamar Jackson and Lamar Jackson against Jacksonville almost had Justin Tucker be a hero again.
From 67 yards, Tucker puts a foot to it. The 67-yard field goal is no good! No good! The Jaguars win it! What a win for Jacksonville!
Cowboys have Jacksonville coming up in the next 3. That was the call on Jags Radio. We were on the text chain saying, you better go for 2, Doug Peterson.
Oh, yeah.
You better go for 2. He does. Trevor Lawrence with a fantastic game. Marvin Jones with a miracle catch. Zay Jones with the game winner. And Tucker was online. It was just a little bit short. 67.
Oh, yeah. I was talking a lot of trash in the text chain, and then Peyton was jokingly saying, like, yeah, okay, this is just setting up for a 71-yard field goal make by Justin Tucker. And almost, damn near, it was 67, and it was just a little short. Brett Maher would have made it. But, it's funny, ESPN just flashed the number up there that this is the 3rd loss for Baltimore this year where they've led by multiple scores in the 4th quarter. That's tied for the most in NFL history.
Jacksonville was 0-162. Down 7 or more in the final 2 minutes since 2000. And they get the W. Ugh. But after the game, Lamar, he was fed up with the loss, and he made it worse on social media.
Do you remember the last time you played in this stadium?
Yeah, they told me college, and I lost again. So, this.
Just what is that? What emotions do you think about when you think about that? How does that make you feel?
How would you feel if you lose?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Woo! Well, afterwards, it got worse. Someone tweeted and tagged Lamar. When someone is asking for over $250 million guaranteed like Lamar Jackson, games like this should not come down to Tucker. Let Lamar walk and spend that money on a well-rounded team. Lamar responded, boy, STFU, y'all be capping too much on this app. MF never smelt a football field, never did S, but eat blank.
What are all those letters you were using throughout that whole thing? No, that's... Look, I will give a little grace to...
just pour it on. This is your guy. You love to hate.
I do. But I'll give grace to... I generally don't fault athletes when they lose their mind on Twitter immediately after a game. Just because, I understand there's a lot of emotion involved. We
tweet after a hard day's work of reporting. It's the same thing when you lash out.
Yeah, and
this could have easily been towards you as well from Lamar.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I totally would have deserved it. But I understand whenever a player gets extremely frustrated, whenever a player is like, isn't that what we want? We want them to be emotional about losses. We want them to be that invested. So like, we can't talk out both sides of our mouth and say we want them to be that invested, but at the same time, like, we'll pull it back. That's just disrespect. Like, no, like, they see that all day in their mentions. Like, I understand, losing it, and he deleted it. So he clearly knew he shouldn't have done it. But yeah, just another MVP performance, 16 of 32, an 87 passer rating, just, putting up regular Brian Sipe numbers. I mean, just he's fantastic.
Lamar or Hurts?
This season it's Hurts.
Yeah, this season.
Hurts. I take Lamar as a player. I take Hurts as a passer.
Next 3 years, you have to have one quarterbacking.
Probably still Lamar, because Lamar's a better. The threat he is with his legs, he's a better overall player. But if you're just talking about who's a better passer, it's Hurts.
877-881-1053 around the NFL and inside the NFC East here on Sean and RJ. Let's ask our Cowboys insider if this Odell plane incident is going to stop them from going after OBJ. The drama with Odell next on 105.3 The Fan. But did you have some drama? Luka some help. We have a developing story, and we'll bring you the very latest at 6:40 this morning. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Hopefully everybody had a fantastic and safe Thanksgiving. It's Sean and Bobby Belt with you on your home of America's team. And yesterday, we had some drama playing out with Odell Beckham Jr. as he was asked to get off a flight from Miami to Los Angeles.
Yeah, and Odell and his representatives are really pushing back at what the whole thing, how it transpired. And he immediately was on Twitter talking about it before anybody even knew what he was talking about. People were confused at all the tweets he'd sent out. He sent out a flurry of like 4 in a row, apparently like right after it happened. In fact, let me get them pulled up here. He had said, never in my life have I experienced what just happened to me. I've seen it all. Then he comes back and goes, never, period, in period, my period, life period. I could never make this up. And then he has a crying, laughing emoji and says comedy hour. And he shortly after that, we see these viral clips of him getting walked out through an airport and passengers talking about he had to be removed from the plane. We had to head back to the gate and everybody had to get off and they were cheering when he was getting walked off the plane. And he's saying, look, I didn't do anything wrong other than just I was tired.
They're saying he was in and out of consciousness and they were worried about his physical state once that flight took off.
It's a Drake song. Floating in and out of consciousness.
Thank you. Street cred. That's why we added Bobby Belt to the morning show. And Odell and his representatives saying he was just asleep. That's all. They asked him to put his seatbelt on while he was asleep. It was a power-hungry, airline official who wanted to show that they could kick Odell Beckham off of a plane, and they did it. He's not cited. He's not being charged for it. So there was a little flare-up on the airlines yesterday with OBJ trying to fly, not to Love Field, but to Los Angeles.
Oh, is he signing with the Rams? Is that what we're getting out of this?
I don't think that'd be a smart decision.
I don't either.
Right now.
Oh, they're a bad football team right now.
A really bad football team as they lost again yesterday, and Matthew Stafford was out. This will have zero effect on Jerry or Steven wanting him, correct?
It'll have zero effect on any team wanting him, I think. I think everybody will be fine with it. And I can't remember what it was. I think it was Ian Rappaport said yesterday.
And the price is not going down,
No.
right?
No. It was Ian Rappaport or Jordan Schultz. One of them had said yesterday that talking to some folks around the league, it didn't sound like there was going to be any issues from the league with this incident. And so he's not getting punished from the league. I don't see why teams would necessarily care about it. And, there's probably a little bit of a eye roll from some of these teams. Like, okay, here we go again. Here's another thing. And I know that's, people have been exhausted by Odell before. This wouldn't be the first time, but
where do you think things stand with evaluating his character and him as a person throughout the league?
I think the majority of people, like when you talk to players who have played with him or coaches who have coached him and been around him, the majority will tell you like he's a good teammate and they think he's a good guy. They just say his biggest issue, and at times I think we've seen it from CeeDee Lamb actually, not to the same extent, but Odell's biggest issue is, especially earlier in his career, was just being so emotionally invested in it and not always knowing how to keep his emotions in check. And so getting frustrated by a drop or something happening and then allowing himself to be taken out of the game because he gets so frustrated. There have been times where like we've seen that happen with CeeDee Lamb, where CeeDee Lamb has a drop or has something and he goes on the sideline and you see the video. He's not like losing it on teammates. He's just beating himself up and he's upset with himself and they've got to like kind of reel him back in and, hey, stay the course, stay focused. CeeDee's talked about that himself, that he's had to get those pep talks before of, hey, keep your eye on the prize. And I think that's the thing you consistently hear about Odell Beckham from people is his biggest issue is sometimes is honestly, he cares too much. He gets too emotionally invested and he's unable to move on from the last play. But overall, people think he's a good teammate. They like being with him.
So Odell's schedule of visiting teams has apparently altered a little bit. Josina Anderson plugged in with Odell, reported it's going to be the Giants, the Bills, and then the Cowboys in that order. Ian Rappaport says, no, it's going to be the Giants on Thursday and Friday, and then the Cowboys this Monday.
Let's go.
And he'll go and see Buffalo after that.
This Monday or like next Monday?
December 5th.
Okay, so not today.
Not today.
Oh, well.
Next Monday, December 5th. What did Jerry say about meeting with him after the Giants win?
So he didn't meet with him physically. He apparently had a phone call with him, but didn't disclose too much. Just said had a nice phone call with him. Talked to him today. What was funnier was Dak's reaction to it, because Dak was in the post game and gets asked. I think it was by Jory Epstein at Yahoo. Was like, hey, so Jerry said he spoke with Odell Beckham, and you saw Dak's face slowly morph, oh gosh. And then he was like, he said that. He said he met with him today. He's like, boy, he's not gonna stop. And then he's like, no, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. And he's like, but yeah, we'd all love him. Then he kind of went into politician mode. But it was
what do we make of the order of all this? Cowboys and Jerry speak to him. Jerry will join us tomorrow at 8:30. But he's going to go meet with the Giants Thursday and Friday first for an official meeting, and then us, then Buffalo. Does it worry you? First off, why didn't he get wrapped up when Jerry spoke with him? Number two, does it worry you that the Giants are apparently going to have 2 days with him before us?
No, it doesn't worry me on that front, just because the Giants have their connection. He knows that organization. He knows the guys involved. I don't think that that's going to be much more than just a kind of a reunion and catching up. Obviously, it's a different coaching staff now, and there's different general manager, but there's a lot of people in that building he's still very familiar with. So I'm not too worried about that. I think it's probably just the structure of how things are playing out, and it's not indicative of anything. Reason it didn't get wrapped up, I think it was just I think it was Jerry greasing the wheels a little bit and just trying to get an initial volley out there and an initial conversation. I don't think it's anything that is too concerning that it didn't get wrapped up.
Adam Schefter tweeted yesterday, one executive on a team linked to Beckham said, it sounds like it will be Dallas. If you're in Vegas, your 2-1 favorite is the Cowboys. Everyone else is 5 or 6-1. So that's from another executive that Schefter spoke with that is involved in trying to get him.
What worries you the most about this?
That another team just offers more money.
No, let's say he gets here. What worries you the most about him being a Dallas Cowboy? Because here's my biggest concern. We've talked all about communication issues and stuff like that. I don't know how. I'd still do it. I'd much rather do it. I think the benefits outweigh the negatives. But we've talked about all these issues with chemistry and communication. I don't think that's going to get better, no matter how talented he is. I don't think that's going to get better by dropping a brand new target in here to be one of Dak's primary reads.
Oh, you talking about in terms of X's and O's?
Yeah. I think I think in order to CeeDee Lamb and him have played plenty of time together. Michael Gallup and him have played plenty of time together, and we've seen miscommunication and them not being on the same page. I don't think that it's an issue of talent. There's clearly just something not totally right about that. That's naturally going to be the case bringing anybody in new. You're going to have miscommunication. So you're talking about bringing in another receiver and another target for, at least for a period of time, increased miscommunication. That would be my biggest worry. Now, again, I would still do it because I think he's very talented. And I think he can make a real difference for this football team. But that's something people are going to have to live with. Be prepared for Odell Beckham if he gets here. Be prepared for us talking again post-game about he saw it this way, I saw it this way, and I ended up throwing an interception.
Should these communication issues, are they acceptable still?
Again,
yesterday in watching these boring, list of games, there was an interception thrown. I can't remember who it was, but it was a communication issue. It was a veteran quarterback, and I'm like, oh, okay. They have that too.
It naturally happens over the course of a game. We had one again on Thanksgiving where Michael Gallup apparently saw something different from what Dak did. Dak thought he was coming back. Michael Gallup thought he was supposed to go down the sideline.
Yeah, because none of the picks are Dak's fault. We know that around here. None of them are ever the quarterback's fault. It's always on the receiver. I'm not saying that towards you. I'm trolling.
Sure you are.
Twitter feed that.
Sure you are. Anyway, because again, that's on somebody, but somebody reads it wrong. And that's just been the continued issue here. It's been for guys who seemingly had one of the strong points I think of Dak's game, 2019, 2020 stuff like that, was the communication. You didn't see a lot of that. This has been just, it feels like this year where things have been a little off on the communication. Now, is that a function of he's been away? like, you know, and you know, things were called a little differently with Cooper Rush in there, or they got into a certain rhythm of expecting certain things with Cooper Rush that are not the same with Dak. I don't know, but that's got to get ironed out. And regardless of if you iron it out with the other guys, if you add Odell Beckham, that'll be an issue at the very least early on that they'll have to work through, because that's just naturally to be expected.
The playmaker Michael Irvin was on First Take and made this proclamation if the Cowboys get their star receiver added.
Without Odell, let's listen to it. Listen with your ears, not your mouth. Without Odell, we're going to win a Super Bowl. With Odell, we're going to be another dynasty. That's exactly what I just said. Let me repeat it again so it comes across clearly. Without Odell, we will win a Super Bowl. Dynasty. With Odell, we will win many Super Bowls and become a dynasty. And Odell can be a part of that.
So there's Michael making the announcement, not just a championship, but a dynasty if the Cowboys go and get the 30-year-old receiver.
I respect so much the intensity and the optimism there for Michael Irvin, because we need it. Honestly, there's enough folks around the team who are just jaded to it. We need the
homerism. Just
yeah.
The outright homerism.
The homeristic optimism. I mean, this is the guy that is played on a video before every home game, trying to get people pumped up. He is the modern day Mr. Cowboy.
What's going on between Micah Parsons and Nick Gates?
So everybody had asked this question after the game on Thursday. Was Micah got some unnecessary roughness call, or there was a flag that got thrown out at the end of the game, where a lot of people had checked in and said, I got a lot of tweets saying, what happened at the end? Why did Micah get flagged? They never showed a replay. We weren't totally sure on the field what was happening. Apparently it was Giants center Nick Gates and Micah Parsons were scrapping a little bit. And Gates said that Micah Parsons full on punched him in the chin to draw the penalty that he expected the New York officiating office to throw him out of the game. He said, I'm surprised he didn't get ejected. This was to Dan Duggan of The Athletic. But New York said it was open-handed. He'll get fined. He must not like his money. And Micah Parsons went off on Twitter, quote tweeting that. He says, when he says other things, because Nick Gates said, I have to do other things because I'm not the biggest or the strongest. Got to do some other things, and it makes some people mad. Mike says when he says other things, he means play dirty, take cheap shots, and try to hurt other opponents. I'm never going to intentionally try and hurt another player, but we constantly allow this in this league. Micah Parsons, I think, is going to be at odds with the NFL league office pretty consistently throughout his career.
The best part of the story is Gates saying, I'm not that good of a player, so I have to find other ways to affect the game.
He's not either. It's true. Nick Gates is not very good when you watch tape on him.
All right, we have a developing story in the 6 a.m. hour. We were talking about the Mavericks needing to get Lucas some more help. They're about to sign a former All-Star. See if you think this will make any type of impact. We'll bring you that developing story. And did Kyler throw Cliff right under the bus after the Cardinals game yesterday? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first, you need some guidance on how to navigate this. Bobby Belt with you to get you out of that. How many Thanksgiving leftovers plates have you had?
None. Not one. I mean, we had some leftovers, but I actually didn't eat any now that I think about it. We were kind of in and out of the house starting on Friday, so I haven't been by to get anything.
Who did the cooking? Was it at your house?
Yeah, my wife, Kristen, she made it.
And you had just have all the leftovers in the fridge, or did
I mean, other like the kids have eaten some, she's eaten some. We gave some to like neighbors and stuff, and so like it's not like all going to waste or anything. But
where do you stand on Thanksgiving food with your refined palate?
That's good. I like it. Like I mean, I'm not gonna get into any of the weird like obscure casseroles or anything, but it's good.
And Bobby, how much food did your help serve and make over the holiday?
He's Peyton. I'm Bobby.
Peyton. I'm sorry.
You were looking at me, but talking to Bobby. No, we had 2 Thanksgivings. So we have my family's Thanksgiving and then my mom or my dad's side Thanksgiving yesterday.
Okay.
But I was working the Cowboy game, so we had to have it on Wednesday, which I think Bobby had it Wednesday too, right?
I did Wednesday night.
And how many leftover plates for you?
Oh, at least 3.
At least 3. Okay.
Oh, yeah. The ham, the honey glazed ham is really good leftover. Turkey reheated is kind of
dry.
But the honey glazed ham really good.
If you do it right, you don't have. So the trick to reheating turkey is you got to do it you can't reheat the whole thing. So you got to just like get your slice on the plate, reheat that. But the key, you get a paper towel, like a little wet, and then you just put it on top of the turkey when you're reheating it, and that
little moisture.
Yep, it helps.
Well, I can do that next year.
Yeah,
and Bobby, did you have your divider plates again? Your
divider plates.
Bobby doesn't like his food touching.
No, I don't. And I do have divider plates. I didn't use them. We had big enough plates that I was able to have everything separated out. So what did I have on my plate? I had the turkey, and then I had the homemade mashed potatoes my wife makes, which are fantastic. And then we had a roll and some like broccoli rice casserole. And so those were all able to fit neatly. I don't even know if we made stuff. I don't think we made stuffing this year.
Cranberry sauce?
I don't eat cranberry sauce. It's not good. Wow. I mean, I didn't eat most of the stuff we had.
Gravy?
I mean, gravy can work on potatoes, but I didn't put any on there.
Turkey?
I don't put gravy on turkey.
Why?
Because it's gross on turkey. That doesn't work.
Man.
Do you dislike gravy?
No, I just said it's fine on potato. I like white gravy more than brown gravy, but
of course
brown gravy can work out okay. If it's done right. Of
course you do.
What does that mean? That sounds like some sort of weird innuendo. What did I say? White gravy?
Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair today and tomorrow here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Truckwreck.com text line is open. Mark Stein is reporting right now that the Dallas Mavericks are about to sign a 4-time All-Star.
Rajon Rondo.
Kind of close.
Well, that doesn't sound inspiring then.
It's not that inspiring. It's Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker, the former, of course, New York Knick, did not work out there with his return home. Actually, their buyout of Kemba to have him go to Detroit, or them getting rid of him, helped them free up about $10 million to sign Jalen Brunson and take him away from us. Jalen scored 30 last night. So Kemba Walker, who was an old Mavs target around here, one of those big possible mistake signings that the Mavs and Cuban got saved from, like Nerlens Noel. Also, Kemba Walker in that category is now about to be a Dallas Maverick at the age of 32. This guy's a scorer. That's what he's been. He's a 40% shooter. He's a scorer. So you do need another ball handler on this team, but it's going to be someone else to shoot. Kind of like Dinwiddie and Hardaway. Don't get Bassick started on that. The Mavs lose again yesterday to the Milwaukee Bucks. They've lost 4 straight, 5 of 6. They're under 500, and now Kemba Walker is coming on over to help, according to Mark Stein.
Larry O'Brien trophy, baby.
There's your help, Luca.
Where we got it. Nico heard us, and he addressed. This is the Nico effect. This is that Nico Harrison effect we heard so much about.
Kemba even still have a Nike deal.
Reggie Bullock and old Kemba Walker and his Brandon Roy-like knee issues. That's exciting. No, look, I mean, like, Kemba would have been like super exciting like 6 years ago. Like now it's like, okay, all right, he's in that mold now of these stars that are on the back end of their career where it's like, hey, he used to be good. I know that name. and then they signed like with a different team every year. It's like that Amari Stoudemire, like Blake Griffin type of player. Obviously different in terms of the way that he handled. But man, he
got benched last year in New York. He finished the season averaging a career low 11 points, 3.5 assists in 25 minutes, 37 games. So he got benched with New York. But look,
his knee shot.
Beggars can't be choosers.
He's better than Tim Hardaway Jr. is right now. So you have that, but I mean, he's
Bullock.
He's like he's not even a legit point guard. He's like he's
Bricklock.
He's like if Jalen Brunson had knee issues and was 10 years older. Because I mean, it's a 6-foot shooting guard who has trouble with defense and bigger players. But yeah, I mean, I'll take him over. What's THJ shooting right now? 31% on the year, 29% for 30. Jeez.
All right, let's get to some QB drama. The local product, of course, probably the best high school football player in the history of the state, lost out to the prodigy yesterday.
Herbert from the shotgun, win or lose. Eckler goes in motion. Herbert to pass, caught. It's good. It's good. Herbert to Gerald Everett, and they take a 1-point lead.
Man, very dramatic, intense call right there on Charger Radio as LA beats Arizona. This was a fun game. Back and forth.
Yep.
This could have been the Sean Payton Bowl, as there were reports emerging that Sean Payton has his eye on both of these teams. LA wins it, and after the game, this isn't the best audio quality. Kyler was talking about, you want to set this up? This is a 4th and 1, not at the very end.
No, and it was in the second quarter. I don't know if Peyton's the question in the audio.
Yes, I believe at the.
Okay. So
the
reporters basically asked him about this 4th and 1 and if he was going for DeAndre Hopkins there, and this is what Kyler had to say about it.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't for Hop actually. Schematically, I mean, we were kind of fucked.
Schematically, we were kind of effed. Going right to. I mean, could you have said? They gave us a look we weren't anticipating. You know, they kind of knew what was coming. Could you have softened that a little bit versus saying our play caller, the guy with the X's and O's, he has his head totally up his rear end, and Cliff Kingsbury gets thrown under the bus by Kyler.
Yeah, but I mean, what does Kyler care about preserving that relationship when he knows he's going to be gone? He knows he's outlasting that guy, so he doesn't need to couch it in any way. That is There
were reports that during the Cardinals' bye, it was like Cliff and Kyler spending time together to try to get on the same page. That's not a positive report. That's not good.
The last time I heard about somebody taking time away to work on their relationship, Tom Brady ended up divorced. So I would anticipate this is going to end similarly. And quarterback's going to win out. And
the
Cliff,
newly signed quarterback especially.
Cliff needs to be a coordinator. I mean,
on what level?
That's a good question. Probably go back to college, work on some stuff there, and get to a place where you can be a head coach and run a locker. That's the biggest criticism. When you talk to people around the league about Cliff, they say he can't run a football team. It's specifically the Monday through Saturday.
Is it a work ethic thing?
No, it's just I think
command thing.
It's command. I think it's more command and having the respect of the locker room hasn't worked out for him to this point. Doesn't mean it can't. Like, he's a young guy. There's still time to kind of change the trajectory of his career. But man, when you talk to people around the league about that, they will tell you that locker room is toxic, and that Cliff has overseen that.
But Kyler's a problem child.
Yeah, but I think that when you look at
if you had Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray leading your locker room, you would prefer which one? Just leading.
Man, so it's different. I think Kyler is just more absent, whereas like Baker is bad at it. Like, if that makes sense. So like I think Baker's willing.
Yeah.
I think Kyler's just a little more absent. It's one of those things where you're naturally going to have to lead the locker room. You're naturally going to have to be a leader if you're a quarterback. I don't think that's necessarily what Kyler wants to do.
Yeah.
I think Kyler just wants to go in and play football and not have to be the guy in charge, basically, of the tenor of the locker room. And that's his job. That's why, honestly, like a Sean Payton in Arizona would be great for Kyler Murray. I think Sean Payton would do wonders in there. And I think it's just a case of, this is probably just a guy that he doesn't have a ton of respect for in Cliff Kingsbury.
I'm not going to blame Peyton for not having this clip. I was not anticipating discussing the Denver-Carolina game until a Broncos defensive lineman got in the face of Russell Wilson on the sideline. Panthers win behind Sam Darnold 23-10, and Mike Purcell becomes a household name, at least for 15 minutes, as he got up in Russ's face. I guess he was tired of all the rah-rah crap. Let's ride. He was tired of all the Bronco country speeches, and Russ after the game said, Mike and I, we're on the same page. We need to effing go. That's what Purcell told him, and Russ agreed. And Purcell afterwards saying, defense, well, we weren't playing up to our standard. We didn't do our job. Just a bunch of frustration. First half passing numbers from this game, Darnold 70 yards and a touchdown. Russ 53 passing yards in the first half, Bobby. Let's ride.
It's so bad. Mr. Unlimited. It's been so bad. Like when can they get out of this? Up in their face.
When can they get out of it?
Not for several years.
Several years?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, I think it's like 3 years or something. And so, I mean, they're stuck. They could take the bath, I guess. They could move on and take a financial bath and figure out ways to.
They're going to have to
massage it a little bit. Yeah, because it's bad. I was wrong about it. Like I thought
I was wrong too.
I thought there was overreaction to how things had ended in Seattle, and it's been bad. He's not very good, and it's one of those things where I kind of wonder if it's the Richard Sherman argument, where you remember when Antonio Brown left Pittsburgh, and I think everybody thought like, boy, like Antonio Brown's a problem child. Why can't Pittsburgh keep him in check? And then you get him out at Pittsburgh and you go, oh, they were keeping him in check.
Right.
Like, this is what the guy actually is like. Holy crap. Like, Mike Tomlin deserves a ton of praise for keeping it the way he did.
Pete Carroll's getting that praise.
It's the same thing with Pete Carroll, where it's like,
and we all blame Pete.
So critical of Pete.
I did.
And how he handled Russ, and now he gets out of there and it's like, oh, maybe Pete was actually doing an incredible job there.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe we'll say the same thing about Christian Wood here in a year. Jason knew what he was talking about.
Hey, we have Kemba Walker now to save the day. Sean and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. By the way, the Seahawks currently have the number 3 overall pick in next year's draft from the Russ deal.
What running back will they select? Bijan Robinson might go in the top 10.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Odell plane incident. The Mavs are adding Kemba Walker. We got crazy coaching movement throughout college football and leftovers. Not just Thanksgiving on the table, but Giants, Cowboys on your TV screen. Highest rated segment of the show. And we're giving away Cowboys Colts tickets for Sunday night. We have a Tolo Cowboy ticket giveaway next on The Fan. But you want to make the
And we saw a brilliant night, especially running the football, a record-setting night from Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are 10-1. And the Packers are pretty much out of their playoff race.
Jalen Hurts. Is there a more nauseating play-by-play voice in the National Football League besides the one we have coming up at 8:40?
He's the GOAT. You leave Brad Sham alone. It's a good question. I don't know. He's the one that comes to mind to me is Merrill Reese.
It's not Fire the Cannons.
Brian always tells us to be nice to him. He's like, he was a sweet man to me for my year in Philly. Leave the man alone.
Mitch Holthus, Kansas City.
But then he talked trash about me going to Ishkabibbles, apparently, on the pregame show.
Who did?
So, Merrill Reese. They asked him about it, and he's like,
well, you're supposed to go to a
I've never heard of that
steak place.
I did. That was one of the top-ranked ones.
Went to a kebab joint.
He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him.
Merely. Look, Philadelphia ran all over Green Bay. Green Bay just could not stop the ground game. Jalen Hurts had 100 rushing yards in the first quarter. He ended up with 157. Miles Sanders, of course, I decided to bench him in fantasy. He goes off for 2 touchdowns, and the Eagles run for 363 as a team to continue the misery for the 4-8 Green Bay Packers. Actually, they may have caught a little bit of a break last night. I was wondering when they were going to go to Jordan Love when they were officially out of it. I guess they would have had to be officially eliminated, but now it's probably going to be Jordan Love, at least for the next game, as Aaron Rodgers leaves the game with a rib issue.
Yep, and there was concern from Aaron Rodgers, I guess, that he had punctured a lung because he was having some trouble breathing.
Stuck it up like Romo.
Yeah, but he apparently, Rob Domofsky, friend of the show here, reported that there's no punctured lung, so that's good, but there's supposed to be continued checks today to see if there's any fractured ribs. But, yeah, man, if there's a fracture, I can't imagine he's going to play.
Philadelphia not coming back to the pack in the NFC East. We just need like one loss with the Cowboys 3-game stretch coming up against the sorry AFC South. We just need that Indy game last night, Aaron Rodgers, in order to tie things up on Christmas Eve, had 3 losses apiece, but it did not happen. Their schedule is not as easy as ours coming up, though, so that's good.
No, but you got your one loss. You needed your one loss. You got it when they lost to the Commanders, but then you had to go ahead and lose to those same Packers. But they've got a tough stretch going up. They've got the Titans, who the Titans can run the ball, and that's what Philly struggles with. And so you've got that. You've got on the road against the Giants, on the road against the Bears. You hope Justin Fields will be back to run all over them after that. But Dallas coming up here, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. Dallas has 8 wins. Their next 3 opponents combined have 8 wins. So, I mean, Indy, Houston, Jacksonville, you better come out of this one undefeated.
We all agreed it was a pretty boring day throughout the league. It was a snooze fest early on Red Zone. The Commanders keep winning, by the way. They get a last-second victory over the Falcons right after disrespecting the memory of Sean Taylor with a Foot Locker mannequin that they put up on display instead of a statue. Tolos did send us a clip of Sean Taylor's relative, though, saying her favorite part of the mannequin was the soccer cleats, because I guess that's something that Sean actually chose to wear. But you had Nike, Adidas, and Reebok all over that thing. People were expecting a statue. Instead, it was a mannequin. But the Commanders go out and win again over Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, the only L they took yesterday was the Sean Taylor statue, mannequin, whatever that was. But again, they keep getting by. Brian Robinson's been really good since he's been able to, come back and bounce back from, the shooting that occurred earlier this year. But he's been really good. And Taylor Heineke is he does enough. That's all they need is for him to do enough. But they're, what are they now? They've won 5 of their last 6 or 6 of their last 7. I mean, they've been really, really solid here recently. 6 of their last 7 against, subpar opponents for the most part, but they're getting the job done, and that's all that matters.
Meanwhile, one of the storylines of the day taking place in New York with the former Cowboys quarterback in for Zach Wilson.
White takes the snap, 4-man rush, looks left, dancing left, fires deep sideline left, at the goal line, it's caught, into the end zone, Elijah Moore, that's a Jet touchdown, 3rd passing touchdown of the game for Mike White.
Mike White ballin' on Jets radio. In the first half, Bobby, he had 235 and 2. First quarterback in history to have multiple games with at least a 75% completion percentage, 300 passing yards, and 3 passing touchdowns within his first 4 career starts. Garrett Wilson is a stud out of Ohio State. He had 4 for 86 and 2 in the first half. The Bears did not have Justin Fields, but Zach Wilson is going to go chill on that bench a little while longer as he was just totally inactive for this game. So I kept trying to look up. Right? I started getting in holiday mode. Came in here with Peaceathon where they raised $50,000. Congratulations to KMC for a phenomenal day of radio. Derek Holland popping in as well. And we talked about the Jets drama a little bit, but I was like, what did he say in the post that got him benched, that caused him to have a teary-eyed apology? I'm like looking for the quote and looking for the whole story, and it was just, no, I don't think I...
It was no. That was all it was. Just no.
That's all it was. Do you think you owe an apology to the defense for not scoring against the Patriots?
Yeah, do you feel you let the defense down today? And he just said no.
And that caused, well, I'm sure there was more, but...
It's just bad. Even if you don't feel that way, it's bad optics not to say, oh, man, absolutely. Like, we got to be better. I can't have fewer completions than we have punts in a game like we did against New England. And so, there's a way to handle it.
How about the
and
Cowboys?
He didn't handle it the right way.
Cowboys may not know how to, find without stumbling or falling into a starting quarterback. They got lucky with Romo, lucky with Dak. They know how to develop these backups, man. Mike White.
Man, he was one that Brian loved him coming out of school and thought that he was going to be a good lottery ticket to invest in. And then we all kind of felt like watching him for a little bit, like, okay, this guy isn't the guy. He was terrible in preseason action. He would be awful in practices. And so they eventually just say, all right, we got to move on, got to make the cut here. But yeah, he's done well. He's been the guy that they thought he could be. But this is still somebody who, regardless of what happens with Mike White, I don't know how Zach Wilson earns his way back with the Jets fans.
Yeah, but he's going to start again. I was debating this with Bassick. I'm like, he's not done there.
He will start again, but he's never I don't care if he's got to come back and he's got to be what Tua's done in Miami for him to be accepted by that Jets fan base.
Other games we haven't touched on, Miami destroyed the Texans 30-15. Not even indicative of what this game really was. It was 30-0 at halftime. The Dolphins are on fire. They've won 7 in a row. I think Miami takes on San Francisco next. The Niners, again, don't allow a team to score in the second half, Bobby.
Yeah, didn't allow them to score in the first half either. Skunked the Saints. And they've been... That defense is so freaking good there in San Francisco. Like, you look at the fact that 8 of their last 10 games, they've allowed 16 points or fewer.
Oh,
they're just absolutely wrecking shop right now. This was the 4th time this year that they've allowed 10 points or fewer. So, man, that's going to be a scary matchup if Dallas has to go up against them.
As of
again.
now, every team in the NFC East is a playoff team. As of right now, after the Raiders beat the Seahawks with Josh Jacobs, Offensive Player of the Week, at least over in the AFC. The Bengals beat the Titans again. They go into Tennessee without Jamar Chase, and they get the W. Jacksonville over Baltimore as Justin Tucker comes up just a little bit short. Chiefs over the unwatchable Rams 26-10. And Monday Night Football, ew. Well, I guess we have a reason. Steelers at Colts, since the Cowboys take on the Colts next Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, you got to watch them and scout the opponent. Yeah, got to scout the opponent. Got to see, what kind of a difference Jeff Saturday makes.
Yeah.
Take that in. And so, no, it'll be... I'll watch it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. It won't be good football.
Odell Beckham escorted off of a plane yesterday by plane officials who said he was in and out of consciousness, didn't want to put on a seatbelt. Odell and his representative saying, I just fell asleep. I didn't hear anyone ask me to put on the seatbelt. And they said, if you don't get off the plane, we're going to make everyone get off this flight from Miami to Los Angeles. So there's Odell Beckham getting filmed walking through the terminal after he was kicked off the plane.
Regardless of if you think you're right or not, and if you if you think you're big enough to withstand the blowback from it, could you ever imagine getting threatened with being kicked off the plane and then just not listening? I just don't have the...
You wouldn't say anything back? You're such a smart ass.
I am, but I guess maybe I'd try and argue the point real quick, or just oh wait, no, I'm just saying, I was sleeping.
Yeah.
But
with my last name, I'm up and I'm walking off real quick.
Yeah.
Not happening.
After you had gotten your random security check. Yeah.
That's right.
How random. Yeah, no, it's funny though, because when I would not push back against airlines. They've got a history of being petty, and if you are delaying takeoff and you're getting walked off a plane, you are the most hated person on that plane by everybody. And the phones come out, and it's just I can't imagine not listening to what they're telling you to do on a plane.
College football craziness. Apparently Colorado offered the job to Deion Sanders. Lane Kiffin is staying put as he took another shot at that reporter who said he was going to Auburn. Hugh Freeze supposed to be hired at Auburn. David Shaw leaves Stanford finally after 12 years. And Matt Rule, officially the next head coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers. That was off the field. This was on it.
J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Has the snap. Hands it off to Donovan Edwards, and he's in the clear, John. To the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 50. They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
Wolverines radio with the call. Derek Collin was there. And now let's see what happens in the top 4 of the college football playoff rankings tomorrow night, as you're excited to empty the keg for RJ tomorrow at 7:40. Now what happens?
Michigan will be number 2. Now it's funny, they won't be number 1, but there's at least, you got to say, there's an argument for it at the very least. You go into Columbus, you beat down the number 2 team in the country like that, a team that the CFP loves, Ohio State. I mean, that's
so do the advertisers.
That's
the networks.
That's a very impressive victory, and this is 2 in a row now. Like, you want to talk about a rivalry that since Jim Harbaugh got there has felt dead, and he has infused life into it again with these last couple of years. And man, that Ohio State secondary was all turned around. Jordan Lewis was hilarious. He went on Twitter. He posted a video of him celebrating. He goes, "Take some of that NIL money, get you guys some DBs." The Michigan alum, Jordan Lewis. And so, man, just J.J. McCarthy, only 50% completions, only 12 of 24, but 263 yards on those 12. They scored 5 touchdowns of 69 yards or more.
Oh, my Lord.
Or no, 5 of 45 or more.
Clemson loses. LSU loses to A&M. 38-23, a horrible loss.
That's the worst loss of the week. LSU losing to A&M's the worst loss of the week. Clemson, it's hilarious that the AP had them 10 yesterday, because Clemson
they were the Giants or the Vikings of college football.
Clemson is such a fraud, and they've been a fraud all year, and I don't know what it's going to take for Dabo Swinney to finally admit, like, okay, DJ Uiagalelei is just, like, not the guy. Like, he's not good.
Mavs are going to add Kemba Walker, according to Mark Stein, who reported this last hour. So the 4-time All-Star at the age of 32 is going to try to help out Luka in the backcourt. Mavs are going to add Kemba Walker. They lost to the Bucks yesterday. That was their 4th straight loss. They've dropped 5 of 6. They're under 500 now. And they get the Golden State Warriors tomorrow on TNT as they're trying to turn around their season. Stars at Blues tonight at 7 p.m. Headlines here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the next 2 days, and then in his own chair for the rest of time as a permanent addition to the morning show. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. When we return, we have to talk about the Jerry Jones photo and this story that blew up while we were out. Plus, we're going to send you to Arlington Sunday night for Colts Cowboys. We have a ticket giveaway courtesy of Miller Lite for you turning it on, leaving it on. We want to hook you up with Cowboys tickets after this. But first, let me hook you up. first official fire on the morning show.
What do you mean?
These topics, a lot of people will be like, why do you want to talk about this? Why don't you just stay away from it? I actually enjoy having these types of discussions. And in my history with the 11 years on this show, my mom will always text me after these segments being like, that's why you should take more phone calls, because these types of dangerous, sensitive topics always bring the most mature, thoughtful reaction from the Tolos. And we always end up having great discussions via the truckwreck.com text line and the Diamond Factory hotline. I'm debating really screwing things up for Peyton with the phones, because we do have a Cowboys Colts ticket giveaway for Sunday Night Football a little bit later on in the hour, thanks to Miller Lite. But I do think this is a subject where we should open up the phone lines and have an open discussion with everybody. This started developing and blew up while I was out, and I wanted to take some time to do my homework on it. This is a story from the Washington Post. A lot of people are saying, is this Dan Snyder? Is this the Dan Snyder dirt that he was trying to hold over Jerry's head as blackmail? So the Washington Post on Wednesday published a story with a photo showing a 14-year-old Jerry Jones looking over a crowd of white students as 6 black teenagers were walking up the steps of North Little Rock High School in Arkansas. Okay? Talking about integration. We're talking about 1957. And there's Jerry, unmistakably the face of Jerry Jones, about in the third row, just kind of looking like he's peering over the crowd. He's an onlooker looking at what's taking place. You have some other kids in the face of these young black students who look angry. Jerry kind of looks like he has a look of curiosity, like, what's going on? You have some other kids in the front row. This one little punk with a cigarette in his mouth looks real angry. It looks like they're taunting these poor kids who are attempting to go into this school. There's other reactions of the front line of students that look a lot worse than Jerry's. But the internet and Twitter, many people said that this is inexcusable. This is a sign that Jerry Jones is racist. And there was an attempt that was starting to develop and build up when it came to canceling Jerry. This is proof. Rooney Rule, he hasn't hired a minority coach or really seriously considered one in all his time running the Cowboys. And here is proof of it, even going back 65 years ago. Jerry Jones was... Like, were you in this scrum after the Giants game?
I was, and then the locker, like, it's funny, as soon as this question came up, like, the locker opened and I had to go into locker.
Okay. He got a lot of questions about it,
He did, yeah. It was right when it first came up, though, they opened locker.
Jerry Jones asked about this story and this photo in the Washington Post.
Yeah, that was, 65 years ago, and a curious kid. I didn't know at the time the monumental event, really, that was going on, and I'm sure glad that we're a long way from that. I am, and we just that would remind me just continue to do everything we can to not have those kinds of things happen.
All right, so that's part one of the response. As Jerry was saying, he was more worried. He was told by his football coach, hey, be on the practice field. Don't be out there with any type of circus event taking place. And that Jerry couldn't resist. And he's like, oh, what's going on over here? There's photographers. There seems to be a ton of press out there. Obviously, something big was taking place. And Jerry Jones was on site observing.
Yeah, and I don't love the explanation of it sounds, to be honest, it sounds willfully ignorant when it says, you know, when Jerry talks about it was more out of curiosity. It sounds more like he was like, I went over there to see what it was. I didn't even know what it was. And it's like
there was noise down the hall.
That was a very, very big deal at the time. But like this is the fallout, so to speak, of Brown v. Board of Education. and where it was integration needed to happen. And Little Rock had been digging in and trying to slow this down. And the governor of Arkansas was trying to slow things down as much as he could, and basically brought in the National Guard to essentially block these students from entering. And Eisenhower had to get involved, and it was a very, very huge national story at the time. And there's zero chance that Jerry wasn't aware of what was happening.
The magnitude of it.
So it's not a great explanation, I don't feel like.
Follow-up question. Any regrets being in that photo, Jerry Jones?
Well, I wouldn't have just dug that up for sure. I mean, seriously. But that was curiously, I got criticized because I was more interested in how I was going to be punished by my coaches and everybody for being out front. But nobody there had any idea, frankly, what was going to take place. We didn't have all the last 70 years of reference and all the things that were going. And so you didn't have a reference point there. Still, I've got a habit of sticking this nose in the right place at the wrong time.
Okay, so his lightheartedness with some of it ticked off a decent amount of people, of saying, I just didn't want to get in trouble with my coach for not being at practice. And, I got a habit of sticking my nose in the wrong place at the wrong time, or the right place at the wrong time. So you weren't totally thrilled with Jerry's discussion with the media.
No, because again, I just say there's not going to be a right answer here.
Right.
There's nothing right about what happened in 1957. And so there's no way to,
which is still in many ways still happening today.
Absolutely. And the fact that this is something that we can even discuss that Jerry was present for, I think should be a sobering reminder to people about it's really not that long ago in the grand scheme of things that this was a reality. And it's, again, I think it comes down to there's probably not a great answer for it. There's not a great explanation for that other than just owning up to, I shouldn't have been there, and I shouldn't have been as ignorant as I was to what was going on at the time. It's similar to when Robert Byrd died. Robert Byrd was, and not to turn this political because I'm not going to, but I'm just saying, when Robert Byrd died, who was a senator from West Virginia, a Democratic senator from West Virginia, when he died, a lot came out about how he had been a Klansman early in his life. And there was Bill Clinton caught a lot of heat at the time for, at his funeral some 10 years ago, saying he was somebody from the hollows and hills of West Virginia, and he was just trying to get elected. And it's like, okay, well, like, that's not good enough.
Right.
And it's similar. I don't think there's a good explanation for this. You just own how wrong that entire situation was. And I know there's a lot of, he was just a kid. He was this and that. My son's 17. If my son was 14 and my son was involved in something, like, I wouldn't just write it off to he didn't know any better. He would know better. And it's just, I think that society,
different time period,
different era, definitely,
different
and
era.
and a very different perspective in that community in particular than what we have today. And as a 14-year-old, you're absolutely influenced by your community and your surroundings and everything else.
You hear a ruckus in school, you're probably going to go and see what's taking place.
Yes, and it's certainly better that he's not that kid with a cigarette in his mouth standing right up front.
Yeah.
We don't see him actively engaging in that, but let's be honest, his perspective at the time was probably different than it is today.
Of course.
That's just
yes.
His belief about that situation and integrating the school, in all likelihood, was not the same one that he would have today. And he probably should just own up to that and say, I've evolved, and there's a lot of things that I have regrets about, and that's one of them.
Let's open up the phones at 877-881-1053. The reason I always want to open up the phones is because when it comes to a topic like this, you and I are not African American, and I think that perspective has, a little bit more weight when it comes to this type of topic. My individual opinion is, and this is something I really had a problem with. I've had a problem with like over the last 10, 15, 20 years. I'm not going to call Jerry Jones a racist because of that photo. I think that's unfair. I think it's cheap. I think it's too easy. When I was growing up, and I can't believe I'm saying it like that, being called a racist, about as bad as it got. Today, it's thrown out, in my opinion, way too much, way too easily. The burden of proof is on you to prove that someone is a racist. I'm going to assume that they're not. Maybe that's naive. I certainly know that there are a bunch of racists. All right? Still happening today, as I said earlier in the segment. I am not going to sit there and call Jerry Jones a racist and say that he hates or thinks less about African Americans because he was a 14-year-old onlooker at a national story at his high school 65 years ago. I think that's a pretty obvious statement to make. Yeah. I don't know how Jerry feels deep down. There's certainly a bunch of stories out there that we know on and off the record about Jerry Jones that makes me question his morals. Okay? We all have some skeletons in our closet. But to throw the weight of the word racist on anyone based upon... You're going to have to come with more than that. In my opinion. That's the way I feel about it. And that's why we need to open up the phone lines. Should he have been there? If I was 14 years old, I don't know that I'm not wandering on over and seeing what's going on. How is this going to play out? 14. Yeah. And as a lot of Tolos are saying, you want to be judged for the rest of your life. You want to be sentenced to things that you thought or did at the age of 14. That to me is pretty unfair.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look, I think that I agree. I don't think Jerry Jones is a racist, but and at the same time, like, I think we can say, I don't think he's a racist. I think he has evolved in his understanding and in his beliefs like a lot of other people. But at the same time, like, it's also just historically, it's he should not have been there, and it was a wrong opinion to take. I'm sure it was a wrong place to be. We know for the very fact that he was told not to be there. But like forget, just think on the front of, he was told not to be there, not to be present for it, and he still was. That alone is just, it's not a good look to be there. And I think it can be true that that's not the person that he is. I don't think you can say he's racist, or I don't believe he's racist. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I don't believe he's racist. And I think there are enough people who have dealt with him, who are African American, who would tell you they don't think he's racist. But it's still not a thing that you can just write off to. I was just standing there. Look, if you were worked up about Kyrie sharing a video link, like, you should also think that's also something that he should have to explain away.
Did Kyrie show more support for that video than Jerry is showing support in this picture?
I mean, when you listen to the side of Kyrie defenders, is that they'll say all he did was share a link. And similarly, I think people who are going to defend Jerry here are going to say all he was doing was standing there watching. Right. And so I think it's similar involvement that people had an issue with. If you have an issue with one, you should have an issue with the other, I think.
Okay, let's hear from the Tolos. Let's have a discussion about it. It's the Jerry Jones photo that absolutely blew up last week, and we need to talk about it this morning and probably ask Jerry a follow-up tomorrow when he joins us at 8:30. Terrence in Puerto Rico, start us off. Terrence, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Sean. It's me. I'm the one that harass you and RJ all the time, man. Good morning. I wanted to tell you about the Jerry thing. Everybody's caught up in labels now, like, is he a racist? Is he not a racist? My thing was, like Bobby just said, Jerry shouldn't have been there. And when he got there, what did he do? You're either there to help the kids that are being harassed, or you're there being part of a crowd, which intimidates them further.
Yeah.
My point is tacit approval. We've been dealing with this in America for hundreds of years. So many white people see things being wrong, but they don't say anything. And I'm at the point where If you're not saying anything, you're adding to the problem. Jerry could have been one of those brave kids that we see where they go somewhere and they choose not to be part of a crowd. He could have stepped to the front and put his arms up so the kids could go by. But no, he chose to be a part of the crowd. Now, he does things now that help people, but when he made his players stand up for the anthem, that right there made me stop watching the Cowboys the way I used to, because that right there told the majority of his players that he does not care about their humanity. And all of the fans that cheer, all of these players, so many of these white fans know deep down inside they don't like them. And one day, this whole sports entertainment thing is going to blow up, and we're going to have to deal with that. That's why everybody always wants to go back to the games after a tragedy, because everyone says that's a distraction, but we're never fixing anything. Everybody tells black people to shut up and get over it, get over everything in history. But yet we have Nazis still being prosecuted at Nuremberg-type trials 80 years later. This is real.
Terrence,
black people were never what? Go ahead.
No, sorry. I thought you were done with the sentence right there. Go ahead, finish up.
Nah, I mean, it's just, it's too many people saying, oh, it was nothing, it was nothing, it was nothing. But you keep looking away and watching people do bad things, nothing's ever going to change. And then people want to blame the players and everything like that when they complain about society. This is reality. Everyone wants to ignore it. There was things, we had slavery, we had Jim Crow, we had redlining. So many people wonder why people in inner cities don't have jobs. Well, it was white billionaires that conspired to take businesses and send them to China. Now, all of these white people are complaining about jobs being gone, but you're not getting mad at the white guys that sent it away.
Terrence, great call. Thank you for starting us off with that. I guess my follow-up would be, what should the burden be on a 14-year-old? Jerry Jones would have been lauded as an all-time hero if he rushed down to the first row and tried to escort these kids into the school. Probably a little bit of an unrealistic expectation at that time with the environment and the way that things were. I guess I'm giving him a little bit more of a pass for being an onlooker than you. I'm trying to remember that he was 14 as well. And that the end result that many people are coming up with in terms of him being a racist, that's too strong for me. Doug, you're on next. Actually, Antoine. Antoine in Dallas, you're live with Sean and Bobby. Go ahead, Antoine.
What's up, man? It's Twan Dewan, a.k.a. DBT, a.k.a. the Hood Analyst, back on the show, man. How y'all doing?
What's up, man? Thanks for calling.
Man, look, here's the deal. I'm going to have to agree with Sean on this one. I think this is stupid and just a waste of time. The thing is, you have a bunch of adults now looking at a 14-year-old trying to judge what he was doing and thinking at that time. And that rich microscope is bittersweet, right? Because we want to know what's going on with all these wealthy people. And then on the other side, sometimes it just becomes too much of the things that we don't really need to hear about. Jerry at 14 is not the same Jerry at 80 as myself at 14. When I was 14, if you look back and see some of the stuff I was doing, you could call me a bunch of things.
Yeah.
So I think this is the stupidest thing to try to bring up. And so many people are digging in topics like this just to create news, and I think it's ridiculous. Going back to the caller prior to was talking about the national anthem, and then he was talking about, this is reality. The national anthem is a completely different thing, and there were so many more reasons to stand for the national anthem that you could have had a better debate there. There was not just only white people who are in the military, black people, all sorts of, ethnicities where they're fighting for the country. It was so much bigger than that. And you start talking about reality. Well, that was reality when he was 14. It's not modern day reality. So going back to what Sean said earlier, I'm not saying that Jerry's not racist, but if you want to say he's racist, you're going to have to give me more than that. Otherwise, this is just the next thing that we're tossing up to start a topic about. Not you guys, I'm talking about the media and those people out there that's making a big deal about it, to try to say, okay, now we need more blacks in this and we need more blacks in that. While those may be facts, this is not what I would stand on to say the reason why it is. So I'm not agreeing. I'm not buying that Jerry's racist on this one. I think it's ridiculous. And, you know, man, if you put everybody under the microscope back at 14, man, you're going to pull out a bunch of stuff. But just because he's rich, you know, people want to try to say, okay, this guy is the same person. No, man, he has a completely different mind. He's 80 years old, man. Get out of here with that.
Antoine, thank you for the call. Fantastic call on the Diamond Factory hotline. Sean and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to send you to Arlington for Cowboys Colts Sunday night football. You see the intelligence of these discussions, these total calls, and the texts obviously are blowing up as well at 877-881-1053. New friend of the show, Stephen A. Smith, gave a very strong opinion, and he's being called a sellout by many for saying this in reaction to the Jerry photo.
Racism is alive and well. Bigotry and prejudice is alive and well. We get all of that. But you're going to bring up a photo of him when he was 14, 15 years old, 65 or 66 years ago. This is where cancer culture gets into the mix, and you're making an attempt to eradicate him, what he stands for, and all he has done. And by the way, I don't have a problem with the photo. I don't have a problem. If he was 30, 35, 40 years old, that's different.
Right.
14, 15 years old. 14, 15 years old.
Right.
But we're going to lean on somebody when he was 14, born and raised in the South, and we're going to pick it up 66 years later to say, you know something?
Yeah.
You ain't hire a black coach. I think that's pretty low. I really, really do. I think that part is pretty low. If he were an adult, that would be different. But a 14, 15-year-old kid raised in the South who literally is just standing there looking, and we use that to bring up in the year 2022. Oh, this is where you were. You got to explain this. You ready to explain what you did when you were 14?
There's Stephen A. Smith with his reaction to Jerry on ESPN. Doug, you're up next right here on the home of the Cowboys. Doug, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I really enjoy listening to you guys and sitting here listening to this the last two calls, Stephen A. and then I think it was Antoine before. I'm pretty much going to be echoing what they said. I teach teenagers every day, and to see a 14-year-old in a picture like that, and his explanation being that he was curious as to what was going on, doesn't surprise me in the least bit. When I see some of the stuff the kids do at my school every day, running over to film stuff or getting their cell phones out for whatever, I just believe that in that time, it was mentioned a while ago too of something about Jerry being there in the National Guard and all that. Keep in mind, that was Little Rock Central High School, a different high school than Jerry was at. So that had already happened. The Little Rock 9 and all that had already happened. So there was already a buzz. So when it happens at your school at a different time period, and you already know it happened at another school, those kids are going to run over there to see what was going on. And they're going to be curious, just as he said. And then as Stephen A. and Antoine both said very well, 65 years ago, the guy was 14. He has done a lot, but since then to show himself and show his true colors as to who he is and what he's about and the things that he has stood for. I'm not a huge Jerry Jones fan by any stance. I know he's done a lot of things that people hate, done a lot of good as well. But to bring up a 14-year-old picture, to put yourself in a 14-year-old shoes, I think it was Antoine that said if they took pictures of most of us at 14, they'd find a lot of stuff that we wouldn't want people to know we were a part of, perhaps. So just my 2 cents. Those other two guys said everything as I was sitting here listening to them and couldn't agree with them more. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for the call, Doug. 3 for 3 in terms of awesome phone calls. 877-881-1053. I think back to myself in high school, and and how things have changed so much, right? Like gay jokes, much more prevalent. Trans wasn't a thing when we were in high school. I think back to, we had like a special ed class, and, you know, mean kids are going to throw out the R word, and you think how many, and then you look at how mental health has evolved nowadays, right? And stress levels, and it's like misdiagnosed back in the day, unaware, and you just think of how you mocked or made fun of even buddies or kids in school, and you're like, that's a totally different thing today. You don't say that. You think differently. You become better educated about it. And I was just trying to go back to my middle school or high school days and be like, what were we saying back then that would be totally, completely unacceptable today? Because it's a long list. So I was just trying to think of myself back in high school. Ray in Dallas, one of our top Tolos. Ray, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning, man.
Good morning.
All right, so with Jerry Jones, man, you know, I don't buy that he didn't know what was going on, but I most certainly buy that he was curious. You know what I mean? Like, who wouldn't want to go and just spectate? You know what I mean? Especially a historic moment that's happening. I mean, like, you've seen a fight and you go over there and you're looking around and everything, and if somebody takes a picture of you, you're automatically part of that fight. No. He was just curious. That's what I believe in. I don't think he's a racist. And then again, he was 14 too, man. So you can't put that on him, man. Like a lot has changed since then, and he's done a lot for minorities. So man, let the man alone. Leave the man alone. That's all I say.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you for the call, Ray. As always. So the truckwreck.com text line. Do you know how many black men Jerry Jones has made millionaires? Well, yeah, but that was also for Jerry's benefit. Like Jerry's also trying to win football games and championships. Now, I know that Michael Irvin would call me, or I could call Mike about this topic, and maybe on Wednesday we ask him about it, or Dion would vouch for Jerry. I don't know if, paying his athletes a lot of money completely, how do I say it?
That's not the argument to make.
That's not the argument to make.
That's not the one that I mean, shoot, we've
I think I have a bigger question about Jerry never hiring a minority coach than why he was an onlooker at this event at 14. Will McClay, you could argue, is the most important person in the organization. Will is minority. He's African American. But, the Marvin Lewis thing, that was kind of a joke as a Rooney Rule checklist.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that interview because that was one where you were never going to hire Marvin Lewis.
Yeah. And the anthem is being brought up. Why didn't you allow your players like Dez Bryant to do what they wanted? I think the National Football League was terrified of then President Trump, and that's why they blackballed Colin Kaepernick. They blackballed Colin Kaepernick. No one will ever change my mind. No one will ever tell me anything different. And they wanted that issue to go away. It was more important to remove the debate and the open discussion than it was for players to all freely express themselves how they wanted with the anthem. That's how I view it. That's how I see it. They didn't care if you wanted to kneel. They wanted to get this off of TV and off of the talk shows so they can get rid of the divide. Because they said, we're costing ourselves 30% of football viewers, and that's bad for the bottom line. And that's a cold business type approach that they took. Let's hear from Melinda. Melinda in Dallas, you are live on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Melinda. We're going to send some of y'all to Sunday Night Football this weekend. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm a fairly new Tolo. I love the show. I just want to say I agree with everything that all the other guys who have called in already said. The only one thing that I would say to Jerry Jones is you need to own that you knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Not that you were participating, but there's no way in the South in 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas, that you did not know that desegregation was going to happen at your school.
Yeah.
So for him to say he didn't know what was going on, that to me is a statement he should have said. He knew what was going on, but he's not part of it, and he doesn't feel that way anymore. Clearly, he doesn't think that way anymore. But, if I was a kid at that school back in 1957, I would have been down there helping those kids get into the school. And so I think the only mistake he made was just saying that he didn't know really the magnitude of what was going on.
Yeah.
Because there's no way you couldn't have known.
Great point. Thank you for the phone call. It's not a pep rally. It's not a homecoming pep rally just taking place down the hall.
Right.
Okay? So that part, maybe own it a little bit more.
Yeah, which like we said at the beginning of the segment, there's not going to be an answer that's going to make everybody happy and go, "Oh, that was the perfect answer on this." Like that's the perfect way to explain this picture here.
And look, to be 1,000,000% truthful, I don't know. A couple of Tolos have said Jerry clearly has shown. Jerry, I don't totally attach my name next to that type of statement. I don't know what Jerry Jones believes. I don't know if Jerry Jones thinks that a black man or a minority individual is or is not capable of being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what he believes when it comes to that, but I'm not going to throw out the word and term racist on somebody. One of the worst things you could ever be, and just see if it sticks. I'm not going to do that. I think it happens way too much. I think it's ridiculous. It's unfair. I think those people should have a form of punishment that they have to suffer for when you label or call someone a racist. And I'm not going to do it, and I don't think it's fair based upon this story.
Well, and I will say to that point, there was definitely a time where they thought Chris Richard could be the head coach of the Cowboys. And things turned south in 2019. Things got really ugly. But there was a time where if they had moved on from Jason Garrett after 2018, he very easily could have been the head coach. So on that front, yeah, he absolutely is. But I think it was a good point a second ago from Melinda, which is that's the biggest thing is just you don't just write it off to curiosity and almost sound as if I didn't even understand what was happening.
Yeah.
That was a very, very big deal in Little Rock at the time.
It was a free pizza day? Were they giving out samples out front? Come on, Eden with a DM to me. Is this a political station or a sports station? If you don't like it and you don't understand why we're talking about it, change it. I don't care if the bosses can get mad at me all they want. Some things are just bigger to talk about. It's Jerry Jones. It's the Cowboys. It's a humongous issue and topic, and we needed to talk about it. I'm not going to sit there and run from the topic. I never have, never will. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. Thank you all for the amazing phone calls and a lot of the great dialogue, which we are going to continue on this show. Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys at 8:40. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. And Cowboy overreactions or not, Michael Gallup has fixed the needing Odell problem. The run defense has also been fixed. We're just getting started. Monday edition with Bobby Bell right here on The Fan. But first, let me get you some DFW security in your life. Did you need it over the holiday break? People coming in and out of the house. 19 cars at your neighbor's.
From the Classic Chevrolet Studios, turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap on third down. Back to throw. Good pickup block. McGovern into the end zone. It is caught by Schultz. Touchdown over McLeod. And that is saving the drive. Wow.
Brad Sham will join us as the voice of America's team at 8:40. It's not fist pump time, Bobby Belt.
Oh.
See how long it'll take for you to learn that is at 9 a.m.
Usually I'm here for 3 hours by the time I start pumping my fist. So I guess my internal clock messed me up.
Poor Bobby with the 5:30 a.m. start time in Choppy's chair today and tomorrow here on your home of the Cowboys. Hey, let's just recap the Giants game. First time together since they actually played on Thanksgiving Day. You were there. I was getting buzzed on the couch with a ton of frustration in the first half. I felt like huge plays were made by the Cowboys versus them not being made by the Giants. Huge third down conversions. Some of the Dak Prescott numbers are outstanding with the way he played in the second half of this game. I felt like I was watching deja vu against the Raiders last year with the 13 penalties. One of the topics with Michael Irvin on First Take was, what did we learn about the Cowboys? And I agree with Stephen A. Absolutely nothing. I learned nothing. I was just happy to get the W, get the win in the division. It was pretty impressive in terms of some big plays from Dak in the second half. Other than that, I'm taking away nothing, and let's move on and try to play better against Indianapolis Sunday night.
Yeah, tale of two halves. First half was a bunch of shooting yourself in the foot, and just, those two interceptions were bizarre. The first one because of where Dak seemingly thinks he has a free play, and then he said post-game he thought he did, and then he wasn't quite sure if they got the flag, so he decided to make a safer throw, but even still making the safer throw, he was throwing it expecting a comeback from Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup keeps going down the sideline, gets picked off there, and then on the second one, just a really tough, tight window throw that gets batted in the air and picked off. But not a great first half. Looked incredibly sloppy. And then, the Jonas Brothers came out, rocked things.
I heard Chris Arnold driving in saying that you're a humongous fan of the Jonas Brothers.
I think that we can accept the fact, much like we did with Justin Timberlake, right? Like Justin Timberlake had his NSYNC days, and then he came into his own as an artist, as an adult. And I think we should accept the same about the Jonas Brothers. The Jonas Brothers make good music now. It's not the Disney poppy stuff.
Did you run down to the field like Evan McPherson, the Bengals kicker, to be out there for the halftime show? Did you fanboy out? Did you get close to them? Did you talk to them?
I was close to Joe Jonas at one point when he was walking by our NFL Network set. Jane got a selfie with his wife. But
very important.
Yes. But it was no, I didn't get to go down. I think Joe Trahan from Cowboys PR would have made sure I didn't. And so I wasn't able to sneak down there and go for it. But they come back out in the second half and score on their first, 3 possessions or whatever, go on a 21-0 run. And by that point, it was over. And so, just a really strong, impressive second half. But that first half just had you a little uneasy. It's funny, I was sitting next to Wolchuk in the press box. And even when they were losing, he's like, this is one of those games where they're still going to win by 2 touchdowns. And it's like, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's what it ended up being.
Screwed with that backdoor cover. They are already 9-point favorites against the Colts. Translate this, since RJ is out, with some of his nerdy numbers. Tell me what this means. Dak completed plus 17.7% of his passes over expected, the highest CPOE by any quarterback in a game with 30 or more attempts over the last 3 seasons. What does that mean?
So what that means is completion percentage over expectation. And there are different formulas for it. Ben Baldwin has one that's related to down distance and stuff like that. When Next Gen Stats quotes that, theirs is related to certain proprietary data they have that's not available to the public. But that has to do with separation and other factors. But what that basically means is if he completed 70% of his passes on Thanksgiving, so that means that the expectation, the expectation given how close defenders were and everything else is that he should have only completed 52.3% of his passes. And so it means that he was completing stuff in really tight windows.
It's like in basketball, you're making difficult shots.
Essentially, yeah. It's like if you've got a 40% 3-point shooter and all of them are with a hand in his face instead of wide open in the corner.
His air yards average on third down, 17.8. That was basically my summary for the second half. I'm like, here they are, being a dumb football team again, screwing themselves, third and long situations, but the bailout came with a big play. That's the way I felt about the second half with Dak offensively. Like, oh, huge. Oh, as you're sitting there, you're mad at first and second down that you're in the third and long, and they converted them as he was sitting there putting the ball in the air 18 yards down the field. That's incredible.
It is, absolutely. And I just want to make reference to Peyton at 8:07:30 to pull Sean there.
Pull me.
Yeah, do and that too, please. No, but it was one of those where he
pull me what? What are we marking?
We're marking Sean. I don't want to say because you just said where he said huge O and sounded really like excited about it.
8:07:30 already.
Yeah, 8:07:30.
I thought it was because it was a Dak compliment.
No.
But
But
I'm the only one in the city capable of any balance, so I can give compliments.
Is that so? You're the only balanced one.
Yes, balance. That should be my middle name. That's what I'll name the second child.
That's fine. You take your balance. I'll just take being right every time.
Okay. It does not seem to me, again, and this is why I do find some value in these numbers. Since his return from injury in week 7, he's been number 1 in EPA, CPOE amongst all NFL quarterbacks. That means he's playing above the average.
Above expectation.
Yeah.
Above, and so, it's EPA is expected points added. And so that's basically he's leading the NFL in the difference between how much points are expected and how much points you actually added whenever you're moving the ball down the field. And so what he's doing basically is playing well above the set. So for all the criticism that's there, the analytics, the data say that he's playing much better than anybody's given him credit for.
Do you think he's been outstanding since he's come back?
I think he's had moments where he's been outstanding. I think he's had moments early on in games specifically where he hasn't been great. I don't think he was great early on against Green Bay, obviously. And the other day, I don't think he was super great in the first half. But other than that, I think he was, you remember I said I thought he was good against the Lions. I thought he was really good against the Bears, really good against the Vikings, and really good in the second half of Green Bay and New York.
What was your other big takeaway from Thanksgiving and the win?
I mean, they're all like, I think we need to accept the fact at this point that they're always going to commit penalties. And Steven came on with Will Chambers and I when we were doing G-Bag on Friday and talked about how it's unacceptable and we've got to, fix this. And I understand that that's got to be his position. But the reality of it is, I think, is that the team and the fans should just expect you're going to be put in a hole by penalties.
Yep.
Like, that's this team. We're a year and a half into this now of this being a massive problem. And the
amount that was in the red zone the other day, like when they're inside the 10, 15, 20, and it's like, what are you? This is maddening. It's maddening.
Now, those officials on Thanksgiving were awful. Like a big part of this is Dallas. But
here we go.
No. I'm not the one to do this, but I'm just saying Thursday it was not good. There were bad calls against both teams. Dallas got some bad flags. Giants got some bad flags. Both Dallas and the Giants were not called for penalties that probably should have been called. And so it was wildly inconsistent officiating. Second year in a row that the officiating on Thanksgiving, one of the biggest national spectacles of the year, has been way too much about the officials.
This was a crew that had that reputation, right? Did you see the numbers on this crew?
Yeah, Scott Novak. Yeah, they absolutely are one of the most flag happy ones, and that's what they got last year. Whose crew was it last year that they had this happen with? I can't recall. It may have been Hoculey's son, Sean Hoculey. But
the 13 penalties matched the season high assessed towards any team in a game this year. Jacksonville had 2 13 penalty games and Denver 1. Third consecutive game the Scott Novak crew has slapped 10 or more penalties on the Cowboys. Third straight game. If Scott Novak is on assignment, the Cowboys are getting 10 penalties or more.
Yeah, and that look, that's just.
But I don't want to excuse that.
No. Look, like I said,
they commit stupid penalties.
They do.
They're undisciplined and they're dumb in moments.
The officials can be inconsistent, and you can also be an undisciplined, penalty happy dumb football team at times. Like, both those things can be true.
Yep.
But I think that's just sort of what you have to expect, is you're going to have to bail yourself out a couple times because every game you're going to commit dumb penalties. And Dak did it, yeah.
How about Jalen Smith with this elbow drop? What is this guy
people's elbow
do? What is this guy doing?
You remember he used to do that in Dallas too. Whenever there'd be like a dog pile, he'd if it's still moving, he'd try and jump up there and take it.
McCarthy kind of excused it.
Yeah, because I think nobody dislikes him. And so they don't want to take a shot against him or whatever. If they lost that game, maybe it's a little different, but like maybe his tone is a little different when he's talking about it. But it is just it's kind of funny the way Mike said it, where he's like, yeah, I think you see a lot of Jalen doing that. It's like you do. He just jumps onto piles to look like he's, try hard guy.
How about the ratings record? Most watched regular season game on any network ever, with 42 million viewers. Most watched regular season game ever, up 49%. You have a 50% increase over last year's game. Now remember, they alternate the networks. So last year it was Lions-Bears, and it was up 3% over the window last year, which was the Cowboy game. But the most watched regular season game ever got a 24.5 in the Metroplex. So about a quarter of the entire city was watching on Thanksgiving Day.
That's the New York Giants effect. When the Giants are on, they bring in eyeballs.
It is the number one market and the most people in the entire country.
Yeah.
So I think that does have a factor.
I don't. I think it's Daniel Jones specific. I think that people just want to see him tear up the Cowboys.
There we go.
Boy, I gotta say though, I thought the Giants actually had a decent game plan. Like they were doing some different stuff with misdirection, and they actually tested Anthony Brown a couple times, and and Anthony Brown is just.
The confidence has to be gone. Do you talk to him in the locker room? Can you see it?
I mean, you can talk to. He doesn't talk a ton. Recently, when he had the concussion and stuff, he hasn't been in there, and so we haven't seen him a bunch. But yeah, I mean, he's not been very good the last several weeks. It's funny, we were doing grades the other day, like player grades for the season on G-Bag, and like Anthony Brown was one of the only guys on the entire team I had below a C. Like he's not He's not good. He's not consistent. And
can there be a replacement?
There's not a good option.
It's not your guy, Deron Bland, that's for sure.
Well, Bland's in the slot now.
Yeah.
And Bland's been fine. Like he's been fine. Is he Jordan Lewis? No. But for a rookie having to hold down the slot, he's playing much better than Anthony Brown is. Honestly, there's no good option because Kelvin Joseph has struggled getting out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do they want to see? They clearly don't have enough trust in Nashawn Wright to put him out there. They haven't, taken
He's
that
still
step.
on the team?
He is. I guess you could give it a shot with Israel Mukuamu, who plays safety for you, but was a corner in college, had a couple good reps in training camp on CeeDee Lamb in the slot. You could try and see if Mukuamu could play corner, but right now I just think they don't have any good options. If they did, Anthony Brown would probably be on the bench.
All right, Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will join us at 8:40 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Hopefully you had a fantastic and safe Thanksgiving break. Glad you're back with us. Cowboys Colts, and again, opening up as 9-point favorites for Sunday Night Football. The Dallas Mavericks are signing a 4-time All-Star. Will it make any difference? And we'll go around the rest of the NFL before Brad joins us next on The Fan.
It has the entire...
lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Behind it, back to Wood. Wood, a show and go. Drives the lane and a big-time hammer dropped by Wood.
All right. Just got a Christian Wood highlight for Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair today and tomorrow here on Sean and RJ. Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will join us at 8:40. And the developing news this morning, the Mavericks, according to Mark Stein, are signing Kemba Walker, the 4-time All-Star. I'll just read the Facebook responses from the Tolos.
Oh, yeah.
Christopher, sweet. We found a time machine and went back to 2018. Ty, awesome. About 4 years late. Zach, if we only had him at the beginning of the season, we'd be 10-9 right now. Not 9-10 after they lost to the Bucks. That audio from Bally will be taking on the Warriors tomorrow. Brian, more freaking rejects. Jeff, if he shoots better than Hardaway, bring it.
Sure.
Hell yeah, let's go from Sal. Justin, LMAO, just like the Cowboys, miss out on a player, then bring them back post-injury or years later, hoping to get the diamond in the rough. Look how smart we are. So, Tolos not falling for the 4-time All-Star edition of Kemba Walker.
No, and I mean, I think the right take there is the one that I don't remember which listener you said it was there, but the one who said that, you know, as long as he shoots better than Tim Hardaway Jr. I mean, that's honestly all I want from him at this point. Because you've got a guy in...
You're not in the Mike Bassick, Tim Hardaway fan club?
No. Look, I get it. Bassick, being a baseball guy, thinks, you know, .311 is a great average, not realizing that's not for baseball. That's his shooting percentage, and it's not good.
No, Mike is definitely against Tim Hardaway. Definitely. Make no mistake about that.
But it's just, I mean, look, all he's got to do is come in here and be better than Dorian Finney-Smith shooting, you know, 33% from three, and Maxey shooting 30, Luke shooting 30, Tim Hardaway Jr. shooting 29, Bullock shooting 28.
Are these the season percentages? Yeah. Okay, give me those again.
You've got Dorian Finney-Smith at 33%, Kleba at 30, Luke at 30, Hardaway at
field
20.
Goal?
This is 3 point.
I was like, whoa.
This is Tim Hardaway 29%, Reggie Bullock 28%.
Oh my lord.
Field goal percentages for those guys: Dorian Finney-Smith is 42%, Kleba 43, Luka 50, Tim Hardaway Jr. 31% total from the field, Reggie Bullock 30% total from the field.
Oh god. Yeah, when they said Bullock was not playing yesterday, I was like, yes.
Sweet.
Got a chance.
Yeah, so you're saying there's a chance. As long as you don't have to take those 8 line drive 3 bricks, you know, those 8 shots that you were going to be able to potentially get up. And I mean, but gosh, we can't have
Kemba Walker is not a great field goal percentage guy throughout his career. He's about 40%.
That's 10% higher than Tim Hardaway Jr.
The Mavs are the second worst shooting team in the league from the field. Only Miami is worse. The Mavs shoot 38% as a team. We are tied with Detroit. Not a usually good place to be when you're tied with the Pistons. So the second worst field goal percentage team. And in terms of threes, they're 19th. 34%. So 34% from three and 38% field goal. Ugh. Sheesh.
Yeah, but I mean, look. Christian Wood is just not reliable with his 44% from three. You can't trust him, you know? It's almost it's good, but it's just really untrustworthy in its goodness.
You have to draft Mike McCarthy or Jason Kidd in your DFW head coaching draft.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Right now it's McCarthy, because McCarthy's actually done a good job this year compared to Jason Kidd, who has not done a good job. So I don't know, like at least McCarthy doesn't try and, like, you know, outsmart himself and outsmart like I mean, I was reading something on Reddit the other day, like Mavericks fans were crushing Kidd and saying, like, this team is bad right now almost exclusively because of the rotations, which is completely Jason Kidd's responsibility. The rotations are awful.
Well, they're bad, one, because of the talent. And then two, I guess you can take it to
it absolutely is rotations, because Christian Wood is part of that.
Break down to me rotations.
What part of it? Like who should be getting more minutes?
Yeah, besides Christian Wood getting more minutes. Are we breaking down, you know, that Finney-Smith and Dwight Powell should not be? But again, Who are you going to play?
I think you can find enough minutes for Christian Wood by just subtracting a handful from Bullock and Hardaway. And gosh, at this point, and I know Mike's been on this. At this point, like, go see if Jaden Hardy can do anything for you.
Yeah,
like I mean, he's playing great in the G League while Jared Sandler is dropping uncomfortable innuendos with children watching. But fine, give me more Christian Wood, give me more Josh Green, give me something other than what I know is bad, which is what Reggie Bullock and Tim Hardaway Jr. have been.
All right, we're going to go inside the NFC East with what Filthy did to Green Bay last night. Aaron Rodgers hurt as well at 9 o'clock. But let's go around the rest of the NFL with some of the storylines, including probably the game of the day that ended with another Raiders walk-off.
Hands off to Jacobs, stutters to the right, bursts through the whole 20, 25-30. He's off to the races. Here in Seattle, nobody's going to catch him. 25-20, 10. Bye-bye, Josh. 86 yards in overtime to walk it off for a second straight week.
And with that win, if you follow Peyton Russell on Twitter,
that's right,
you would know that every single team in the NFC East is a playoff team.
NFC Beast.
As of this morning.
Did you come up with that?
I did, actually. I
really
tweeted
good.
it out like 7 years ago, probably.
Damn, this is why you got full time. It's takes like those. Yeah, first day of full time.
That's right, baby. Let's go.
What's your first big purchase?
Did you sign the contract?
No, I just accepted an offer.
Okay.
So, does that mean I'm full time? I guess, or I don't know.
Yeah, probably without the benefits and everything.
What's your first big purchase?
Ooh, I'll probably go on a trip somewhere. I'll go on a nice trip.
You just got back from California and
London,
went to Ireland.
I got to one up it now. I'm making my own money now.
Josh Jacobs,
trust fund Peyton,
AFC Player of the Week offensively, 33 for 229 on the ground, had the 86-yard walk-off. Oh yeah, and he had 6 catches for 74 yards as the Raiders beat Seattle in Seattle and getting a little bit of heat off of Josh McDaniels. Game of the day.
Yeah,
that was exciting.
Josh Jacobs, fully qualified to be quarterback of the Ravens now. With those 229 rushing yards. It's not all about passing, so why can't Josh Jacobs be a quarterback,
All right, let's move it on over to the Ravens with the insulting segue. Jacksonville, Baltimore, back and forth at the very end. Justin Tucker with a chance to win it.
From 67 yards, Tucker puts a foot to it. The 67-yard field goal is no good! No good! The Jaguars win it! What a win for Jacksonville!
So the Ravens lose. Man, how many close games have they been playing this year? Jacksonville, who the Cowboys are getting coming up in this little AFC South schedule. It's going to be the Colts. It's going to be Jacksonville. Going to have the Texans as well. But Trevor Lawrence, who there's been many questions about, Bobby, balls out 29 for 37, 321, and some big-time throws at the end of Marvin Jones and Zay Jones as Jacksonville has Justin Tucker come up short. The Jags are 4-7. The Ravens are 7-4.
Yep, and Christian Kirk with the big 2-point conversion catch there, which we were all praying for the 2-point conversion. Like, don't be a coward now, Doug Peterson.
Yeah.
Go for it. Finish this game off. And with that 2-point conversion, I do want to point out, because I know we've used him as a bit of a kick-like target for us, is Christian Kirk.
What's a kick-like target?
I don't know. I was trying to think of what I don't know what I was trying to.
Punching bag.
Punching bag is probably the word I was looking for.
Yeah. I know that you're not used to being 3 hours deep into the show right now, so your
no,
brain
I'm delirious. This is what happens when I don't get the extra 30 minutes of sleep. I think that this is what I've argued for the whole time. He's now on pace this year, Christian Kirk, for 87 receptions, 1,100 yards, and 11 touchdowns.
Whoa.
He's had a good year.
And we all laughed at that contract.
Yeah. I mean, he
screwed up the market.
He did. Well, they did screw up the market, but he's been good, especially the last several weeks. He's played really well.
And Lamar throwing 16 of 32, 254, 1 touchdown. And after the game, someone was saying, don't pay him the money. Use it to make the rest of the team better. And Lamar had some advice for him to eat something. It was not leftover stuffing or cranberry. Lamar later erases the tweet.
Stuffing. What was he talking about then?
He was talking about like a drumstick.
A drumstick.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be equal to a drumstick.
Ooh, those can be pretty good, actually.
Eat a drumstick.
A
Drumstick. Yeah, drumstick.
I don't see what's so
You got
offensive
to take
about
about
that.
5 letters in the middle of that.
No need to delete that. That sounds lovely. If somebody, they tell you to eat a drumstick, Madden used to do that all the time after the games on Thanksgiving.
Are
so.
you still paying Lamar?
Yeah, you don't ever want to hit quarterback purgatory, but I never want to hear from people, every week it shows us more and more, don't ever tell me he's better than Dak. He's not. It's nowhere close.
Factoring in the running?
It's nowhere close. That's all he has is he can run. Great. You can run and also be a 50% passer.
Is a Hurts-Dak comparison insulting?
Yes. I mean, this year he's been good, but yeah, it's not. One is a top 10 quarterback. The other two are not.
Lamar, not happy after the game.
Do you remember the last time you played in this stadium?
Yeah, they told me in college, and I lost again. So, this.
Just what is that? What emotions do you think about when you think about that? And how does that make you feel?
How would you feel if you lose? Yeah. Exactly.
Those are such stupid questions.
The emotions.
Yeah, do you remember the last time you played here? Yeah, I lost. Just talk about the emotions of that.
What was your mindset?
Oh, gosh.
That's my favorite.
What was your mindset?
What's your mindset? What's the most generic media question you try to not ask when you're in the locker room?
I try not to say talk about the challenges of XYZ. That one I don't. Which I get it. There's only so many ways you can phrase things, and it's there are certain things that are gonna sound
cliche.
Yeah,
generic.
it's just it's natural to have that happen. But man, just I don't know, pick up a pick up a thesaurus or something. Find some different
not the thesaurus.
Yeah, find some synonyms.
Who on the Cowboys beat needs a thesaurus?
Ooh.
I'll say me, just to protect myself.
All right, you could have said, I don't think it's this guy. The voice of America's team.
No, it's not him.
Brad Sham. And then we'll go around the rest of the NFC East at 9. Brad Sham all in on Odell. And has Brad ever woken up to the flight attendant saying, off the plane with your microphone? Brad Sham next on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends.
Cowboys. 2 for Dalton Schultz. 2 for you.
All the tight ends getting involved. A lot of viral moments in that game. As the Cowboys get the W on Thanksgiving Day, this man had the call. He joins us every Monday at this time. Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in Choppy's spot today and tomorrow. Good morning, Brad. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you guys. I hope I don't sound distracted. There's some drama in this Korea-Ghana game going on here right now.
Oh, give us an update.
Well, it was 2-0 Ghana, and then Korea tied it, and then Ghana just a few minutes ago went ahead 3-2, and they looks like they've got about 9 minutes left, plus the 7 or 12 minutes of stoppage time that they're giving all these games.
You a big soccer fan?
I'm a big soccer fan.
Where is it on the sports scale, the Brad Sham sports scale with baseball, football, and whatever else?
It depends on the event. This, in my opinion, this event is the best sporting event in the world. And that's because you have the very best professional players who play for clubs all over the world, but they come together to play for their country. You just imagine. Maybe we'll see it by the time 26 comes around. I don't know. But at some point, sometime in the future, the United States will be really – they'll be competitive on the men's level the way they are already competitive to dominant on the women's level. When that happens, just imagine how American sports fans, how your Tolos will react when you can combine winning with pure, unadulterated nationalism.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing like it. And that's what you see at all these World Cups. It's the best.
What are your top 2 storylines of the World Cup so far?
You know, I think one of them would certainly be some of the upsets, Argentina losing and Germany losing, and so is there a new balance in the world football order? They call it football.
They do.
And then the other one for us would certainly be, can the United States win? Or I think they can actually advance if they have the right score and combination. They don't have to win, but it will be harder. So the other one would be, can the United States advance, and how well can they do?
What is the state of the U.S. program?
It ebbs and flows. It's average. I mean, I worked in professional soccer in the 70s doing PR, and then I broadcast it for 9 or 10 years in the 90s, and it has the difficulty here.
Broadcast it for who in the 90s? Who'd you do it for?
I did what was then the Dallas Burn, and when they became FC Dallas, I did their games on TV.
Okay.
For several years. So part of the problem is that in most of these countries, it's the most popular team sport, and they're going to get the best athletes. And here, our best athletes mostly tend to go where they can make some big money, because we teach them to care about that. Sure. Nothing wrong with big money, as you well know, Sean. So we're competing. Our soccer players, high school level, college level, the sport's competing with football and basketball. Frankly, they're not competing with baseball as much anymore, probably on that same level for athletes.
Yeah.
But the big money's in those other sports, and I don't believe that's happening in most of these other countries. There's no question where the best young Brazilian and British and et cetera, Argentine, there's no question where those best athletes are going to play. And so that's part of the problem. And so the growth of MLS, which gets not a lot of play, is really important, because the more competitive teams MLS has, using at least some significant percentage of American players, the more attention there will be to winning, and then the more attention brings more money, and the more money will be attracting more players, and then the better players, then we have a chance to compete internationally.
Brad Sham joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's say that I just was in a turkey coma on Thursday and I fell asleep for the whole game. How would you summarize Cowboys Giants?
I would say it was a little disappointing in the first half, but workmanlike, and then the second half looked a little bit more like expected. And I think it was fine. They did what they absolutely had to do. There was not an equal distribution of talent on the field. The Giants had way too many people who were hurt, and that's why the offensive sluggishness of the first half was a little disappointing. Not because they were coming off what they did against Minnesota, because I said it during the broadcast in Minnesota, and we may have talked about it the next day. In the NFL, last week and this week have never met. They have nothing to do with each other. So don't judge what happened last week by what you think should happen next week. It's a different game. It's a different environment. It's a different mentality. So the fact that they had some problems with the Giants that they didn't have with the Vikings, even though the Vikings are a better team than the Giants, that didn't really concern me. You just don't want to let a team that you're better than hang around, because anything, as we're seeing, anything can happen in these games. And then they didn't in the end. They didn't. The one regret I have is that I think I didn't say it on the air, Sean. Late in the first half, I was thinking, and I know I said it to Bob Thomas, my statistician. I said, well, can they get the tight ends involved, please? I'm not kidding. Because they had 2 catches for tight ends. I think that's one of their weapons.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit of what happened in the second half, and that really helped. It opened things up a little bit. And then the Giants kind of got beaten down. And so, some of these games, Indianapolis won't be as easy as people want to think. People want to think that because they don't know anything about the Colts, but they've got some good players. Now, it's a game that Dallas, I think they're already a big favorite, but it won't be easy. The good news is, on paper and the way that the Cowboys are playing, I think there's a reasonable expectation that you can win these next 3, and then you become the NFL equivalent of bowl eligible when you get to 11.
Did you leave Thursday's game? Do you feel better about the run defense or the receiver group?
That's a good question. The run defense is always maybe the receiver group, but I include the tight ends in the receiver group. But here's the thing about the run defense. It's the numbers to which they held Barkley. That's great.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones.
Yep.
I think there were opportunities the Giants may have had to try to run the ball more and didn't. And you can't control the other coach's thinking, and that kind of can play into it. The only thing about judging the run defense is that the game sometimes dictates that strategy, and it can kind of skew your perception of what you're looking at. It's not in a vacuum. So I think they're going to still have to deal with the run defense issues, and anybody who watched last night knows that that's not going away. But there's ways to combat it that don't necessarily have to do just with scheme and talent, but also with how the game is going.
Brad Sham here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Where do you stand on all this Odell Beckham hype?
I think I'd be for signing him. I think that people need to, and the weekend airplane incident aside, because I think I saw your tweet. I don't think that really has any effect on anything.
Yeah.
There's too many people who know him. I've never met him. Too many people who know him, including I spoke to Bob Papa, the Giants announcer, about this last week, and there's a lot of people who say he was a good teammate and he wants to win, and that's okay with me. He can be selfish. Receivers can be selfish. as long as they also want to win more and they're good teammates. I think there's two things that I would say. One is look at Gallup, who is maybe kind of just still rounding into physical form, and we're on the same rough, except 3 weeks later, trajectory. Bobby's written a lot about this, that with Beckham, that we are with Gallup. So he's done it before. He's had an ACL. He knows how to deal with it. He's a veteran player, and he's obviously an extremely talented player. But just don't expect to see, Beckham at the height of his power. And the other thing, people really don't want to hear this, but this is professional football. And you can't fall so much in love with the idea of signing the guy that you make a stupid business decision. He's going to want more than 1 year. Yeah. He doesn't want to just come in here for Christmas vacation. Or here or New York or Buffalo or wherever he's going to. And I don't know how many people are really serious about signing him for what he's going to want, or if the Cowboys are competing against themselves in reality. I don't know that. But I do know that he's going to want multiple years. Now, your decision has to be how much money are you willing to tie up for how long in order to have him now. I'd be interested in seeing if him being in the mix next year would not be a good thing. They knew they had to address the receiver thing when they let Cooper go, when they traded Cooper. And the reason you know that they knew it is that they signed Washington and they drafted a receiver in the third round. So obviously they were paying attention to it. And I still think that he would help. But you have to be careful. You can't mortgage unless you really don't care about the money that you're going to need to sign Lamb and Diggs and Parsons and Pollard. But you have to pay attention to those things.
Last one for you. Did you view the Jeff Saturday promotion as an insult to the coaching profession?
I did not, but I'm not in the coaching profession. But I would say that to me, it looked like a unique case where clearly he has the respect of a lot of people in the club and the football business. He's a leader. There's not much doubt about that. He was one of their great leaders on those Colts teams. I do understand the sensitivity of longtime coaches, and I especially understand the sensitivity of black coaches who look at something like that, and a guy who's never coached, and he gets hired, and they say, well, this is what we're talking about, but nobody's listening. I get that. If they hired him long-term, I might view it differently. But on an interim basis, considering the volatility of everything that's going on with their franchise, I didn't consider it an insult. Don't know if I'd have done it, but I didn't consider it an insult. But again, I'm not a coach.
Enjoy the rest of the match. Thank you for the soccer education. Player show?
Yes, more than welcome. We are in stoppage time, by the way, and I believe I'm seeing 10 minutes of stoppage time.
10 minutes. You have a player show?
Yes, Malik Hooker at Cane Rosso and the Star, and of course Hooker will be talking about the team from whence he came.
Thank you, brother. This was fantastic. Appreciate it.
Okay, hey Bobby, a little less noise from you next time.
I was ready. I was locked and loaded.
I was hogging that. I had a lot of questions for you.
Yeah, y'all, all right. Y'all just have to talk about how Korea's a Ghana.
Later. Have a good day.
How what?
How Korea's a Ghana.
That was good.
Thank you.
15 minutes. That was my fault, y'all, with the Bobby, with the no Bobby question. Had a lot to get to. I've been texting Brad throughout the entire morning. Final hour. Bobby's going to tell you. Bobby's going to tell you if we should be more or less worried about the Eagles after last night, and the update on the Odell plane incident next. But first, the Khan Academies of DFW, man, they were doing some more fantastic.
Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And we saw a brilliant night, especially running the football, a record-setting night from Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are 10-1.
Whoa.
And the Packers are pretty much out of their playoff race.
That was Hurts. There's only one Hurts. That was the call on Eagles Radio. Sunday Night Football, Green Bay did not do us any favors. Of course, we're the only team that the Packers can beat. They fall to 4-8. Aaron Rodgers hurt with a rib issue. Jordan Love comes in. Will it be Jordan Love the rest of the way? But more importantly, the Eagles move to 10-1. Jalen Hurts running for $157. Miles Sanders for $143. They ran for $363 as a team, 7.4 a carry. And the Eagles do not come back to the pack in the NFC East, where every team as of today is a playoff team after the Seahawks lost to the Raiders. It's Sean and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. You saw Bobby fist pumping. Correct time for once. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we have Peyton and Ryan in the back. Dan Orlovsky on ESPN just said,
oh gosh,
he's less impressed with the Eagles after last night than he was before the game because their run defense is still an issue. A.J. Dillon went for 8 a carry. When they were getting back in this game and Rodgers was clearly hurt, I thought it was going to be the thumb issue. Ended up being a rib issue. He thought he had the punctured lung. Didn't have Jesse Holley there to bail him out like Romo did. Aaron Jones was Chris Collinsworth Packer of the night. So even though they have Ndamukong Suh, Linval Joseph, Robert Quinn, we've already forgotten, go on over there to Philly. It appears they still have some issues with run defense as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't a great night of offense for the Packers, but I memean, A.J. Dillon had 8 yards per carry. Aaron Jones, they just weren't ever really able to lean on the running game because it became a shootout so fast. I mean, it was, 13-0 inside of 5 minutes?
Yep.
And so, luckily, Philadelphia wasn't, or luckily for Philadelphia, they didn't have to play the run very well yesterday. It wasn't anything that they were going to have to worry about because the Packers were going to have to get into this throwing mode, but man, it's I don't know what it is. I just don't trust them like Philly.
Do you think the Cowboys are a better team?
It's hard to say. You've got it based off the results and everything else. You have to have Philly above them for right now. But I mean, we're talking about they went into Philly, and if they just have their quarterback, they beat them.
What don't you trust?
I mean, Jalen Hurts is still not an elite passer. He's just not, even though he's played well. Their run defense isn't great.
Why don't you believe? Does Josh Allen flipping the switch make you think that Hurts can make that leap in throwing and passing the football?
No, because Allen was just naturally one of the most gifted passers you've ever seen. That was the thing about Allen coming out, is that everybody said he was all tools and just you didn't know if he was going to be able to harness it. He could harness it. Jalen Hurts doesn't have that kind of ability as a passer. He's fine. He'll stay in the league for a long time. He'll have a long career in the NFL. He's a definitive success as a second-round quarterback pick. But I can't get over the fact that I just feel like this is a team that's vulnerable if they go. It just feels like one of these teams that we're going to have best record. They were the best team wire to wire at the NFC, and then they lose their first playoff game. It just feels like one of those teams to me.
I feel like the Ravens of the NFC over the years.
Yeah, or I mean, just what Dallas has done this before, where they've been, they did that in 2016, where they were the best team in the NFC, basically wire to wire. And then
the most dangerous thing about the Eagles is their system. They're talented. They have more talent than the Cowboys, I believe, but no one is stopping this system unless you get up on them 2 scores, and that's been impossible to do. Figuring out how to stop Jalen Hurts running the football like this.
Well, I mean, yesterday was completely different. He hasn't done that consistently at all.
Of course not.
He's not been the most efficient runner of the ball. He had that great performance yesterday, but you look at some of the other games he's played this year. Let's see here. Washington, let's just go down from week 3. This is first couple weeks he had 5 yards per carry, but after that, 2.2, 2.3, 4, 3, 5, 2.5, 4.6, 5.3, and then last night 9. So he's been really good running the football the last 2 weeks, but he's not incredibly efficient at it. Now the
But
threat
it's not
of him,
just him, yeah.
The threat of him running softens looks. It makes him a more effective passer. They do have Miles Sanders.
Yeah.
That's all check marks in their favor. It's just I don't know that they're going to be able to beat you through the air when they have to.
If they have to, which hopefully they do.
They will have to in the playoffs. They're going to have to. I mean, and that's the thing is that I think that I trust San Francisco.
Why will they have to?
Because nobody goes through the playoffs completely unscathed without quarterback play. Like, you have to. You eventually will have to get into those sorts of games. And so,
except the 49ers last year.
They did, though. It ended out costing them. They lost. And so, I mean, you'll have to, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have to do it every game or even in the most important game of the Super Bowl, but like you will, somewhere along the way, your quarterback will have to play well for you to win.
I have generated bordering on an unhealthy hatred for Nick Sirianni. I tweeted this out yesterday. Does he wear some type of eye makeup? He has to. His eyes are like black holes. Who was the coach who I was worried about with jaundice? Dang it. It was a couple months ago. And I was like, oh, it was Sirianni. First, I was worried about Sirianni with Corey's laughing because, you know, this is a baby term that I just learned because my boy had jaundice. I'm like, why is his face like green? And then last night I was like, is he wearing mascara or eyeliner with these raccoon eyes that he has? And I can't stand his face, his D-bag reactions. It drives me insane. It's Joe Judge reincarnated.
Is he your number one most hated NFL coach right now?
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think of another candidate. I'm trying to think who else it could be.
Like McVay's shtick hasn't annoyed you at this point?
No, RJ can't stand McVay. He was probably happy that he almost got concussed yesterday as he took a shoulder pad to the face. I don't hate Kingsbury. He came on and did Yo Roger raps for us. I really disliked Bruce Arians.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't stand Arians. McDaniel, I don't hate. I don't know enough about Brandon Staley's personality. I like Vrabel. No, it's easily Sirianni.
You like Dable, though?
Yeah.
After seeing him overreact and stuff on the sideline for the Giants-Cowboys game?
RJ,
you're fine with it?
RJ, depending on what day it is, dislikes Dayball. He says he's too much reaction. He wants his stoic head coach. But then he loves it when people are crying and breaking down emotionally. That's the people he wants on his team. No, I got a healthy respect for Dayball. I can't stand Sirianni.
What about, weren't you not a big Pete Carroll guy?
Yeah, I don't like Pete Carroll.
So Pete would be the closest competition.
But I feel bad. I was wrong about Pete Carroll.
All the
gum chewing actually meant something. He was processing how Russell Wilson was falling apart in front of our very eyes.
He did. He nailed it, man.
He did now. And John Schneider, I was getting ready to make fun of Broadus. Oh, you and your buddy, your little GM buddy, John Schneider.
Broadus took shots at John Schneider the whole draft show back in April. The whole thing, the whole time.
For the Russ thing?
Just
everything. Or the picks?
He's like, the very first pick, he was like, that was a good pick. They probably had John out of the room for that one. And then he was like, oh, John can't help himself, has to pick a running back here in the second round. And so he was taking some shots.
So they're trying to figure out on TV the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC, and they're split in the room between the Cowboys and Bobby and RJ's San Francisco 49ers. Now, we don't have any clips to play or any highlights because the Saints are unwatchable, and San Fran only scored 13 points. The story of this one, though, is San Francisco's defense with another shutout.
They're so good right now, this defense. And they've
Fred Warner was like intimidating me yesterday. Like he punished one of the Saints on the sideline. He was like standing over him. I was like, dang. Bosa is obviously electric. And they're missing some guys up front. What are they up to now in terms of second half?
On the second half scoring?
Yeah.
They're 4 games in a row without a touchdown allowed in the second half. It may be points too. I'm not actually, let me look.
I think it could be points. They've won their last 4. They're 7-4. First place in the NFC West. Are you more afraid of San Fran than Philadelphia if you're the Cowboys?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I mean you're not that far removed from San Francisco just punching you in the mouth. Like I mean they showed last year what they can be. That's going to be honestly, if you get San Francisco, that will be a mental hurdle for the Cowboys. And yes, it is points. They haven't allowed any points in the second half over the last 4 weeks. The last time they allowed...
First team to shut out the Saints since 2001.
Last time they allowed points in the second half was to Kansas City on October 23rd. It's been over a month.
Oh, my.
Like, I mean, they're really, really good. In fact, Dallas was the number one scoring defense yesterday, heading into yesterday. Now with the shutout, San Francisco's number one in both. They're number one in yards allowed, number one in points allowed. And so they're really, really good on defense. And now you've got the added aspect of Christian McCaffrey, who's not exactly like set the world on fire yet since he went to San Francisco, but it's an added threat. It's an added weapon. We already know they've got really good, talented players across the offense. Debo, George Kittle, the best tight end in the game. You've got Brandon Ayuk. That they've got really solid contributors on offense and a absolutely dominant defense. And so, they've shown they can win a lot with Jimmy Garoppolo before. And before I hear it from people going, well, you just said you need a good quarterback play. Like, I get it. But San Francisco is a single outlier that we've seen. They have the weapons around them, and the defense is dominant enough to do that. That is not Philadelphia. It's just not been the case.
Game of the week coming up, maybe Miami at San Fran. Woo-wee. Chris Arnold, 7 straight for Miami after they dominated the armpit yesterday. Miami at San Francisco. That feels like a heavyweight fight. Dolphins still being disrespected throughout the league?
I mean,
where are you on them and Tua?
They're in games that Tua starts and finishes, they haven't lost. They're 8-0.
Yep.
When they do that, but I mean, they're still, again, we've talked before about point differential and what a good predictor that is. They were plus 10 heading into yesterday.
Yeah, they're plus
before
5.
They won.
Yeah, plus 5.
And so, I mean, I don't know. When Tua plays, they're really good. You can't argue with the track record that when he plays, they can put points up in a hurry. They've had some problems being a leaky defense at times. And so I'll be really interested to see San Francisco try and put that second half scoreless streak to the test against them, because they'll stress you on defense for sure.
Miami's point differential is plus 26. They've won 5 in a row.
Yeah, because it was 15 yesterday. So heading into yesterday, it was 11.
What else jumped out to you around the league? What game, if any, on a pretty boring NFL Sunday?
It was boring. That was kind of the main thing. But I mean, you've got the Jets looking free and feeling like they're just, so thrilled not to have their quarterback in there anymore. In fact,
I don't know why I laughed at Mike White last year. I guess because of the overreaction to him. But after watching him play yesterday, I don't know why I'm reacting differently towards Mike White maybe being more of an answer.
I mean, his last game, he started out on fire last year, and then his last game he played last year, it was no touchdowns and 4 picks. So,
yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to see if he has the consistency there, but it was funny. Sauce Gardner said after the game that the defense was talking on the sideline during the first drive about how it was the first time they were, quote, able to chill a little bit longer at the beginning of a game since the offense was moving.
Dude, AFC East, NFC East. AFC East, Miami and Buffalo are 8-3. The Jets are 7-4. The Patriots are 6-5. So you have these two divisions that have been down overall, besides New England, for a long time, leading the way in the National Football League. Peyton, something jump out to you?
The Bengals might be back. They had a slow start, and now they're 7-4. I think does that put them first in their division?
They're
maybe
tied with Baltimore
right now, but their schedule coming up is really tough. They got the Chiefs, Browns, Bucks, Patriots, Bills, and Ravens in the season.
They've won 3 in a row.
Without Jamar Chase, too.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be back next week. He's missed 4 games in a row, I think, with a hip injury.
Wide receivers don't matter.
They do. They absolutely matter. And, I mean, it's funny. We were just talking about the AFC East there. Everybody there, the worst point differential in the AFC East is Miami at 26. Like, everybody else in there has a positive one. 34 for the Jets, 37 for the Patriots, and 110 for Buffalo, which leads the NFL.
All right, there it is. Around the rest of the NFL and the NFC East, the Commanders getting another win. Last-second interception that got picked in the end zone as Arthur Smith and the Falcons have a heartbreaker against D.C. And, of course, the Commanders, only they can butcher the dedication to Sean Taylor like they did yesterday, the 15-year anniversary of Sean Taylor's death. Not a statue unveiled. It was a mannequin with Nike, Adidas, and Reebok representing Sean Taylor. Not a statue, but a mannequin from a Champs out of Grapevine Mills Mall. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, the latest on Odell Beckham. And Nick says the Giants win was bigger and more important than the dominance over the Vikings. Let's check in with Nick Eatman, and we'll talk to KMC about the Mavs adding this all-star next.
PBR weight loss, that's soda. And by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, let's see how KMC feels about the Mavs finally adding Kemba Walker. The four-time All-Star is going to join the Mavs, according to Mark Stein. We'll cross-talk with the fellas at 9:40 after they raise $50,000 during their KMC Peaceathon, going all day long, along with the help and assistance of Derek Collin. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Did you say that the win over the Giants was more impressive or meaningful than the win over the Vikings?
I did. I'm trying to like process the Kemba Walker news, which I just heard like 20 seconds ago. No.
Are you a Mavs fan?
Yeah. I mean, I am, and I'm trying to like figure out, is that a good move or not? How's that going to work? Like as you're asking me this question, I'm trying to figure that out because I didn't know which All-Star you were talking about when I was driving in, and then you said it, and I'm like, was hoping for something different. But
his knee's shot, Nick. It won't work.
I know. I've played fantasy basketball like 3 or 4 years ago, which is not fun, by the way. and I'm like, he wasn't really that good then. But I'm the guy that will always, my team is always like would have been good like 4 years earlier. You know what I mean? I always just think that they still have a shot. So, anyways, that feels like a month ago I wrote that column about the Cowboys and Giants game. I do. And the reason why I say that is what Jerry said on your radio station to you guys way back when Cooper Rush was starting. And, the question was, can you win games like this? Is it okay to play these close, tight games? And Jerry said, that's what you're going to have to do in the playoffs, which I agree with. And so I think this game, while the Vikings game was awesome and lets you know, okay, you've got it. You can dominate teams, a good team on the road, shut down great players, all that kind of stuff, and everything's perfect. We know you have it in you. But most games are not going to go like that. You're going to struggle. You're going to have some issues, self-inflicted at times, throw some interceptions, get some penalties, and figure out a way to win this game. And this other team's going to just keep biting at your ankles and keep coming, and you're going to have to figure out a way to knock them down. And I thought that they were able to do that, and that's the type of game that I believe you're going to have to win in the playoffs.
I'll ask you the same question I asked Brad Sham. You feel better about the run defense or the receivers after this game?
I feel better about the receivers. Yeah. And not the run defense. I just think that's always going to be a challenge there. There's going to be a challenge with the way that they want to play. There's going to be some times where the teams are going to keep running at them. I don't think the Giants are a great running team. I think Barkley's a really dynamic player, but I think that I think there are teams that scheme it up better with their offensive line. And the same could be said with their secondary. So you could say, well, the receivers did well on a banged up secondary. But I like the way Gallup's coming along. I do. I like the way he's making some contested catches, and he's playing with some attitude, too. He's not going down easily either. So I like that. I thought CD was remarkable. If you have him like in fantasy football, that game didn't do you justice because he was dominating that game and a lot of penalties, a lot of PIs, a lot of catches that maybe could have been called touchdowns. I just thought he was really playing well. Noah Brown had a nice catch. I guess that was the Vikings game. It's all kind of rolling together to me. No, I mean, I think the receivers, I feel a little bit better about them than the run defense.
Nick, specifically on CD, who you just talked about, and him playing well, this was like the third or fourth time this year that I can remember where there's maybe been a tough moment in the first half or some struggles in the first half. And consistently, each one of those times, there was the Giants game in September, this recent one, the Packers game, where he comes back and he plays really, really well in the second half of these games. Yeah. It feels like that's something that he's leveling up this year, that he's not letting himself get taken out of games when he has early struggles.
That's true. And, it's kind of like Micah Parsons on the other side. I think Micah doesn't play as well when he's frustrated. I think he plays really well when he's pissed off. And I think whatever's happening with CD, you're right. Two of those games have been against the Giants, where he doesn't let it fester, and that's a sign of maturity. That's a sign of really taking it play to play and having that extreme confidence. Like, you know what? I know I've dropped one. Throw it to me again. I'm going to make this play. And one thing we've seen out of him through his first few years, or 3 years, I guess, he's had some drops. I mean, he's had some plays where, I can name 3 or 4 or 5 where they're almost outstanding plays, but they were a drop. And it's been this year that, like you said, that we've seen him kind of put that behind him a lot quicker. So I think he's doing what he should do to be a number one receiver. He is a number one. He's the number one on this team. And I don't know what the stats look like, but I think he's making kind of an outside case for the Pro Bowl. But I would have to look and see, because sometimes these receivers just have ridiculous stats that you don't even think about. But I do think that he's playing really well here in the last month or so.
He's that would be my cell phone that I didn't turn off. Sorry. He's on pace for 1,300 yards with 6 games left. CeeDee Lamb.
But here you go. Yeah. The last 5 games since Dak returned, his 17-game average of the production of those 5 games is a 1,500-yard season with 10 touchdowns.
Has Dak? How much do you think Dak has elevated his game here as of late? Dak, since the return from the injury, has been what?
I think it's been improving every game.
Because there's some metrics and numbers and the LMNOPs of the world saying he's been the best quarterback in football since his return. I was just wondering if the field test matched up for you.
Right, and that's I think what's important to do. I mean, you can. I do believe there's a lot of websites out there that can make numbers do whatever you want them to do. But if you're watching the games, and what I'm seeing out of him is they're not getting him down to the ground right away. He's spinning off. He's running over here. He's making a throw. He's avoiding a sack. He's turning a 13-yard loss into a 1-yard gain. Things like that. Dak is being Dak again. Because if he doesn't, and I've said this before, I think he's a hell of a player, and I love everything that he does on and off the field. I'm a big Dak fan. But I'll say this: if he stands in the pocket and just has to make throws, and he doesn't take what's there, and the RPO game isn't there, and all that stuff, then he's not what he was when he started out his career. That's not what the Cowboys. That's not what made him a superstar in this league. And so he's got to get back to that. And I feel like he is getting back to that. He's making some runs now. That element in his game, that is what definitely was missing with Cooper Rush. When somebody's hand got on Cooper Rush, he was down pretty much. He doesn't make throws on the run, things like that. Like that element is what I think the Cowboys have opened things up. Look at the scoring. The scoring is, they're averaging, I think it's like 32 points a game since he's come back, and not just CD, Dalton Schultz. Look at Dalton Schultz's numbers now that he's coming back. You're starting to see these premier players are making plays with Dak back in.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Diamond Factory hotline. Did Sunday, now you're mixing me up on days. Did Thursday make it clear that Tyron Smith should get the left tackle spot back?
I think so. I did tweet that, so that is one thing that I also do remember tweeting. Like, when does he come back? Yeah, I think so. It wasn't before. It wasn't. I thought that way before the game. What I don't know what has to happen is they're going to have to evaluate who's the best left guard, and if they want to sit their first round pick, and because Connor McGovern is better, that's a decision that they're going to have to make. If he's clearly better, I think that you have to go with the better player here. You also factor in that, could McGovern help them as a fullback that other players can't do? He's been the best at that. So if you put Tyler Smith in there at left guard, Tyron Smith at left tackle, and you want to go short yardage situations and go with Connor McGovern as that blocking, versatile fullback lead guy like that, that's another option. So there's good problems to have. Of course, you got Jason Peters as well. But I think if Tyron Smith is ready to return, I think he comes back to left tackle. And if he struggles, then you make decisions just like you would with any player.
Will the Odell Beckham plane incident make the Cowboys back off in any way?
The Cowboys as who? Jerry? No. The team? Maybe. But then, there's always been a difference there.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? There's been a difference?
Well, I'm saying there's times we know this. There's times that Jerry has wanted these high profile players that other guys in the building maybe didn't want. And I'm not just talking about Johnny Manziel. I'm sure it happens all the time.
Yeah. But everyone's on board with this.
Well, what I'm saying is if there's anybody in the building that said, and I'm sure there are, they're like, we don't need this guy. We don't need Odell Beckham. I guarantee you he's doing his coming to America aha moment like this morning. Like, see? That, so anyone that wants to be negative on it, that's some ammo for them. But I don't think that's going to deter, what if he would have like saved the plane? What if he would have gone in there and fixed the mechanical issue and saved the day? If he still isn't a good receiver, you wouldn't sign. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just never been a big fan of that. If the NFL says he can play, if the judicial system says he can play, then I don't worry about the negative stuff like that, because you certainly don't worry. You don't care about the positive stuff. I always use the Brandon Carr example. Brandon Carr is my big example of that. If no one cared that he was like the greatest community leader ever.
Yep.
They didn't care about that. They just cared $10 million a year, doesn't make picks. So you don't care about the good stuff. I don't care about the negative stuff. If it's bad, it's going to hurt the locker room. It's a different story, and I don't think this one would.
Well said. Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you on Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Kemba Walker to the Mavs. Is Mikey Bassick excited? And you believe in Odell just fell asleep on that plane? Crosstalk with KMC after this. But first,
Barricade Rentals Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece with the Dallas Mavericks adding four-time All-Star.
Stop it. What are you
Rolando
doing?
Blackman?
Everything I'm saying is true.
Mike is floating over here. He's so happy.
Kemba Walker to the Dallas Mavericks, according to Mark Stein.
When you brought this up this morning, my son and I were in the car. It was 8:20-ish, and you brought it up, and he was listening to you describe him, and he was like, holy crap, the Mavs just got a lot better. And I
It's
was
like the referee on Thanksgiving Day where it's like, oh, da. You're like, say catch.
Yeah, just do it.
Incomplete.
Oh, man. Yeah, that really pissed
What
me
a
off.
tease.
I sort of was like, yeah. And then they go, but that's why it wasn't a catch.
So what was his reaction?
Well, then you, I said, just wait. And you laid out the rest of it. He was like, oh, okay, so just another guy. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Mikey?
It's worth a try.
I agree.
That's a spear.
They somehow, Nike Nico, along with Mark Cuban,
Nike Nico,
decided that one point guard on a whole roster would be a good idea, which it's played out as bad as anybody could have ever thought.
I have to, I don't know if I owe you an apology, but I remember being like, Mike, stop freaking out in the offseason. They're not going to go into a season with...
They did!
They're not going to go in with Spencer Dinwiddie as the backup point guard. That's not happening. And they did. Yeah. And they actually did.
I apologize to everybody who I thought this could be a really good team. I mean, JaVale McGee is worthless.
Yeah.
I just can't believe we couldn't find anything better in the offseason than Dwight Powell. Now, I didn't.
Well, you did. It's just Jason Kidd doesn't agree.
Right. He hates him.
He
can say
he
can say whatever he wants about Christian Wood. Actions speak louder than words. When a coach refuses to play you with 16 seconds to go in a game, we put in the yips.
You talking about Toronto?
Yeah, we put in Yippee Kleba, who has the basketball yips on offense.
I like these nicknames.
Now, you know what's going to happen. If you bring in Yippee to set the pick, Luka's going to get double teamed, which means Yippie's going to get the ball. So the play is all set up where Yippie's going to get the ball. And Yippee doesn't want it. Just like Chuck Knobloch didn't want a ball hit to him once he got the yips. Yippee doesn't want the ball with 10 seconds to go in a game. And Jason Kidd hates Christian Wood so much. I understand, like, you don't want to play in the last 3 minutes. I'm not for it, but screw it. I've given up, because Jason Kidd hates the guy. Why wouldn't you put in Christian Wood for the last 16 seconds? You're down by 3. It's one possession. You're going to keep Yippee in the game who doesn't want the ball. So once Yippee gets the ball, what happens? He completely ruins the play.
Well, you made me go back again, and you said, what could Wood have done here, right? Luka gets doubled. He passes to Maxey by the free throw line. Wide open. Wide open.
You can take one dribble to dunk if you'd like.
Or shoot the little jumper. He kicks it into the corner.
Or you pop. If you wanted to pop, Christian Wood would pop and stay at the line. Kleba's going to roll. Now, I know that there has to be angles and stuff, but if Christian Wood gets the ball, I'm not saying the Mavs win, but there's 1,000 times better chance you do, or at least tie.
What was it? That Toronto game, he starts off the fourth quarter. It's like knocks down a three, blocks a three, and then it's like, all right, put Maxey in. Okay.
He just doesn't like him.
All right, dude.
Yeah, doesn't like him. Okay, but normally a lot of times, now I guess Jason Kidd isn't on any hot seat, but it's like, I know I have to play the best talent for my own survival, but the Tolos are tweeting, Milwaukee Kid is back. Milwaukee Jason
in
is
terms
back.
of being like a tyrant.
In the mind games and all this stuff. Because he is effing with him. He is screwing with him.
Yeah.
You said it last week when I was listening. The standard he is holding, they are holding Christian Wood to.
It's not the same
it's
across
like really
the board.
funny.
Yeah. Tim Hardaway Jr. shouldn't play 1 second. If Tim Hardaway Jr. had the same standard that Christian Wood, he's as bad or worse defensively. Like, he can't get a rebound. So if Christian Wood is bad defensively, at least he grabs you 10 boards a game approximately. But Tim Hardaway Jr. is worthless.
Are we thinking of Kemba as a ball handler or a smaller Hardaway shooting it?
I'm hoping ball handler, but even then, what is that? 12 minutes? Maybe?
He's never really been he's
a scorer.
He's an undersized 2-guard.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of, like I said earlier, it's like Brunson if he was 10 years older and his knee didn't work.
I think.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I think the best thing that happened to the Mavericks last year was that was that Tim Hardaway Jr. broke his foot. Because he was a bad player last year. He's worse this year, but he was bad last year. It wasn't like he was good and then he got hurt. He was bad and then he got hurt. And the reason I'll explain this is Tim Hardaway Jr. getting hurt meant Brunson had to play more minutes. Brunson had to have the ball more. Dinwiddie, once you traded for him, needed the ball more now because Tim Hardaway Jr., I've never seen a guy take heat checks being 0 of 8, but he'll take heat checks. Am I this cold? Let me see if I take a worthless bad shot if it will go in. I mean, I don't know, Tim. Try to miss. Maybe that'll make the basket for you. But I do think Tim Hardaway Jr. getting hurt actually helped the Mavs last year.
All right. Well, it didn't. It boosted up Brunson's value, and we lost him as he scored 30 last night. Corey, has anyone had a similar Odell experience on the plane, being dead out, knocked out cold? I can't sleep on planes. I wish I had this issue and problem.
He was just sleeping.
You take a Xanax, you take any sleep aid, Corey, before flights?
No, I drink a lot before flights.
Okay, same.
But
pass out? Can you sleep?
No,
Can you pass out?
I'm not good at sleeping on planes. I'm not good at sleeping anywhere but my bed.
Agreed.
Like I stink at sleeping, and even in that, I slept like trash last night.
He was too excited.
I was very excited about work today. I have been sitting next to somebody that when I got up, they were still asleep. The girl was just out. Yeah. And I was like, oh man. And they had to go wake her up. And when she woke up, she was like violent. You know, she was in one of those like, they said, hey, you need to wake up. And she was like, she swung, it was one of those, whoa. And it was like some college girl.
Did they arrest her?
No, she like came out. She had taken some sleeping pill. Like it was one of those where she was kind of foggy and was just trying to get, into it and everything. But I've never had that experience, but I did see her deal with that as it was going along.
Who's believing Odell versus the flight crew? Kevin?
I mean, look, I don't know. I wasn't there, but I guess if I had to pick one, I would be more inclined to pick the flight crew. I don't know what specific agenda they would have against Odell Beckham, whereas on the flip side...
His agent said they wanted to show that they had the power to kick Odell Beckham off of the plane, and he was just asleep, which is very common, and he was willing to put a seatbelt on. He didn't hear him.
Every flight attendant's dream.
You're saying
here's my opportunity to kick him off a plane.
You don't know what a fan in the world would have to do with any of this stuff? Sean,
it's a Giants
have
fan.
You ever gotten
goodness.
a hot tip from a valet guy? Have you ever gotten a hot tip from a Tolo out there that was like, hey, this is happening. This person's right here, right now.
Yes.
And this just went down. Kevin.
They're usually lying.
This is a Cleveland fan that's still bitter and hates him. And they were just happen to be the steward.
What do you mean they're doing so
or
well?
Giants fan.
No. This was a plane from Miami. This is a Dolphins fan who doesn't want him going to the Bills since they've been announced as his last stop.
I would like to think that it's just that, they're all over the place. They know where they're, but he saw, or she, I don't know, where we are. Saw Odell and was like, watch this, my time to shine.
What drives down the price more, this incident or the fact that he had to fly commercial where it shows he needs money?
Oh, is that what you took from that? Fascinating.
I was like, why doesn't he doesn't have that Nike money anymore. He's suing Nike.
His Bitcoin.
Is this where Jerry says, okay, this is what get on the jet. Get on my jet. Come hang out. This is why we're the Cowboys.
For the next 2 years.
Nobody's like this except for us. We're the Cowboys. Just hop on the jet. I'll see you soon.
Is the internet working up here?
Do you have ADD?
Yes, it is working, Mike.
Yes.
I got something for that, Mike.
What's the realistic price for Odell? Like, I know their nonsense price of $20 million.
Is it nonsense?
Yes.
Per year?
It is 100% nonsense per year. For somebody coming off of two.
I mean, what's the real price, or what's because the listed price could very well be $20 million. It won't necessarily in practice be 20, but like the listed price could very well come out to be like a $20 million a year average. But I mean, look, you got to remember this is also going to be prorated, like the rest of this year would be. That's going to be like $5 million.
But doesn't he want a multi-year deal?
Yeah, but if he wants a multi-year deal, that's considering it'd be prorated for this year. Would you be upset if the terms come out and it's 3 years, $45 million?
Depending on what the guarantee and signing is.
Right, that's what matters more. So I think like you probably...
But that's really 2 years, $45 million, because he's not going to be particularly useful this year.
I don't think you're making this deal unless you think he can help you now.
Okay.
Like, I don't think they're looking at this as like, well, we're adding him for 2023. Like, this is because they think he can make an impact now.
Okay, what do we think about the viability of that, since he won't be ready until late December and it'll take him a minute to get going, because that's what usually happens in these scenarios? I'm like seriously asking.
I don't think ACLs typically do take you a little bit to get going. I think like Michael Gallup is a sort of an outlier with ACLs, and Michael Gallup's issues were more about his own mental approach than the physical issues. And Odell Beckham's been through this surgery before and knows what to expect with it. And so
you sound like you don't want this to happen.
Oh, I just like
anti-Odell.
At what is essentially
airline attendant.
Yeah.
I mean, in this scenario, maybe, I don't know, but like that 3 years for $45 million is realistically 2 years and a couple of games for $45 million. That's too much.
I'm getting a little bit tired of him already.
What?
Getting a little sick of all
Oh,
this.
hold on.
Yeah.
Are you against this?
I don't know if I'm against. I'm just like, let's do it. Let's do it sooner rather than later. I'm tired. He obviously wants, needs, loves all the attention. It's just like, okay, we all got to kiss your ass with your 3-city tour. Let's talk to Jerry beforehand. Then I'm going to go to the Giants for 2 days and drag all this out. And all my eye emojis and Twitter. And Michael Irvin called me in this recruitment. It's like, okay, dude, like, come on.
My main concern is just when he is going to be ready. Because, Bobby, if you're right and he can go full bore in the playoffs, then that changes a lot of things. It's just Jay Glazer was like, oh, it looks like maybe he's a fast healer and he'll be good to go until November. And now it's, well, I'm not even going to go on my interviews until December. And also, I probably won't be ready until late December. I just want to know how, like, effective he's going to be. If he will be effective this year, then I get it.
Meat of the schedule.
That's right.
Get him back on time.
That's right.
I mean, look.
Who
if you
plays
get
first, Tyron or Odell for the Cowboys?
Well, I mean, look, probably Tyron. If you get Odell Beckham for the Eagles on Christmas Eve in the playoffs, I think it's worth it. Just do it. Those are the two big things that you need him for.
Then you can get that number 1 seed. You know what I'm saying?
Bobby, you love diva receivers.
I do. I always have.
Which is interesting. So you love T.O. Did you see T.O. knock that dude out outside the CVS in California?
Yeah, what? Do we have any idea?
Yeah,
like, he said he was defending somebody, but what happened?
T.O. was inside. A fan, like, apparently came up to him. They were talking, having a good conversation.
Yeah.
The other person, like, started picking a fight with the guy T.O. was conversing with. I was like, I'll fight you.
Oh my gosh.
It ends up outside, and someone records T.O. Knocking the guy out.
He still looks like he could play.
Yeah.
He's like 48 and he's still in crazy
So you
good shape.
loved
if he shows up.
T.O.
I love T.O.
You love Ocho?
I did.
You love Randy Moss?
I did. I loved Michael. I loved all of them.
Interesting.
Yeah. Dez.
And you love Odell?
Yeah, I think you need that at that position. Like, it's different. Like, I don't want that energy at quarterback. I think you need it if you're on the island. If you're a corner,
then you get Zach Wilson.
If you're a corner if you're a corner receiver and you got to be on that island, I think you have to be that way.
Bing, bing. Couple eye jammies there. That was nice. That was a nice little pop, pop.
Couple what?
Eye jammies. Pop. Got him.
I've never heard
Eye
that phrase.
jammies?
I don't know why you looked right at me. I've never heard that phrase in my
Eye
life.
jammies like a punch to the
Jammed
eye?
him in the eye. Yeah, jabbed him. Got a jab.
We were almost a full show without any RJ doucheness.
DISD.
Oh my gosh.
DISD kid. He knows about fighting.
Oh!
Pretty valid.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with Jerry Jones at 8:30. It's the K for Kemba MC Masterpiece next on 105. And good job with the Peaceathon.
50,000! Woo!
KMC next on the Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. Well, you Classic Chevrolet Studios. This is the 9th annual Peaceathon, benefiting My Possibilities on 105.3 The Fan.
Why are we playing that intro? The Peaceathon
It's still Peaceathon in my heart.
is over.
Well, is it though?
We will not be going for
Call up
14.
IT. My computer's messed up.
Is it ever really over?
That is a great point. You can always go to 1053thefan.com/Peaceathon if
The
you
real
want to
Peaceathon
donate.
is the friends that we met along the way.
Yes.
Okay, stop it. No, it was the money we made along the way.
Wow,
And
look at you,
no,
dude.
I mean, look, I don't get any of the money, so it's fine to be selfish like that. I want to thank you guys. We put it out on social media, but y'all kept donating on Friday. We surpassed $50,000 raised for My Possibilities. And just think about how far we've come together, Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers. 2 years ago, the most we had ever raised was $25,000. In the last 2 years, we've raised $95,000 for My Possibilities. I mean, I feel like it's a lot. I'm sure there's other people who run charity events is like, it's a pittance. But for us, it feels like a lot.
It was a huge moment for us because I think, we've raised over the time over $200,000 now. And we really appreciate the Tolos that have been committed to it and helped spread the word along the way. That's been the really cool part is, Kevin, when we started it, it was, hey, would y'all listen if we worked overnight?
Right.
And people were like, yeah. And we were like, okay, well, let's just add something to it. And now here we are with where people are like actively saying, hey, I want to tell more people about this. I want to get more people involved in it. It was fun. It was a good ride. It was the last one. We've officially shut it down.
Next year is the 10th one, though. We wouldn't quit on that.
No, you finish at 9. That way you don't get to a full decade of something.
Okay. Hey.
You make it 8 seasons, Kevin, and you get something pretty good. Is
8
what I'm
seasons
told.
in a movie?
Yeah, we reached syndication. So.
We'll do the movie next year is what the plan is going to be.
Okay.
How about that? Does that sound better?
Okay. You don't want to wait until do the movie like 6 years after people stop caring and you're like, now.
You can.
Now we're going to do the movie.
As I'm sure Kevin talked about on Friday, you still can donate at 1053thefan.com/Peaceathon. That's up through the end of the year. We always do that for people that have told us, Kevin, hey, I don't have it right now, but I want to do something.
Yeah.
It's up through the end of the year if you want to take part in it throughout the rest of the season. Or if you get to the end of the year and you're like, you know what? I got to go make some taxable donations.
Man, I agree with that.
Let me just throw this out there real quick. So if that's where you are, if you have some rich friends, always tell them to donate tens of thousands if they can.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. And next year we will continue our quest for a matching sponsor. One of these days, that's going to happen. I was already talking about that on Friday, and my wife's like, hey, why don't you just take a second? So we made it, and y'all were amazing in terms of sharing, in terms of listening, in terms of bids, donating. Everything was awesome.
From the 214-50,000, it was 25,000 2 years ago. What's the coincidence there, Kevin? What's the coincidence?
I mean, I can see the rest of that text. So, hey, whatever the reason was, thank you to whoever is responsible. I am super stoked.
I said you're welcome.
Now, some would argue obsessed, so much that I was bothering Corey and Adrian for updated totals just to confirm the math I had done. But we made it.
Want to also thank CB American Shaman not only for their donations, but also for participating and buying some really cool stuff as well. So thanks to them. That's a great partnership that we got going along with them.
Absolutely. Now, we started this conversation on Friday. I know some folks might have been off Friday or might have been shopping and not listening to the radio, but Corey wanted to get you involved in the conversation as well. Do you think in only 2 weeks the Cowboys have quieted your concerns about the run defense?
Just the ability to be more disciplined with it and say, hey, we do have to pay attention to this too. Like there was this part of you that was like, do they even know they're not bad? They're not good at this? And it was like, you're questioning Steven, you're questioning everybody. Dan Quinn, I mean, is he always like this? And then they said, hey, I think my favorite part about it is they called themselves out. And it didn't take a coach walking in and cussing them for them to wake up, because I don't think that lasts. Honestly, just think about this. we respect Gavin Spittle. We respect what he has to say and his thoughts on radio. But whenever it's somebody next to you that says, hey, we got to do this, it changes your approach to something, especially if you have respect for him, too. Whole team has respect for Micah. Whole team has respect for Jaron Kearse. Hey, we got to call the right people out. We got to do our things right. And so, yes, that part of it makes me think it will stick. Now, there may be times, Kevin, where they run up against teams that are just good at running the football, and they might struggle with it a little more with, trying to balance out their secondary. But for the time being, yes, I feel a lot more confident in their ability to stop the run whenever they need to.
All right, let me ask you a question real quick then to go along with this. Is Saquon Barkley and Dalvin Cook are both top what running backs in
10.
the NFL? Okay. And if we said 8?
Sure.
Okay.
I fell off Cook a little bit this year.
Sure.
Just because I don't know what his numbers just don't. When I watch him run, he looks different. And I don't know if it's because he chose to go with number 4 or whatever it is. But when I watch him run, he looks very different to me this year.
So the thing that that is fair. The thing that I was encouraged by going into the games the last 2 weeks is Barkley and Cook were 2nd and 6th in the league, respectively, in rushing, at the time. And against the Vikings, all told, 17 carries, 73 yards, no touchdowns. The Giants, 21 carries, 90 yards, 1 touchdown. That was Dalvin Cook's 4th lowest rushing total of the season individually, and Saquon's 2nd lowest rushing total of the season individually. The rushing yards per game the last 2 weeks, 81.5. The Cowboys had been abysmal at that, 26th in the league. That figure would put them 2nd.
This was an interesting view, and I don't know if you talked about this much with Broadus, but the Bears, when the Bears ran on the Cowboys the way they did, the Packers said, we're going to do that too. And the Packers got a win out of it. The Vikings did not. They didn't. They abandoned the run almost.
Yeah, they did.
And that's what the Cowboys want you to do.
Yeah.
The Cowboys want you to say, we got to catch up to this team somehow. We got to start throwing the ball. Whereas all these other teams are like, we're going to just stick. We have to be disciplined and sticking with the run. When it comes to the Giants, the Cowboys offense exploded in the second half, and that turned it away from being able to be the most useful part of their game.
And that's a great point. So I think you might dig this number more than yards per carry, because you're right, is the Vikings definitely abandoned the run because they were losing by 1 million points. Is you in those last 2 games, you gave up 4.3 yards per carry. That would take you from Cowboys were 28th in the league to 10th in the league if you just measured the last 2 weeks. And I feel like if you get this run defense to mediocre, you feel pretty good comparative to probably one of the worst 5 or 6 in the league.
All right, let me ask you this question. If they are around this number heading into the final few weeks of the season, going into the playoffs, will you look back and go, yeah, but that Bears game, that Packers game, or will you say, no, this is a different team within a season?
I think I will. I think the reason why I will lament against, especially the Packers game is I wonder, and at least you hope, seeding comes into play. Clearly, you're still 2 games back of the Eagles if you were to want to win this division. But I worry that you're going to get to a point, especially if you beat Philadelphia, that you're going to be like, yeah, but we still finished a game back of them, and we would have won the tie break based on divisional record and being even head-to-head. I felt the same way I did about the penalties, is the Cowboys started horribly with penalties, and then they found a groove for a good chunk of the season where they were mediocre at penalties. And then the last few weeks, you've fallen back into, hey, we're the worst again. So you can see, or one of the worst, you can see how the Cowboys can move all over the place. So I'm hopeful that this mediocre run defense continues to push. And I don't mean that as a dig. I mean, if this run defense is mediocre, this team can win a Super Bowl. I just look at the first Giants game. If you just want to compare with the first Giants game, because don't you think the first Giants game was another one where you're like, hey, what's the story with our run defense, especially when it comes to containing quarterbacks? Saquon, first game, 81 carries on 14 yards. Excuse me. Let's try. I'm going to try that again. I'm going to reverse those numbers.
81 carries.
No.
Cowboys are great on this
No. 80.
That's like a point something per carry.
14 carries for 81 yards. There we go. Got it. And then this time, 11 carries for 39 yards. So we dropped that tremendously. And then for Daniel Jones, first game, 9 carries, 79 yards. This one, only 14 yards. Donovan Wilson was there. Leighton Vander Esch was there. You see reasons to be optimistic, but obviously you have to continue it.
Yeah, you say, did he have a 40-yarder in that game? Was it a 30-yarder?
The first
Barkley?
Giants game, I
pretty
think
big,
something
big
like
run
that,
there.
yeah.
And I'm not saying don't count that. You have to. It happened, and you can't, that's what we talk about with Pollard is if he can do that, that changes what your offense's dimensions are. And so when your defense can keep and limit that, well, I'm fine with them picking up 2 and 3 yards as long as they didn't get that big 40-yarder for a touchdown. That changes everything I have to think about and look forward to. Now, I guess, Kevin, the next thing is Jonathan Taylor's the next running back, right?
Sure.
So he's got 147, 84, 76 against Washington 3 weeks ago. They stink as a team.
They do.
But he's still a good runner.
No,
and they're going to commit to it.
Absolutely. My hope is that
They'll get 22 carries is probably what's going to happen.
My hope is that you can run a similar game plan in terms of getting out to a bigger lead. But you're right. That will be a great test. Jonathan Taylor is at worst, one of the best 3 running backs in the
you can
league.
put him in that category.
And so that will be another challenge, and maybe that's the game or maybe they're waiting for Philly.
As Dan Quinn and kind of this, you are watching a historic sack run here. When you're seeing what they're doing, there's this part of you that kind of wants to chase history, though. And I know that probably happened at some point in the season.
Right.
Where they were like, hey, go get those sacks. But seeing Dan Quinn still be able to kind of manipulate and know, hey, today's a 7-sack day. Today may be a 2-sack day, guys, but we're going to have those days where it's a sack party.
Here's what I would encourage them for that. There's no better way to pile up sacks than to force the team into a giant deficit where they have to throw the ball every single time. When they got to go back out there against Minnesota for the pass rush as a privilege, I was like, here's your template, all right? Push a team into submission where they're like, well, we can't run the ball anymore, so we have to throw it all the time. And then you let them run wild at the quarterback. So if you want to make history, make a difference early in the game so we can get to those spots for history.
From the 6-8-2, that would definitely be some commitment to the run if a team ran 81 times for 14 yards.
That was the reverse. I would think we have the greatest run defense that has ever existed.
Eagles would have got 1,000 yards last night.
Yeah, that it reminds me of one of those, you see it with Duncanville. I know Louisville is really good this year in terms of the high school playoffs. You see these in high school playoff games or district games where it's a shocking mismatch, and it'll be like, sorry to call them out, but this is what popped into my mind immediately. It was like Sunset ran the ball 28 times for -7 yards. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what was happening?
Because they don't trust being a DISD kid, they didn't trust the quarterback to be able to throw. They didn't trust that we could protect long enough, and we didn't have any receivers that could catch.
And there's
Except for Seneca, he could catch.
There's a lot of positive stuff still coming out about Peaceathon, but then there's one text that this is the most amazing. It's from the 214. I dare anyone to find another place where I can get a Billy Sims jersey, a Michael Young autographed baseball, and all the money goes to the best cause in the world. You guys kick ass. Why? Thank you for all you do. From the 817, just wanted to say thank you. My Possibilities has done wonders for me and my family as I have an autistic child. But you guys, what you do has touched my heart. I am a Tolo for life. And then these are the things. Thank you so much. Those are amazing texts. Appreciate y'all. And then these are the things. I knew this was going to come up, and I know Dawson has thoughts about this. From the 903, screw Gavin Dawson for bidding and winning on the Cheech and Chong. I still haven't gotten over it.
I've been told there's a way that you can get that out of his hands. It's just going to take a lot. So,
man.
There's a lot of commitment it's going to take on your part. It's going to be like 81 rushes for 14 yards.
Okay, that was,
get that done.
The mistakes were made mostly by me.
Let me add this, Kevin. The people at My Possibilities that work there, the hipsters that go there, they appreciate it too. That's the thing. You've been there. You've seen their faces. You've talked to the employees. They love us. We love them too. And
don't get me sued, but I think that is the real happiest place on earth.
Show.
Plus, you don't have to pay all this crazy money just to like go up there. Like you can just go up there.
Can you imagine if they were like, sorry, the ride's going to take 6 hours before you can get on? And you're like, I just want to see the hipsters.
Yeah, whatever.
Would you like to purchase some hipster dollars?
Yeah. Oh my God. I actually look, Reggie. I know that was sarcasm. I do not think that is the worst idea in the world.
I like hipster dollars.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will get our betting with Bassick updates plus Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on the Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Do you know how to connect the laptop to the Wi-Fi, Mickey? Mike's having a little bit of trouble over here today.
The laptop to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. What
He's
do you
not
do?
here. I don't know if that would be.
I'm just trying to help Mike out a little bit.
Well, neither's Rick Lou.
Go up to the little thingy at the top and just connect.
Okay, I'm going to need more specific technical expertise than that,
perfect.
Mickey.
That was great.
That was
Thanks, Mickey.
not as helpful
Exactly
as
what I was looking for.
I don't
Well,
think.
it's pretty simple, right? It's got the little Wi-Fi thing
Okay.
up there, and you
Mickey-
click on it and then just, attach.
I'm gonna speak for you. Sound like you would be a great IT guy. Yes,
Oh, no.
This is for all IT people of America. I realize that I'm stupid and you are better at this than I am, and that is why I've had to call on you. And I realize it was probably a really little thing that needed to get fixed, and I'm a dummy for it. I get it. I already felt humbled by having to ask you for help. There's no need to scoreboard me. I get it.
There's some jobs I absolutely could not do, and that's one of them, IT.
I did it for a while, and I carried a Lucky Rabbit's foot in my pocket because most of the time I knew it was going to be a just reboot and everything's going to be fine. But whenever they saw the rabbit foot, they were like, "Oh my god!"
That's funny you mentioned reboot, because yesterday when I got back to the house, my driver's side window wouldn't stay up. It would go up and then go back down. Go up, go back down. So this morning I said, well, I got to go get that fixed. And then I thought, why didn't you just turn the car off and turn it back on?
Oh yeah. Did
Right?
that work then?
It fixed it. Yeah.
There you go.
Although once it went up this morning, I said, no, we're not going to let it go back down just yet.
Even our cars are computers nowadays.
That's right.
Man, that's why one of the best things ever, this was a couple years ago now, is Dawson talked about getting a truck made before, 1979 or whatever. And he goes, that way, when the EMP hits, I can still drive around in my truck. I was like, all right,
Everybody
right
else is in
on.
trouble, not me.
So now, Mickey, I guess we should probably talk about the Cowboys and football and stuff too. I was reading your article and you came across a phrase that I have really enjoyed now. It's the Dallas Cowboys AT after Thanksgiving.
Uh-huh.
And
Big Bill Parcellsism right there.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. It is. Before we get to the after Thanksgiving part, do you look at this record and say you are what your record is? Do you feel that is representative of the Cowboys this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think, 11 games in, it's a good indication of where you are. They're, obviously not perfect. They do have some faults, but it's a pretty darn good team at this point. Having gone through what they've gone through, meaning, winning 4 of the 5 games when Dak wasn't here. And I think that since he has returned, minus the first half against Detroit, this offense has been pretty darn good. And I know they went to, Green Bay and got beat, but they scored 28 points. In my opinion, 28 points should be enough to win a game.
Right.
And they didn't because they gave up 31 in overtime. So other than that kind of blip on the radar, they've been pretty darn good. And even though they got beat by Philadelphia after falling behind, they got that game to 2017 and needed a stop. And would have had an opportunity to take the lead, and they didn't get the stop. But again, if this offense can continue playing at this level, and by the way, that was a game without Dak Prescott, right? I just think that they're pretty darn good. And one of the reasons I feel this way is this offensive line has really gelled, and I think is playing awfully well at this point, with the real possibility of getting Tyron Smith back in 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that because Dak hasn't been sacked in the last 2 weeks. And keeping your quarterback standing is important. Why I understand what Tyron is, but why would you want to change something that's working good?
Because I would think that they feel like Tyler Smith at left guard might be better than what they have right now.
Okay.
And that if Tyron Smith is Tyron Smith, and they'll find that out, right?
For sure.
They're not going to force this and say, okay, this is automatic. They got to see it. Then you've got, an all-pro player that you can put at left tackle. And, if there's, 3 games left in the season and then you go into the playoffs, chances are when you get to the playoffs, you're going to be playing better defenses. If he is ready to go, I don't think I'd have a problem with that because Tyler Smith has been playing. It's not like all of a sudden, you're putting a guy in that hasn't played, right? He's already played 11 games in the NFL. And other than the communication, I think from a physical standpoint, I think he could be pretty good inside.
Do you think that that has any effect? Because I don't talk to him nearly enough on ego for him that he would be like, I don't want to go back to this.
No, I think
feel
this
good
kid.
here.
No, this kid has no ego. He's all about working, studying, getting better, and doing whatever they ask him to do. You've got no prima donna there. This guy is a worker. And I think I think if they think this helps the team, then he's on board.
You feel like that's kind of the MO for the whole offensive line is that they kind of have that mentality?
I think it's for the whole team. I mean, if you think about it, is there any me guy on this team?
Well, we'll find that out in about a week or so, wouldn't you imagine?
If somebody could figure out he's supposed to put his seatbelt on the airplane.
How much? Okay, and I know Odell Beckham gets talked to death and we talked about it a lot from an injury and a money standpoint. Do you have concerns from an ego standpoint about maybe it's about Odell, maybe it's not, just about bringing new people in at this point and potentially messing up the room?
I do have a little bit of concern, but. And I don't know if the guys are all saying the right thing now, or if they really believe that, they know him and he would fit in to the room. I don't think that – I think they look at it as, they think they're getting Odell Beckham 3 years ago.
Right.
I don't know if he's that. And I think it's to the point now with the offense functioning, which you make a good point, the way it is, that, he's a bonus. He's not a need to me. And so that means I am not desperate financially to meet his needs to get him on this team. But if he wants to play and have a chance and, not trying to get ahead of myself in the playoffs, then, come on board. But I'm not giving you a 4-year deal.
Right.
I'm just not. Because even if he plays 3 regular season games, I don't think that proves where he's at and what he can still do at 30 years old. But if he's my 3rd wide receiver, why not? But I don't want to make an investment on it. So to me, it's that word that Jerry used. He's an additive, but I don't think he is a desperate need for this team to continue playing at the level they're playing at right now.
Mickey, you might have already heard this. Corey, you might have too. I'm going to try to dazzle Corey with this statistic. The Vikings and Giants are 16-3 against the rest of the NFL and 0-3 against the Cowboys.
Oh, you like that, huh?
I am bedazzled.
Yes!
That's a good one.
Yeah.
We did it, Mickey.
Okay. All right.
And they and they got a pretty good record too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And they can't beat the Cowboys.
The Cowboys can beat good teams. It's the bad teams like the Packers.
Well, yeah.
But I remain flummoxed. Yeah, I don't know.
Defensively, they were bad last night.
Or the
right?
Bucs are horrible.
Yeah.
But they scored. I mean, how many points did they score? They had,
33.
33, right?
Yeah.
Against the Packers. The Cowboys had 28, which I said should have been enough to beat them. So, yeah, defensively, they supposedly brought in all those guys, right? Sue and whoever
Limbaugh
else.
Joseph, yeah.
Kinlaw, was it? Did I get that right? They brought in another defensive lineman.
Limbaugh Joseph?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. And they still gave up all those points.
Yeah.
It's like, seriously? Okay. Let's see what you can do when Dak Prescott's out there.
When we get to the end of the season, I will remain
really exciting.
Of all the games
Colts
on,
first,
I will remain perplexed by that Packers game.
Mhm.
I know that game's over. Nothing you can do to change it. I look at that game and I'm like, but how? How did it happen?
Well, you know what? And I bet the Eagles are thinking the same thing about last week, right?
Yeah.
It was the Colts, right?
Yep.
They beat them 17-16. And that's one of those that they avoided that loss, right?
They did?
Oh, no, they didn't, right? That was their...
No, they did.
They did,
Yeah,
right?
it was
Yeah, it
barely.
was the week before.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that was one of those games they're going, how did that happen? But they
Yeah.
won, And you're going to get one of those or two every year unless you're, the Miami Dolphins and you're perfect.
Right.
But you're going to throw in a clunker. And, that was their clunker. If not for the Cowboys, Tampa Bay, right?
Yeah.
You look back and you go, okay, it was Tampa Bay, it was Brady. No, it wasn't. They're not that good.
Yeah. That could be your playoff opponent, too.
No, yeah. Good. I think they would like a redo against that team.
I would appreciate that as well. Let's chat again tomorrow, good sir.
All right, we should have something. Actually, there's activity on the field right now.
Oh.
Kind of not like a practice, but kind of going through the motions to kind of get your legs back going.
Okay.
Make sure everybody doesn't think they're still on vacation.
Yeah, that is not a bad philosophy.
Get out there and jog, guys. Come on.
I wish we could do that at work, like do an hour practice show in Studio
Well,
B. And
sometimes you need it, right? When if you didn't, you get out of your routine for about 3 days, 4 days. How many was it? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, 3 days in a row. Yeah, You got to shake off the cobwebs.
All right. Well, we have shooken off the cobwebs.
Shook it off. Good.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch you tomorrow.
See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com or the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for our Betting with Bassick update. Good news, Bassick, it does not require the computer.
Well, unless you want to know the scores.
I mean, I can. That's a good point.
Here you go. My man Rick Lou's here.
Yeah,
Rick,
we got IT.
can you take this thing and fix it?
he just handed
take it wherever
Rick
you want.
his laptop.
You can kick it as far as you want.
Just said, will
It's
you
not working.
fix it? All right.
Okay, so I remember this. I bet Cincinnati.
You did.
I bet Tennessee because
Correct.
Tennessee was a home dog. And I thought, you know what? Vegas is saying probably bet Cincinnati because they're just leaning you towards Tennessee. And I was like, guess what? Guess what I did? Just like you did with Minnesota and Dallas. It's like, wait a second, this team has a good record and they're at home. And Jamar Chase most likely isn't going to play, and he didn't play. But it didn't matter. The Cincinnati Bengals were able to cover the spread of 2.5. So I lost that, and you won. Fart knocker.
Hooray for me. And then
That's all I care about, Corey. I don't care about beating you. I care about beating Kevin because $20 to Kevin is like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's the
Thousands Lance Armstrong's testicle that he's missing.
Oh my God! What?
How much would you pay for that?
None.
Priceless.
And then
if it was being auctioned off for my possibilities, how much would you pay for it?
I would find people.
That'd be a weird thing to have.
That would,
but it would be amazing story to
how
tell.
am I supposed to figure out the taxable value on that? I have to really think that over. We also have Monday Night Football tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, you picked Monday Night Football?
I did.
Oh, good. I haven't lost all of them because Corey, you weren't even here and you won. Because I took Seattle minus 3.5 at home against Las Vegas.
And then Josh Jacobs happened.
Look at this. I mean,
he's already done. He already fixed it.
It took wait. I don't know because it has this thing going on right here.
My God.
Sure.
All right.
The Josh Jacobs touchdown, I didn't know, like, I lost a fantasy game because of it, but I win $20 because of it. So
is that a fair trade?
Well, I'm down 120. So, I mean, I'm chipping away. This is the old peck away theory.
You're down 120 now, I guess?
Yeah, 120.
Yeah, so Seattle, what happened to, I thought it was the year of Geno Smith. As soon as I bet on Geno.
Geno don't play defense?
Why not?
That is a great
I watched the movie, Remember the Titans. They started playing their offensive players on defense when it mattered.
All right.
Sunshine ain't play defense.
Something for Seattle.
I thought he did. I thought he played like safety for a play or
I don't
something.
remember that movie. I'm not going to lie.
And by the way, when Mike asks all the football questions tomorrow, there's going to be some sunshine questions.
Oh, yes, I figured. And from the 214, shout out to RJ Duke's Card Shop. I got to meet Kevin and Mike. And then on Saturday, I got an email saying I won one of the giveaways as we opened all kinds of cool stuff. They said...
I didn't even write my name down. Dang it.
I didn't win anything.
Me neither.
I think they won...
Did you win the Goldberg? Oh, I thought you won.
No, not me. Is they won either the pop culture leaf cards or maybe one of the baseballs. I think they won the pop culture. Remember, that had the Ralph Macchio 1 of 1
One of
in
one,
it.
Corey. We pulled a 1 of 1 Karate Kid.
That is awesome.
Coming up.
What age?
Next, he was Karate Kid age.
Okay, so not the Cobra Kai?
Yeah, he was the Jersey Kid in there.
That's really cool.
Coming up next, we go to the football free zone. We can talk about all things World Cup, Mavs, Stars, and whatever the hell else we want. We will do it next right here on The Fan.
World Cup's football.
Get up to a 25% bonus and up to 10% growth per year.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back
Lines
here.
it back to Wood.
There we go.
Wood, a show and go. Drives the lane and a big-time hammer dropped by Wood.
And Jason Kidd was like, pass, sit that dude on the bench. So this is the football free zone. So I definitely wouldn't be able to tell you that coming up in the noon o'clock hour, we'll give away Cowboys tickets to the Colts game. I can't tell you that is going to be the case. All right.
We can't make any jokes during this segment, is what you said?
No. You could definitely make jokes.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to go first, World Cup, Stars, or Mavs?
Let's just stay away from the Mavs. They're not worth talking about.
Okay.
All right, so it's World Cup
I'm
or
shunning the
Stars?
Mavs.
Yes.
I think we should go with the most important sport, Kevin, based on what you just said here locally, and that would be World Cup.
Well,
they don't even play today.
I mean, that is true. They play tomorrow. I'm curious how...
the USA? I mean, there's matches on right now.
That's true. The USA plays tomorrow, and I'm curious how amped up people are for that. 20 million people across Fox, Telemundo, and Peacock watch the 0-0 draw against England, which is good. It was
in America?
Yeah.
Or across the world?
No. In America, I'm sure across the world.
20 million people
I feel
in
like
America?
probably every single human in England probably watched that game.
Yeah, I think the estimation is like 1.something billion watch the World Cup.
Yeah.
And they're still waiting on a goal.
That is true, which is great. I thought this is a great estimation of soccer. It's like, is there some fun action? You might hit a crossbar, but no goals. It is the most watched men's soccer match ever on US TV, up from the final in 1994 of Italy versus Brazil. And that was the World Cup that was here in America, I do believe. And so that final was the previous high water mark in the United States. This broke it, most watched men's soccer match of all time. Do you get the sense that people are hyped up for tomorrow, win, and make the knockout stage? Like, is it worth a segment of its own tomorrow?
I think. Reggie, are you here tomorrow?
Nope.
All right.
I'll be watching that match at home.
I think
Get ready for the get ready.
that we will be there's a lot of anxiety about it, about like, is this team going to be able to beat the team? They need to win one match,
yes,
in order to prove that they deserve being like in the World Cup at this point. And so that's like, they got to beat Iran. So I think there's a little apprehension on the part of American fans right now. That's where I think a lot of people that are connected to it are like, okay, what are you going to show me here?
They are a heavy favorite in the match. However, a draw will not help you out. You have to win. And so that complicates matters. I don't think a lot of people believe they're going to lose, but I bet a whole lot of people didn't think that Wales would lose to them either. By the way, quick side note about soccer. The word is Lionel Messi is coming to the MLS.
Yeah, man. There's been a scuttlebutt, a word that I like using, about Messi potentially coming to MLS, but there have been really reputable reports that are saying that this is close to happening and him possibly joining the
FC Dallas.
Beckham.
Yeah.
Nope.
Unfortunately, not FC Dallas, though. They
We
have
get Ronaldo.
They have the money to get it
Man
done.
City.
Is Inter Miami is the word. That's where he's going to go. He will be the highest paid MLS player of all time, which that
What about outer Miami
feels.
Yeah, did you say Messi or Luca? Is this a report 2 years from now?
No, my God.
Sorry.
You said you didn't want to talk about the Mavericks.
I don't want to.
So perhaps Messi will come to the MLS
and destroy the league.
Yeah, probably. But like that has become a really interesting like groove for the MLS. Is we will take your high-level European player when they're at or near the end of their career.
He just scored.
And yeah, he did, and he scored in both of the matches.
It wasn't a laser. He kind of bounced all over the place.
I am not 100% on that, but it's not looking.
They're not eliminated, but they're not in a good spot.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Canada's out. Mexico's still technically in. The United States, they have a very clear path. But yeah, it looks like maybe Messi will come to the MLS.
Is Ronaldo going to come to the MLS too?
I bet.
If they actually want him.
Oh, man. They will take him in a heartbeat.
That would be interesting if they arrived kind of
same
around
time?
the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Because when
And
was the
played
last-
on the same team.
Well, I don't know.
Then it'd be really clear who's
It would
better.
be more fun. It would be more fun for them to play on opposing teams.
Yeah.
Because what has been the premier battle for your Tom Brady, Peyton Manning in the MLS, and it's always just been like, oh, we got Zlatan, we got this Beckham guy,
Pele.
Okay, all right, nope, I don't think that was it. Did he Pele play?
Yeah,
Okay.
for the New York, New Jersey team.
So,
That's
like,
a huge deal at the time.
We've
Was it
always
the
had
Cosmos?
the
I
one
think
guy.
that is right.
Versus Tattoo. That was the big matchup.
You're trying, Corey. I appreciate it. You're trying.
But there's never been like that dominant good versus evil. You pick a side on that, and I think that could be good for the MLS. But I don't know.
Now, I don't think this was a joke. At first, it seemed like this person was joking, but there was an employee at the U.S. Embassy that got fired before the United States-England game because they were openly supporting England at the U.S. Embassy.
What?
And they were like, yeah, that's not really...
They got fired for that?
Yeah.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. Hold on. What does the U.S. Embassy do?
Are you sorry?
In England?
Well...
What do they do? What are they actually doing?
But
They help out U.S. people?
But here's the thing, is I still think it was a, fired for social media bit. Like, they filmed a video, which makes me feel like it's unlikely that this is an actual firing. Although I would love videos of people getting fired. I feel like that would take over TikTok and everything else.
Oh my
but
God, Kevin's so heartless. He want to see people lose their income.
I mean, look, only if it's justified. In this case, I feel fairly confident that it's a joke video in terms of they were going around the office being like, oh, well, they were cheering for England. That almost got me in trouble. And they got quote unquote fired. But
Does that get you fired here too?
Are you trying to actively get fired?
From the 720, soccer is the worst, biggest stage, U.S. versus England, bars full of patrons all across the land, just to have a 0-0 tie. Really, soccer? But I do believe that in the final match of the World Cup, they will leave it up to the purest form of soccer, which is PK.
That's true.
Like that's how
I think what they should do is they should take the most casual soccer fans who really don't watch soccer and never will watch soccer and let them change all the rules of soccer.
Right at the very end,
feel
for
like
the last match?
No. Just like all the rules, like somebody like me who doesn't really care about soccer. I know it's a beautiful sport, but I don't
heard
really
you were
care
a big
about.
Man City fan.
I am, but then I looked at their roster. A lot of the guys like Raheem Sterling's gone. He went to England.
Sure, that's how that works.
Yeah.
He went to England.
Just let the people who really don't understand the sport or really care about it or are entertained about it, let them change all the rules about it.
I don't think he's talking about soccer anymore.
Okay, but I don't understand.
No, I'm talking about baseball.
I don't understand.
Why do they? Let's have offsides.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
just get rid of it. Let's make it more exciting.
Yeah, that will up scoring. We'll have more shots on goal if I don't have to stay where all the defenders are. I can just, hey, if you want to go up to midfield and I don't, deal with it.
And I don't understand why people are so bent out of shape about a scoreless draw. The match before, it was 1-1, which Reggie helped me out. I'm pretty sure is tied for the most goals in the history of a soccer match. So
now I don't feel as bad about reading this message from Swaggy Booties that says Kevin loves layoffs.
From the fourth, that's true. Kevin is like, I can't
Tighten
wait
up
for
the
layoff
workforce.
day.
Only 5 people can play defense at a time.
From the 469, all you idiot casuals are annoying.
What?
The beautiful. That's the problem.
What did I do?
That's the problem. You can't do that.
Make the goal bigger.
If you want people to like the game, you can't be a jerk like that.
Are you
to the people
telling
that are trying
me?
to learn?
Are you telling me, Corey, that it does not encourage people to like soccer when you're like, well, soccer is the most popular sport in the world, and then you condescend to them?
If you have to ask, you're never gonna know.
Yeah, but you're like, I asked so I could know.
I feel like they don't have television.
Oh, what?
They haven't seen other sports.
That feels like definitely too broad of a statement.
You want action?
No, that definitely. We need to. If we do a soccer segment tomorrow, we'll find that Simpsons clip breaking down the different nations.
That's what we're doing right now?
Yeah. I
can't wait for tomorrow. What time's the game at?
It's at 1 o'clock.
Yes. I'll watch the first half.
Just keep this in mind. The last time the United States played during our show, they did not give up a goal. And then the time before that, when they played on our show, they did not give up a goal. It was only G-Bag who wrecked that against
I haven't seen
Wales.
him give up a goal this whole thing. World Cup.
That's because you only watch when it's on during our show?
Yeah.
That I definitely believe. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. At some point, we will talk about the historic start for Jason Robertson. But coming up next.
And the historic start of Tim Hardaway Jr.
No, that is historically bad. Who is the non-QB MVP of the NFL? I know that was a lot of letters. Could Micah be in the mix? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who is the non-quarterback MVP of the NFL? 877-881-1053.
Jalen Hurts.
Because he's a running back.
Man.
Well, he ran for 157 yards.
Mike's dislike for Jalen Hurts never dies.
That SOB on the big stage last night probably put himself right back in the strong conversation for MVP.
Do you think that Diggs is in the conversation this year?
Oh my God! Stop that! Stop that! I know what you're doing.
I know
we're not
Micah
doing
Parsons should be a strong consideration for this category.
Is when we talked to Jerry on Friday, essentially went through the idea that, you know, non-quarterbacks aren't really up for consideration for MVP a whole lot anymore. And if that surprised him, and he was like, not really. When you consider the outsized contributions that quarterbacks bring to the game, he 100% gets why that is. So we might still see a sporadic votes here and there, but it feels like this award could be locked into the quarterback for a really long time. So my question for y'all is, if we created our non-quarterback MVP, who would get your vote?
I got some candidates.
Okay.
I do have Diggs. Stephon Diggs.
Oh.
On my list.
Oh.
The reason I have him elevated over Jefferson and Hill at this point, I mean, their numbers are so close because he has 4 more touchdowns than the next guy in that grouping.
Jefferson and Hill's touchdowns are pretty low.
Yeah, considering, but I mean, they move their team up and down the field and then their targets, but I get it. So I'm putting Diggs in that category. I'm putting Travis Kelce in that category. He leads the league in receiving touchdowns with 12 as a tight end. And I don't know if a team's ever going to be able to come up with a way to stop this guy. Like, even with all the things they have, him and Mahomes just understand what they're doing together. And it's pretty destructive. Josh Jacobs. Kevin has now made his way onto my list at 1,159 yards and 9 touchdowns.
What team does he play on?
105 yards per game.
They suck.
The
what
worst
is this,
team.
the Major League Baseball, where you can be on a bad team and win MVP?
He is good. All right, then Derrick Henry, because he's on a team that's bad, but they act like they're good.
They're 7-4.
Yeah, they're in first place.
Yeah, where they were in first place last year, and then what happened? They lost to the Bengals in the first round.
The Bengals went to the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. You know what? The Bengals were the best, except for the Rams. And then my last two people would be definitely Micah and Matt Judon. I think both of those guys are very similar in their category, but Micah has he has the touchdown. He has a couple extra fumble recoveries. There are just some other things that Micah has been able to add to it. So I would definitely have those 5 guys in my category, unless that's 6.
So for Micah, the one that I thought was amazing is on NFL.com after Thursday's win over the Giants. They just put Micah is inevitable. And so that's right. And then the Giants disappeared. He's the Defensive Player of the Year front runner, netted 2 sacks for the 6th time this season. And yes, Corey, because of you, I've become very fascinated by he gets 0 sacks or he gets 2 sacks in every single game. He became the 3rd player to have 12-plus sacks in his first 2 seasons, joining Aldon Smith and Reggie White. And obviously you hope he goes more of the Reggie White direction than the Aldon Smith direction. He's on pace to break numerous early defensive records, including most multi-sack games at this point. I think he's in the mix for non-QB MVP for sure.
Don't you feel like Micah will definitely go more Reggie White direction than Aldon Smith?
You know what? I do, but I also kind of wonder, how did people feel about Aldon Smith at the time? Like, it's tough to reflect back on that if they were like, well, there's nothing that's ever going to slow him down. There's something internally with Micah that I think is going to make the difference.
That's the difference for me, is it just seems like a guy who...
That's fair.
Everything about him is geared towards how do I go win whatever. Not, hey, I'm just superiorly gifted.
Yeah.
And I'm showing up and I'm this good. Like, even with Sean Merriman, I think one of the things was he was in the wrong city. He was in a place where he got caught up in all the stuff that was going on, and also steroids. And so like that.
What?
Wasn't that? Am I wrong about that? That was a positive test, correct?
I don't even know.
That was in his world. There was something different out there. Here in Dallas, I mean, I know there's a lot of glitz and glamour that goes along with the Cowboys, but I think that Micah's his whole approach is very different than these guys.
Okay, so I had the two other logical candidates for me were the receivers. Is like Patrick Peterson was asked about Justin Jefferson being the MVP, and he's like, yeah, MVP. He's having that type of year where he should be considered. Now, the wild thing about that is, did you know that last year Cooper Kupp was the first wide receiver to even get a vote for MVP since Randy Moss in 1998? Think about how crazy that is. We went 23 years from a vote for a wide receiver, not to mention the fact that wide receivers don't win MVPs in the NFL.
From the 6'8" Max Crosby has 10.5 sacks and 0 help around him and gets doubled almost every play. Who was the help going into the season around Micah? DeMarcus?
Yes.
Diggs? Going into the season, it's Micah that makes Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah.
He gives those opportunities come up. Now Dorrance is taking advantage of them.
I definitely feel like Dorrance Armstrong has got something.
But coming into the season, it was like Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, and you were like, DeMarcus is aging. Like that. That's kind of where you were with this.
A lot of people were worried about the loss of Randy Gregory.
Yeah. And then
it hasn't mattered at all.
Dorrance and other names keep stepping in.
But look what he's done for Denver.
Not fine.
Nothing.
He did a little something early in the season.
If you saw what Russell Wilson's doing over there, wouldn't you say my hamstring hurts or whatever?
Oh my God, yes.
You'd be like,
but you're gonna have to say your hamstring hurts for the next 5 years because he's stuck there. All right. So the other two people, Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill. So Justin Jefferson is on pace for 125 catches, 1,904 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Like that's a crazy year.
Insane.
Tyreek Hill is on pace for 134 catches, 1,906 yards, and 6 touchdowns. The issue that they're going to run into is almost like when Adrian Peterson, he had to break 2,000 yards to win MVP. I think that you have to break 2,000 yards and break the record. So the record for most receiving yards in a season is 1,964. The record for most catches in a season is 149. I almost feel like you're at the point where you have to have 150 catches, 2,000 yards, and double-digit touchdowns to really get in the MVP mix, because Cooper Kupp won the receiving Triple Crown. They're like, all right, you can have a couple votes.
And you say double-digit touchdowns, and it's going to take a lot for them to get there at this trajectory.
Yeah, Tyreek is way off that pace.
I do wonder, Kevin, if you can add in something, an element to it to like a sweetener. And what about a single game record?
Okay.
Or maybe even you do it twice. But a single game. Do you know the most receiving yards in a single game?
Was it the Calvin Johnson game?
I'm going to guess 315, but I don't know who it was.
Very close.
Okay.
Calvin Johnson against the Cowboys had 329. Just short of Flipper Anderson's 336 for the Rams against the Saints in 89.
You said 330?
336.
How that guy wasn't a Dolphins receiver, nobody knows.
So you have one of those games that puts a stamp on it.
Yeah.
I think it gets you more votes. There's no way it gets you. I still don't think there's any way.
That would be
maybe even setting the single season record and a single game record. I still don't think there.
See, that is the one scenario. But I think about it. I think Jefferson has to do it, because for Tyreek Hill, the betting odds have shrunk for Tua to win MVP. So I feel like if Tyreek Hill hits those marks, is people also be like, man, look at Tua. Because did
you even watch that game yesterday, dude? All they talked about was Tua.
I mean,
all they talked about was his offense.
And I know the stat going around is he is undefeated. The Dolphins are undefeated in games in which he plays the whole game.
Yeah, man.
And so I wonder about that. But Justin Jefferson, there is no talk about Kirk Cousins being the MVP of the league. So if Justin Jefferson broke the single game receiving record, then I believe he would break the season-long record. That's a lot to ask for, but in that scenario, I believe he could win MVP, but right now he'd probably be third best case scenario.
400 yards receiving in a game.
Then
nobody's ever even gotten.
You would hope that would win it for him.
I got both of those guys on my fantasy team, so I'm really fingers crossed.
Yeah, you would hope that would get the job done, but from the 214, not surprisingly, is Micah would be your MVP, and then from the 972, people are saying Tua is going to win the regular MVP, but if you took it out of the quarterback hands, I think my vote right now would be Tyreek, even though I know Tua is grabbing a lot of the credit. I think that's
mine would be Patrick Mahomes,
non-QB.
Mm-hmm.
But you said Tua.
No, I said
Hill, but then I thought you said over.
No, I was reading somebody's text and I said, but we're not doing that right now. We're doing non-QB MVP.
Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
As a running back. I see
I'd
where
vote
he's
him as
going
a
with this.
the
He's
best
going to give
running
it
back in the
for his rushing statistics.
I'm just kidding. Jalen Hurts fans, he's good.
He is. I mean, it sucks.
He
but he is
threw
good.
for 150 yards yesterday. I saw.
From the 401, Judon has no help either. He's got Bill Belichick. I think that's pretty helpful. That's one of the best defensive minds to ever coach the game.
Yeah.
And he has shown over his career that somebody you've never heard of can become a good player.
Right.
And I think they're just very sound in the way that they approach it a lot of times. Lamar Jackson, is that because he's running back too?
That is
not better running statistics.
Sunshine.
That is not the direction I'm going. How much credit goes to Sunshine and how much goes to Speedo Man for that win?
What?
And then also,
what you just said.
Okay, I mean, go back and watch that game. And then from the 817,
Jackson DeVille?
Michael Irvin said that Kirk Cousins would win the MVP. Kirk Cousins will not win the MVP.
Why not?
Unless we really
Did you
do
not
have a
see him-
Thanos that snaps his fingers and Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts and Tua disappear, is Kirk Cousins is not going to win the actual MVP.
Did you not see him in his third primetime victory?
You know what? We did talk about that. I was impressed that he overcame. Mostly I was impressed because I want them to be good so it makes the Cowboys look better.
That makes sense.
I just need them to lose one more game and then for Philly to lose one more game before they play the Cowboys. So then the Cowboys will control their own destiny and that would be super awesome.
I'm going to ask you a question. At what point are we going to have the discussion about should all division winners get home field in the first round?
I'd like that conversation.
It doesn't have to be today, but I think we're going to get to that at the end of the year when the Cowboys are 13-4 most likely or something like that, or 12-5, and they're going to have to go on the road for 3 straight games against maybe 2 teams that have better records.
8-9 Tampa team in the first round maybe.
From the 682, if you were in the is he a bust, is he the future at that position conversation, you cannot be in the MVP conversation for 3 years after that. This is interesting. Jalen Hurts this year, I think a lot of people, what you're seeing is expectation was meh.
Oh, see, I thought that was about Tua. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was about Tua, too, it could be about both.
That conversation could definitely, you can have it. And I wonder how many other guys that have been in the MVP conversation in history have just popped up in the because they had that good year in a year that nobody really expected them to do anything.
I really think the perfect thing about Jalen Hurts is he is 2018 Lamar Jackson. And I think Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback. I think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I'm sarcastic about him being a running back.
Yeah.
If people aren't, getting my sarcasm, sorry. But
deal with it.
Lamar Jackson has done very similar things to his 19 MVP season. 2018, he comes in, I believe he goes 6-1 as a starter. The next year, he starts the whole season, he wins MVP. He hasn't even been part of the conversation since.
Yeah.
Yet he's doing similar things every year. He's not dropped off. They make I know last year they didn't, but 2020, I guess last year was 21, but 2020 wasn't a bad year. It was very similar. This year he's having a very similar year. Now the team isn't having as much success, but you see now the expectation on Lamar Jackson is, hey, we gave you that MVP and you deserved it. You did everything to deserve that MVP. Can you play at the MVP level that Patrick Mahomes is continuing to play at, or Aaron Rodgers has continued to play at, or before Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning? And the answer is, Maybe I can't elevate my game to the next level at 24, 25, 26. Maybe I'm just a good quarterback. But Jalen Hurts is living off of, we all thought he wasn't going to be great. Yeah. He is good or great if you like to say.
Do you think that actually helps his case?
It helps him to win this MVP, but I don't think he'll ever be in consideration for another one the rest of his career.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, this segment is for all the people, but it might especially be for you. Stats that show the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, yes.
Are you ready
Amen.
to believe? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Kermit Pier. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Snap on third down. Back to throw. Good pickup block. McGovern into the end zone. It is caught by Schultz. Touchdown over McLeod. And that is saving the drive. Wow.
Wow, indeed. And I'm going to try to impress and dazzle you and maybe even convince you in this segment. Stats that show the Dallas Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. Before we get to these stats, Corey, and don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will give away tickets to the Cowboys-Colts game. Are you ready to believe that the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl?
I mean, there's a whole thing on John Hamm and Santa Claus about it.
About the Cowboys?
Now I understand that. I've now seen those commercials.
Is it about Team USA? Yeah.
But they do a chant, I believe, that we will win.
The Cowboys are America's team.
That's
so
true.
Maybe that has something. I'm not.
Okay.
Listen, man, I am a Cowboys fan. I've been a Cowboys fan my entire life, and I'm an optimistic person by nature. I don't know exactly what the thing. I believe that they are for real right now. Like,
Okay.
does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
There was part of me that was like, oh, and most of it goes to they called themselves out and they've shown up since then. So the fact that they did that to themselves and they did that, bam, all right, and they had a chance to just goof that one off on Thanksgiving Day. They really had an opportunity to just be like, well, we fumbled that one away. But they did
For
not.
a while, they tried.
And I understand, Kevin. I've never played that quickly of a turnaround before.
Right.
So maybe that's just the way that Thursday night games usually the worst game anyway. So why can't Thanksgiving be a bad game too? That being said, they won it. They overcame the lesser team like they should. I do believe that they are for real, but I'm not ready to believe that they can win the Super Bowl yet. So convince me.
All right. From the 832, they're already saying, but I don't want the Cowboys to get a bye because then I don't believe they can win that next playoff game. All right. So here are my general Cowboys excellence stats or things to get you fired up going forward. Ezekiel Elliott. Did you know in the first quarter on Thanksgiving, he had runs of 10, 15, and 22 yards. It is the first time he has had 3 carries of 10-plus yards in the same quarter in 3 years.
Wow. So he's back to being a kid again.
Which is kind of astonishing,
He
right
was
there.
great. I said this Friday, Corey, but I'll say it again, and I want your thoughts here, is for the first time I felt like all year, he was hitting a hole with balance. He was hitting it with the power, but he wasn't going, hey, my shoulders are going to get over my toes, and I'm going to lean forward, take one more stride, and dive forward for an 8-yard gain. He was hitting the hole going, I'm going to hit this with balance, and as a guy is attacking me, I might try to run over him, but at times I might try to stutter step or do something more, and I just thought, hey, he is who he is in getting those tough yards. But I just thought he looked like 2016 through 2018 Zeke on Thanksgiving, the way that he was hitting the hole with aggressiveness, but still with balance.
I wonder how much that has to do with health and the ability to, instead of say, because you're going to get hit when you run through that lane.
Sure.
Somebody's arm's going to be there. They're going to put something on your body. And I think a lot of times once he felt contact, he was like, now time to give contact back. Well, this week he did look like he was, once he got there, it was almost like somebody sat him down and said, hey, look at how much more you could get if you just stayed this way. And maybe it has something to do with Tony, picking up those extra big yards. And people are like, hey, Zeke, why can't you do that? And he's looking at it going, man, there is more that I can pick up if I just stay on my feet. I know exactly what Mike's talking about. You've seen it. You've seen him get low and then dive. And you're like, man, you could have had 6 more yards.
Yeah.
Than this.
So that is an optimistic offensive stat. The optimistic defensive stat, the Cowboys lead the NFL with 45 sacks. That is the second most in team history through 11 games. So optimistic offensive stat, optimistic defensive
Can you repeat
stat.
that stat one more time?
45 sacks this year. That is the second most in team history at this point.
And what is the
They're 2 back of the record.
The pacing at this point? Man, there's going to be a game. There's going to be a game, Kevin, where they're going to get 7 again. And they're going to have that moment where they're going to want to chase history. It's going to be late in the season, I think.
Jacksonville.
Maybe Jacksonville's the one where they're just
I don't know about Sunshine.
let's go put this guy on his butt as often as we can.
You guys said we're playing the Houston Texans still.
Yeah, dude.
Yes, we are.
About to play Kyle Allen, your boy.
They named the whole field after him.
Yeah.
At least he stayed.
Kyle Field.
For a minute.
They named a high school after him, too. Allen High School.
I don't know if all of those things are directly related, but to be fair, I don't know that they're not.
So I think I do think, Kevin, like this is a historic defense, what they're doing right now.
Okay. Does that mean you want the historic defensive stat next, or maybe the historic offensive stat?
Well, Kevin, I'll be very honest. I need balance in my life.
Okay.
You gave me offense.
Yep.
You gave me defense.
Yep.
Where's our historic special team stat?
Brett Maher has made more 60-plus yard kicks than any player in the history of the NFL, though damned if Justin Tucker didn't give it a hell of an effort yesterday. And also, Brett Maher became the first Dallas Cowboys kicker ever to make 3 50-plus yard field goals in the same game. That is going back one more game.
Mike,
last game, he couldn't kick a field goal, and that screwed over all kinds of people with the ensuing touchdown in the double backdoor cover.
Mike, I don't know if you remember this or not, but Kevin was suggesting that he might have a baby during training camp.
You saw the baby on Wednesday.
Nobody really knows.
You saw the baby too.
Is that the same baby?
Was that a rent-a-baby?
No, my God. We would not rent that baby at night then. He is a delight, but at night he was like, it's not time to sleep now.
We saw kickers kicking the ball straight into the ground. Like, it was the worst kicking I'd ever seen. We were happy, Kevin, if a guy only missed 3.
Oh, no.
We were sitting there watching this like, this is the biggest story of training camp right now is the freaking kickers.
Yeah, but we got to interview one of them.
We did.
And he got cut
very quickly.
That was Garibay, right?
Yeah.
And then he didn't make it.
And then they got Maher. And
who picked him up?
I don't think.
Look.
Maybe Circuit City.
Maybe FC Dallas?
Yeah, actually, that could be the case.
Circuit City is still in the game?
No, they're out. They're gone.
They're back.
And then Brett Maher comes along with a big resounding meh across DFW.
Man.
And now he's everybody's hero.
I know this is not the way it works, but Brett Maher should probably be up for consideration for team MVP.
Yes!
I know that's not how it works, but my gosh.
Do we have an NFL most improved player?
It's him. That's got to be him.
Think of all the times that that Zerline didn't save us, that we were like, if we'd have just had a kicker. And now this year we're sitting there going, man, we're in a really good spot. I hope y'all are all out there praising Maher all the time.
Absolutely.
On Twitter.
Now, do you want a historical defensive stat now that I gave you special teams?
Yeah, we'll go back in reverse order to offense.
All right. Man, I might not have another special teams one. Let's see how it goes. All right. So offense, though the defense gets a little credit here as well. The Cowboys, with that win over Minnesota, that was the largest road victory in franchise history. It beat these two when twice they had a 35-point road victory in 1975, but more importantly, in 1971, when they won the Super Bowl. So this surpassed that season in which they won the Super Bowl.
Wow.
That's one.
Okay.
But I know you might be like, well, hold on a second. What about other teams winning the Super Bowl?
Wait, there's more.
Fair enough. The Dallas Cowboys, in case you didn't know this might be the most amazing defensive number I can provide you for the day.
All right, I'm listening.
The Dallas Cowboys have not given up a touchdown in the first quarter of the first 11 games.
Yeah, this is awesome.
0 touchdowns. That is only the third time that's happened since 2003. The 2013 Carolina Panthers, don't worry about them, and the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles. And what did the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles go on to do?
Oh, they got their quarterback destroyed when he went in for a touchdown against the Steelers, so it probably went bad.
No,
he's
Mike,
like on an MVP deal, but he's bounced back. I think his name's Wentz.
He has been terrible since then. He has not.
That team got you to root for him.
Yeah, I bought a Carson Wentz.
Are you ashamed of yourself for that?
No.
Yeah, you know what?
Never.
Yeah, let's take it off of me. I thought you were talking about me. You forgot about that.
Mike's
I
like,
still
for a lot
can't
of
believe
things.
you rooted for the Eagles. Like
I hate Tom Brady more than I hate the Eagles. I'm sorry. But
that is awesome though.
That Eagles team.
Steelers fan.
Damn it!
Your
did win the
allegiances,
Super Bowl.
all anti-Cowboys
Man,
teams.
I fit in great in the Metroplex. I'll jump bandwagons on you.
The thing about that stat, man, and how significant that is what it does for the rest of the game for you. You know, it allows your offense to either get out and ahead and be there, or it allows your offense to catch up and kind of get back into mode. But that's an important stat that your defense, and they start strong that way. They finished pretty strong too in most games. I know the Packers game's going to give us hell all season, but even still.
All right, so you were not convinced going in. I have presented you 5 statistics that should get you excited that the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. Do you now believe the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl?
Off of those stats?
Yeah.
No.
If they win the division, yes.
Did you say will or
Ooh.
can?
Will.
No.
Can.
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody can right now. Nobody's won it yet.
Texans can't.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Who's eliminated from the playoffs so far?
It's got to feel like the Texans are eliminated, but I'll go double check that.
From the 682, Corey, I've been on the internet and various apps that exist on it. There's no way in hell people will pivot on the kicker. They will die on the hill claiming it's luck or I was always a supporter.
That is a great point. Do you know how many people there are to this day that are like, I knew Luka was going to be great. I said he was going to be great. I remember.
I admit it. I didn't.
Did that game. We did that show from the American Airlines Center. We had the first interview in the Metroplex with Luka. And I had talked all about, me and Nick Nepic had talked all about how great he was going to be. 90% of the audience that night was like, good God.
Another soft Euro bus.
Exactly.
Should have got Mo Bamba.
Yeah.
A giddy up, a bop, Mo Bamba.
And that's far better than Mo Bamba, the player. And that's what we got. But people do love to revise. Like, I will admit, when we decided on Brett Maher, I was like, congratulations, you won the losers bracket.
Yeah, let's hope we never have to kick, please.
Mo Bamba would be our second best player, right?
I will dispute that.
Yeah, he's having a tough go of it this year.
Can you imagine
And he's
if
not
they'd have
good.
gotten both Trae Young and Luka and how efficient that offense would have been?
Kid would have benched Trey.
Their three-point
Doesn't play
shooting
enough
would be,
defense.
Splash Brothers.
Trae Young thinks efficiency is stupid. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Ravens get outmatched by Speedo Man. Plus, no one can stop Tua. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP, plus they will always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Goal, 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 goal.
Ooh, dressing's still the winner.
Dressing is still the winner. Now,
My
Reggie,
wife's dressing was amazing on Thanksgiving, by the way.
we have to start with cut 2, or else Mike might boycott the rest of this segment. Let's go ahead and hear cut 2.
Shotgun for Trevor. He drops. He looks. Fires left side of him. Caught! 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 Zay Jones catches it. The 2-point conversion is good. Jacksonville is taking the lead.
What?
Now that game was astonishing for so many different reasons, not the least of which was Jackson DeVille, the official mascot of the Jags. In the first quarter, he was wearing nothing but a Speedo, and he was painted or costume, whatever. I think it was painted, wearing a Speedo behind the end zone for a variety of things, including a field goal try. But check this out. This is the first game all season the Ravens didn't lead by at least 10 points. They led by 9 points midway through the fourth quarter, and of course, they lost. That is the fatal flaw of the Ravens. They cannot hold a lead to save their life. They have been up by at least 9 points in all 11 of their games and lost 4 of them. But that is nothing compared to the Jags. Are you ready,
Yeah,
Mike?
because T-Law threw 8 incompletes. How did he throw 8 incompletes that game?
In the history of the Jacksonville Jaguars,
This is going to be positive. I can feel it.
when trailing by 7 or more points in the last minute of regulation, they were 0-183.
But not with T-Law.
But not anymore. T-Law puts the one victory on the board. They are now 1-183 when trailing by 7 or more points in the final minute of regulation.
Well, good. I will say this. I think the Cowboys will beat Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars in mid-December. That being said, you probably wanted to play Jacksonville earlier in the year. Not saying it's not going to be an easier game.
Or
but
in the middle part of the year.
Yeah, you look at it. I'm looking at my Jags here. In their 5-game losing streak, they freaking lost at home to the Texans 13-6. And then it says at home, but it wasn't at home. It was in good old England, wherever that is. 21-17 against the Russell Wilson Broncos. And you just look at those 2 games. Look, fine, you lost to the Eagles, you lost at the Colts, and you lost to the Giants. I understand you're not a good team. But even okay teams, if you beat the Texans and you beat the Broncos and you're sitting there right now at 6-5 instead of
infinitely.
Well, oh my gosh, the upside that you'd be hearing about Jacksonville in the future would be a lot more. But they did lose. But it's okay. They're going to beat the Lions. They're going to beat the Titans. They're going to beat the Cowboys.
They are not.
They're going to beat the Jets. They're going to beat the Texans. And they're going to beat the Titans and go undefeated the rest of the way, Corey.
There's no chance in
finish
hell.
10-7 and get that last spot in the playoffs.
That'll be the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
And they're not, but
it would be a lot of fun.
As a lifelong Jags fan, Mark Brunell, David Garrard.
Mark Brunell was okay for
like
a minute.
Mark Brunell, man.
I just
Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell.
Somebody texted in from the 817. It was like Trevor Lawrence just unlocked his abilities. And I think it was Louis Riddick said, that's the most confident you've ever seen him. You hope that's the launching pad for him. That's what we saw. With that last drive was the quarterback that we were like, that's the one that you want forever.
Yeah.
That's why. And so for him, I do hope he gains some confidence off of that. Mike, you said he only had 8 incompletions. 2 of them were on that drive. He only had 6 the rest of the game. 2 of them were on that drive. He was confident with the way that he was throwing that.
That's
football.
enough Jaguars talk. Let's move on to all those other teams.
All right, let's go to cut number 5 because this was a historic run right here.
Hands off to Jacobs, stutters to the right, bursts through the whole 20, 25, 30. He's off to the races here in Seattle. Nobody's going to catch him. 25, 20, 10. Bye-bye, Josh. 86 yards in overtime to walk it off for a second straight week.
Now, Josh Jacobs, by completing that run, the only player since at least 1950, it sent the folks at NFL Research scrambling, but this is as far back as they could get, that had 225 yards or more rushing and 70 yards or more receiving in a single game. It's Josh Jacobs and nobody since 1950.
Wow.
And that
Not
run...
even Emmett?
Yeah, no.
Or Barry?
No.
Or Walter Payton?
And any of them that have played
You're forgetting
since
Troy Hambrick.
1950. Yes, not Troy Hambrick either.
What about Peyton Hillis?
No, not Peyton Hillis, not Parker Hillis. None of them.
Peyton Hillis made the Madden cover, though.
Yes, he did.
In your face.
Surely he's the worst person ever on the cover of Madden, right?
I think so. Like, I don't know him as a person.
No. I meant like as a player. I'm sorry. The worst player ever on the cover of Madden. I have no idea what he's like.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided that one that
Yes,
year.
He had a great season that one year.
Yeah.
Well, Dante
Is that the only
Culpepper?
reason?
What about Dante Culpepper?
What other? I mean, he played for the Browns, and they're trying to give him some love.
There could be any other reason. I think.
Oh, I'm racking my brain. I can't find one.
Oh, he's white.
What?
Is he?
As a running back.
Yeah.
Was that what y'all were trying to...
They definitely didn't grade him on a curve by putting him on the cover of Madden. I'm just saying, could we at least consider that as possibly could have happened? So
when Marshawn Lynch, he hasn't done that either?
Was Marshawn Lynch on the cover?
Since 1950, he hasn't?
No other player.
Not even Frank Gore
has done that. Okay, well,
For the Raiders is what he's saying.
No,
Frank Gore started before 19.
And you know what? That's a good
eligible.
point. We're still working on going through those records and making determinations off of that. But yeah, so heck of a time for Josh Jacobs in that win right there.
I just saw that Tristan Wirfs injury.
Is he done?
It looks like it is. And that play right there, man.
It was crazy too, because they said the x-rays were negative, and I was like, for like a fracture, but surely not for ligament tears, because that was bad.
I just saw a report on it. I just saw the play for the first time, but I just saw a report come up from a former Cowboys reporter who is now covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, Brianna?
Yeah, Brianna. That's what. Thank you.
3 to 4 weeks.
Oh wow.
3 to 4 weeks
That
with
looked
the ankle
nasty.
injury.
I don't know if did y'all happen to see
It looked worse than that.
Did you happen to see the Tua almost like his legs get almost ripped off at one point too? I thought that there were some moments this weekend, Kevin, that could have been really bad.
That's the one thing about Tua is there's still 6 more games for him to make it through healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
valid.
if they do,
Yeah, they're a real threat. Ooh,
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Who do you think's better? This is around the NFL, but not Mike asking all the football questions. Right now, would you be more scared to play Miami or Buffalo?
Miami.
Interesting. I like that
which
answer.
I don't know if we're in the minority on that, and I haven't seen the betting odds, but
Their
Miami.
offense. I mean, I know that Josh Allen's been able to get in position to win. Their offense, the Miami offense, just doesn't die.
Okay, so let's talk about Miami then. Since he was knocked unconscious versus the Bengals in a horrifying scene on that Thursday night football game, since he came back, Tua's thrown for 1,529 yards, 11 touchdowns, and no interceptions.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's astonishing, especially for a time when, and I understand why, some people were saying that he should retire. That's how like horrifying that injury was. Tua is 8-1 as a starter this season, but people will be quick to point out that the Dolphins are 8-0 when he's played the whole game. You want to talk about a bad beat in the betting world?
You know, his sack numbers, by the way, I just want to add to it. The Dolphins have only given up 23 sacks this year, which is, we'll get to this at 1 o'clock during the C block, one of the lowest, like one of the bottom 6 or 7 in the league.
Now, I am curious. I don't know why I said it like that. I am curious if that will continue to hold up because Taron Armstead was hurt. Now, they are saying that it looks like it's not going to be as bad as it will be, but he'll probably still miss some time. Still waiting to hear like what amount of time that will be. But it looks like Terran Armstead is going to miss some time. So we will see how much that affects Tua and the offensive line in general. But check this out for a bad beat. The Dolphins had a over-under team total yesterday, if you bet on it, of 30.5. They scored 30 points in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
And then they didn't score again.
Well, because they didn't have to, Kevin.
No, you're right. But if you're a bettor,
you are pretty.
You have to think you're at 30 points at halftime. That's an easy cash. But no.
God, that's
would not.
You know what? After that, you watch the first half and you're like, okay, I can go clean the pool.
Yep.
I can go make something right now. You're never going back to that game for the rest of the day.
You know
as
what
a
they
bettor.
didn't make money.
Yeah.
Is they cook up all kinds of stuff, but they weren't making any money right there. All right. Let's go to cut number 6 if we can, because there was yet another game that was decided by that late 2-point conversion.
Herbert from the shotgun. Win or lose. Eckler goes in motion. Herbert to pass. Caught. It's good. It's good. Herbert to Gerald Everett. And they take a 1-point lead.
Now, that was a big game in terms of obviously the Chargers winning, but also statistically for Justin Herbert. Had 274 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. That allows him to surpass Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. Justin Herbert now has the second most passing yards ever in the first 3 years of their career and second most touchdowns ever in the first 3 years of a career for a quarterback, both trailing Dan Marino, which clearly that's pretty amazing company to be in. So good job, Justin Herbert.
I know you're trying to prop up Justin Herbert here.
Yeah, that's usually what I do.
But is Kyler Murray trying to get his coach fired with that comment after that game?
We have the audio that is hopefully edited. This is Kyler Murray's thoughts.
Fingers crossed.
Oh my gosh. These are Kyler Murray's thoughts about, how things went and stuff.
4th and inches call in the second quarter that resulted in interception. Yeah. Did you like the call? Did you feel like you had Hop?
No, it wasn't. That wasn't for Hop, actually. Schematically, I mean, we were kind of f***ed.
Yeah.
Schematically,
we were kind of
screwed.
So who's in charge of the schematics?
That would be
the quarterback,
dead
obviously.
man walking Cliff Kingsbury.
This is always the tough thing for an organization is they're having issues with Kyler Murray's leadership, right?
They are.
And he's saying, fire the coach. What he's saying right there is, without saying fire the coach, he's saying fire the coach. But if you give him exactly what he wants, does that help with his leadership? Does that help with the development of his team? I do think Coach Bro needs to be gone. I can't believe he got that job in the first place. And over time, he's showing that he's not a head coach. He's not a head coach in college. He's not a head coach in the NFL. He's probably an offensive coordinator or a quarterback's coach, wherever you want that to be. But I don't know, when somebody has this bad of an attitude and he's struggling to lead, if you give him what he wants, does it help?
All right, so there are a couple things. You're probably totally right about the question. Like you should ask that question. It also is interesting that like this coach stood up for the player. He was like, I want this guy.
Yeah.
Maybe it was to save his job. I don't know. The one thing though, Mike, that I think if you're the GM who's screwed this up the entire way, you got to look at it and say, I did screw up by hiring a coach that was never a winner. And this guy was a winner his entire life until he got to this coach. So that's where I think he's going to balance that out and say, I'm going to go with the guy who's always been a winner and hope that the new coach can help guide that process.
Or do you try to get rid of both? And I know it's very tough after signing a huge contract to get rid of Kyler Murray, but I just look at where the Jets are at with Zach Wilson. I know this is around the NFL here, is they ended up scoring 31 points with Mike White. And so you just see what happens when the other 52 guys want to play with the one guy who's the quarterback.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here in your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing really well. I heard you with our afternoon show on Friday talking about how the refs correctly implemented the rule on CeeDee Lamb's amazing non-touchdown catch. I was really curious. Has the competition committee spent more time discussing and debating what a catch is than like any other rule?
I think so. When they continue to rear their head. I mean, I was looking at the Hunter Henry catch and a couple other ones out there, and boy, it's just such a fine line when you get into really looking at the rule and everything that goes into it. So it's certainly not easy. As I said, I do think it was a great play by CD, but unfortunately, until we changed that toe heel rule, it was executed correctly by the officials.
I was looking at some stats, Stephen, recently, and I noticed Dak's been standing up the last 2 games. And then I noticed y'all have only given up, I think, 14 sacks this year. Y'all have given up the least amount of sacks this season. And we go back to Tyler Smith was the draft pick. This offensive line got better. We were terrified for a moment that when Tyron got hurt, it would be worse. Where do you credit for what this offensive line's become this year?
Well, I think it's the full body of work. I mean, you got to start with, executing the offense, which of course is Kellen and Mike, and then it rolls on down to who's coaching them, which is Coach Philbin and his group, and what a great job they've done. But at the end of the day, it comes down, to the players, and they've just done a really good job, I think, of getting some good continuity in there. We hadn't had to change out a lot this year because, the health has been good between Tyler and Connor and Tyler and, Zach and Steele. It's just been they've been able to play with really good continuity. The great news is, I think it's a strength of our team. We've got a guy who's a future Hall of Famer and Peters back there ready to jump in and has at times helped when there's either been someone who's a little hobbled or just getting him some experience at the different positions. And then, Farniak should be back before the season's out. And I thought Ball did a great job when asked to jump in there. And then finally we've got Tyron Smith coming, which is how many teams get a Hall of Fame, one of the best tackles in the league, left tackle, coming when they're already, playing at a pretty high level. And, I give Dak credit too. I mean, he gets rid of the ball in a timely fashion. Cooper did the same thing. They understand the offense. They execute it. They get the ball out, which is a big help to the offensive line.
One of our we saw the video in the post where McCarthy was talking to the team afterwards, and one of our co-hosts at the station here said that they think that Tyron Smith is an Avenger. Can you confirm whether or not he's a part-time Avenger in the world?
I don't know about that. I know this. I want him on my side, and this guy's an amazing specimen. He works at his trade. He's got to be one of the stronger guys in the league. I mean, he looks like just he looks like a bodybuilder as well. I mean, he's chiseled to be an offensive lineman, but it's going to be great to have him back.
Now, and for as good as the offensive line has been, if I took you all the way back and told you that Tyron was going to be missing this whole time, even with optimism, there's no way we would have thought the offensive line would be this good, right?
Well, I think, that'd be hard to, project out to be playing at this level when you're talking about, a young Terrence Steele at right tackle, obviously a rookie at left tackle, and Tyler, and then, of course, Connor really becoming, a full-time starter for the first time and playing, at a great level. And I think Baidaz has only gotten better. And then, of course, the glue to that whole group, Zach Martin, who I think, go down as one of the best guards that ever played the game. He's so consistent at a very high level, game in and game out. It's just a good group we have.
I know the wins are great, but I'm hoping you can speak on this. I have to imagine the penalties, especially those of the pre-snap variety, have to be driving you and the organization a little crazy.
Yeah, I think anytime you're up there at the top in penalties, that's not good. I think it's a testament to how well we're playing that we're overcoming a lot of that. But that catches up to you when you get to playoff football and you're playing against teams playing at a very high level. That's hard to overcome. Certainly, we got to clean that up, and get that in a place, that it needs to be. But certainly, the game against the Giants, it was, certainly not at a level that's acceptable. I know Coach McCarthy is all over it. When you got some of your best players getting the penalties, that adds to some of the frustration, which we did, during this game. But, I just really feel like we can clean this up. And if we want to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to clean it up.
Mike was pointing out this morning, I think he was talking about it on Friday as well, that watching Zeke run is a little bit different right now. And I don't know if maybe you can help us out a little bit. I'm wondering if it's just the freshness of the legs because he had a little bit of a time off there, or if he's seeing something differently because he's looking like he's hitting the hole and looking to gain yards beyond that, as opposed to there was a time where it looked like he would hit the hole and then kind of say, I'm going to lunge for about 3 yards. Are you seeing a different running back, and can you explain maybe why?
Well, I do think, Zeke's one of those guys who's going to play regardless, and he's not going to look for any way out. He wants to be out there competing for his team. And I do think between one, keeping him fresh, with his, with Pollard getting, a nice number of snaps game in and game out. And then, as you said, we were very conservative with him with the injury. And I do think he's fresh and certainly, feeling good about where he is. I just think it's a great combination between him and Pollard. It's a yin and yang, if you will, in terms of, Zeke, when he runs up in there, I know, I agree with you. I think he's hitting some holes and, not just lunging, but he's dishing it out. I promise you it wears on opposing defenses and certainly sets up nicely for Pollard when he sees those holes to use his, his best asset, which is his juice and acceleration, and certainly making big plays for us. So, obviously, a big part of our team, the offensive line, and those two running backs being as physical as they are. We've got a good group of tight ends who get in there and fight. We're dressing 4 tight ends a game, which hadn't been our normal deal. But, when we have them all in there, it gives you some real versatility, not only to run the football in a real positive way, but certainly, as we've seen, not only Schultz, but Hendershot and Ferguson as well are able to make plays in the passing game. So, I think it's a great part of our offense and one that's, really, I think, lended to, the last 4 or 5 games, us really picking it up on the offensive side of the ball.
We heard Jerry talk about what John Madden meant to the game and meant to the Cowboys prior to the Thanksgiving game. I was kind of curious, what did you think about the different tributes and everything that came in during Thanksgiving for John Madden?
Well, it was just certainly everybody was warmed by seeing all the tributes, and I think reminded of what he brought to the game. I think he really took what it meant to call a game, to be in the booth, for television, for a game to a whole nother level. And certainly, it was something that everybody warmed up to, that they enjoyed. It wasn't just all about the game all the time. He just made you feel so good about, what you're doing on Thanksgiving, what you might be doing on Christmas, what players might be thinking about. I mean, he had such a unique way, to bring our game and to humanize our players, our coaches, what we're about. I think he was just very unique, very special, and as we saw there over the weekend with the tributes, will always be remembered.
How important right now is it? Like, y'all kind of had a little bit of a break over the weekend, but to kind of get back in action, get back into the mode as you get prepared for Indianapolis right now?
Well, we're in our stretch run right now, and it's for sure one game at a time. I mean, these Colts have played at a really high level, and I'm sure they'll be prepared. It's so important each and every game. Certainly, as I'm sure a lot of Dallas fans did, watch that Eagles game last night and know, obviously they're one of the best teams in football, and yet we still have, I think, an opportunity to get in there and maybe get that East in the end if we'll do our part. I mean, we just got to get in there and take each game one game at a time, keep getting better each week. You mentioned probably the number one priority is let's get these penalties and certainly the turnovers, which are, you got to keep out of your game as well. And then the flip side of that is create some turnovers. If we can do that down the stretch, we're going to improve on what is already, I think, a good football team.
Now, Stephen, you haven't told us to stop asking about this yet, so I will continue to ask.
It's going to happen right now,
at some point
Corey.
you will. Odell Beckham had a bit of a thing that popped up in the news yesterday on the airplane. Does that come up in conversation? Do you get the information? Like, do you get the real story about it beforehand, or is it one of those, hey, what happened, buddy?
Well, you get the information, but at the end of the day, we've kind of said what we're going to say about Odell. Certainly, it's getting to that point where. This thing's going to get very competitive, and probably the less said, the better, until we know what that outcome is going to be in terms of where he's going to suit up.
Well, when we have you on next Monday, if you can just tell us if it's already done, we would really appreciate that.
Sounds great, guys.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen.
All right. Y'all have a great week.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And that right there, Corey.
This tells me everything I need to know.
That remains a thing. The Cowboys don't usually say, hey, we're going to keep quiet on this. That is like not necessarily their MO usually.
Yeah.
And so when he says,
don't want to rock the boat at all.
Yeah. And when he says for competitive reasons, we're probably going to kind of keep standard with the answers that we have given, that leads you to believe their level of interest. I still think they're a giant favorite to sign him. I can't remember if it was Schefter or Glazer said if other teams are 6 or 7 to 1, the Cowboys are 2 to 1. They're a pretty decisive favorite at this moment.
But yeah, no, it tells me everything I need to know about their approach to this. Is they want to walk into that conversation. They don't want to have the Odell moment sitting on their side of the table,
right?
Where they're talking to him and he's like, you got to answer for this.
Right.
They want.
He said, we'll get the information, Corey.
Yeah, it's going to be gotten already. So that was really telling right there.
And then just a quick side note, if people cared, I found this pretty interesting, is 42 million viewers for the Giants-Cowboys game, the most people that have ever watched a regular season game in NFL history. Now, I thought it would have beaten out like a couple years ago or last year or whatever. 1990, that was the previous highest rated game in terms of most viewers. It was the Giants and the 49ers in 1990.
How many viewers?
41.6 million, and this one had 42 million.
We had that many people in 1990?
Yes, there were that many people with TVs.
If you think about it, there was way less options. Okay. You had either 7 channels or let's just say 50 channels.
Yeah.
Like if you had cable. So that's why numbers will never be like what they were in the 80s and 90s.
And I think that balances it out to a certain degree because people are like, well, there's way more people now. And I was like, well, sure, but there's also so many more options. But yeah, the previous high was in 1990. So the Thanksgiving game, most watched regular season game in the history of football.
Who predicted that last week? I feel like it was either you or Jerry.
I definitely predicted it. But then Jerry said on Friday, and I was like, you know what? We're having a good time. I'm not going to stop him. He said it'll be the highest rated game all season except for the Super Bowl. And I was like, yeah, those championship games can draw 50 million. But the point that like this would even be in the mix for for like a top 5 game of the season, and it's a regular season game.
No, yeah, valid.
That is pretty impressive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway and the Lunch Rush. Well, guess what? We'll give away tickets to the Cowboys. We got Mike Likes It. Plus, around the NFC East, Commanders continue to win, but they're the worst at everything else.
Yep.
We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
All day, every day.
NFC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids.
And back to pass is Mariota. Ball's tipped. It's in the air. And is it picked off in the end zone? The Commander said they picked it off. Did Kendall Fuller get it? Waiting for the signal. Interception, Kendall Fuller.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Big win for the Commanders. And right now, let's go through the whole NFC East. And we will also do a Cowboys ticket giveaway brought to you by Miller Lite. You just have to pick the correct team, and we will do the giveaway. Now, your options: the Eagles, the Giants, the Cowboys, the Commanders, and general NFC East information.
Seahawks.
Nobody wants general.
I mean,
Except for Dawson.
It's pretty good.
Dawson probably likes because he's the general.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep.
I'm choosing the Eagles because, man, can they spell.
Is that the team?
I mean, I heard them spell that name at least 5 times when I was flipping back over from the Mavericks getting demolished.
Now, when they were on defense, is the Eagles were victorious 40-33 over the Packers. By the way, just a side note for the Packers is Aaron Rodgers has an avulsion fracture of his thumb, and that usually leads to surgery. And then he went out of the game with his oblique injury, and he's already said, no, I'm going to play against the Bears. Despite the oblique, rib, and thumb injury, he's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to go ahead and play.
So this is what happens when a bone fragment separates from the rest of the bone. So he had a fracture, and then that section kind of falls off. Can they just take it out and say, we don't need it anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can also, I mean, I know this doesn't gluing it back, but they can
Calcium glue.
Well, all I know is about elbow. You get a lot of times for pitchers, you get bone spurs and then loose, they call them loose bodies in your elbow, and sometimes they go in there and usually remove them.
Okay.
It just, I don't know this. I'd have to ask Meister or Conway or somebody like that. Maybe if the bone spur or chip is big enough, they would rather not remove it, but put it back into its place. But I don't know that. But I know that there's a lot of loose bodies that are taken out of elbows for pitchers.
Now, of course, the Jordan Love experiment ran wild for just a second as he went 6 of 9.
Nice.
And, okay.
Thank you.
And
his card prices went up.
He threw 113 yards in for a touchdown. And yes, people jumped all over that. As for the Eagles themselves, Jalen Hurts had 102 yards rushing in the first quarter when it looked like the Eagles might win that game by 50 points. Now, quickly things turned around, but Jalen Hurts threw for 153 yards and ran for 157 yards. He is the 4th player in the Super Bowl era to pass and rush for 150 yards in the same game. Can you name the other 3 in the Super Bowl era?
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is 1.
You got the other one. You
picked the easiest one.
Well, I think the other one is going to be the guy drafted first overall in 2001.
That is Michael Vick. That is correct. But keep in mind, there are 3.
Cam Newton?
That is incorrect.
That's a good
This person had a career that will be much, 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 much better known for off-field or sideline things than their play on the field.
He already said Michael Vick.
No, not Michael Vick.
Did you hear my guess?
No, not. It's a quarterback. It's not
Steve DeBerg.
Is it Steve DeBerg?
No.
Off the field.
Or sideline things as opposed to their play on the field.
Sideline.
So he's a sideline reporter?
He's a sideline.
Kurt Warner.
Michelle Tafoya.
Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, yeah.
So Michael Vick, Colin Kaepernick, and Lamar Jackson, the only other players besides Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl era to reach the 150 rushing and passing yard plateau, or I guess mark, in the same game.
From the 214, it was Steve DeBerg, right?
It was not. The answer is never Steve DeBerg, unless the question is, who have we still not booked on the show, despite talking about him more than any other radio show in the country?
Get on that, Kevin.
Or if the question is, who did Joe Montana replace 2 times in his career?
That is a great point. So the Eagles and Packers combined for 47 points in the first half. That was the highest scoring first half all season in an NFL game. The Eagles victorious 40-33.
All right, I'm going to ask football questions tomorrow, but I'm going to ask about the Packers' future the rest of the way now that they're pretty much eliminated from the playoffs. And my question will also be 3 minutes to go, ball on the 25, need a touchdown. Do you feel confident in Jalen Hurts? Don't answer them now.
Okay.
That's where Mike asks all the football questions.
From the 210, I will give this person credit. They guessed Kaepernick before anybody else. Jim Zorn? Come on.
Yeah.
What are we even doing? All right. You guys want the general NFC East statistic? The Giants, the Commanders, or the Cowboys?
Cowboys are in second.
Wait.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of standing room tickets, then the party passes to see the Cowboys play the Colts on Sunday night, courtesy of Miller Lite. We will do another giveaway on Thursday, but right now, if you want to win your party passes for Cowboys Colts for free, caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, you requested the Cowboys. A lot of this is going to be about Dak Prescott, but the first statistic I will give you is about Ezekiel Elliott. With his rushing touchdown in the second quarter, Ezekiel Elliott tied Dez Bryant for the fourth most touchdowns in team history. So congratulations to him for that. Now, for Dak, he is 26-6 against the NFC East, 9-1 against the Commanders, 7-3 against the Eagles, and 10-2 against the Giants. And I do believe he lost his first 2 games to the Giants and then has won his last 10 against them.
20-19 first game, I remember being there. Terrence Williams didn't help in the end. I'm not sure if the Cowboys would have made that long field goal, but it didn't help at the end that Terrence Williams didn't know how football clocks work.
That did feel like a very notable play. And then Dak,
I don't think he knew how those scooters work either that go with Porsches.
Oh man, I totally forgotten about that.
We've all fallen off a scooter before.
But it wasn't. But it was just not regular. Wasn't it like a DUI scooter at like 3 a.m. or something?
Yeah, that's what they give you. They give you with the purchase of a premium sports vehicle, the drunk scooter.
Yeah.
Here's the DUI scooter.
Scootering
If you
while
ever screw up, just get on this scooter.
Yeah, you only get an SWI.
Away from the vehicle.
Yeah. So Dak,
just walk home.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know how much faster that scooter is. Dak threw
really
for
supposed to stay there, but
2 touchdowns. His 153 career touchdown passes ties Roger Staubach for the 4th most passing touchdowns in franchise history.
Better than Roger.
Well, so far even, but
next week.
The 10 straight wins over the Giants joins Hall of Famer Roger Staubach and Billy Kilmer as the only quarterback since 1950 to win 10 straight starts against the Giants. So, man, Dak's name bouncing up in 2 different conversations with Roger Staubach.
You know how many touchdowns he needs, Kevin, in order to become second on the list?
7.
Mike, would you like to take a guess?
3.
12. Oh. Troy's at 165, and Dak is at 153. Do you know how many he needs to catch up to Tony?
48.
I don't know. Tony's at 248. So 153 minus 248.
Okay, 95.
95. That's all he's got to do. He's already third in passing yards.
That doesn't feel likely. That's a lot. But
next
we'll
year,
see.
you think he can do it?
Yeah.
Man, I like to see it.
Do you want to go with the Giants or the Commanders?
Well, they're all in the playoffs, but let's go with the Giants as they hold the 6th spot.
For now. The Giants are at 7-4. According to 538, this is the first time their playoff chances have dropped below 50% this season.
Oh, no. Daves, what happened?
Yeah. Well, part of the reason of what happened is their quarterback. Now, this is Osa Umenyiora and OC, sorry.
Okay.
You know what? And it says, and I'm looking right at it, OSI.
That's
and
what I'm here for.
like,
I got you.
know what? Let's change it.
I was just going to leave him out there.
Here are, like I did with Saleh
Yeah.
and Sharif, not cool by me, this is his breakdown of Daniel Jones, which like goes all over the place, which is amazing to me. The Giants are in a bit of a problem right here because you wouldn't say Daniel Jones is Patrick Mahomes, right? I mean, I'd agree with that. You wouldn't say that, but he's a good quarterback, and he's shown that he's a pretty good quarterback. All right, so this is already, we wouldn't say Daniel Jones is Patrick Mahomes, but he's good, or he's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
So this is already my favorite statement. So now what do you do if you don't re-sign him? Who are you going to bring in that's going to be better? You're in a bit of a situation where you almost have to sign him because no college quarterback is really going to be better. Even if you don't think that he's a long-term answer for you at the position, you're kind of stuck. I think he's going to be with the Giants for the next couple of years. I mean, this is a pretty low.
I can see that too. Like, it's very tough to draft
franchise.
Draft at. Let's just say everything collapses. They'd still be drafting at 16 or 17, but drafting somewhere between 16 and 22. It's not the easiest thing to feel confident that a quarterback you love is going to be there.
I agree.
Can't sit there though and like go try and find one in free agency too. Like, so the Giants are in a tough spot.
I watched Ohio State play. I don't know if that guy's the number one pick.
They can.
Oh, really?
Like number one.
Okay.
I'm not saying a first round pick.
Like Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
The Daniel Jones is not going to be
threw
the
it back
thing.
in my face and it stung.
It wasn't an intentional but I think we all
that's
agreed,
how it landed.
Mike, we all agreed when we saw him. We were like, this is a number one. Like that's what I was trying to say there. I'm not trying to say what's happened since. But like Daniel Jones was never that, and he elevated. He was a Tannehill, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like all of a sudden, oh, did you see this? I don't know, man. They are in my mind in trouble for a while if they don't get even more talent and a better quarterback. But Dave's I think is good enough and organized enough to keep them in that. You know what? I'm sorry, Dable.
Yeah, because they lost.
They did lose.
In your face.
I'm okay with it.
I hope so.
But like he's, they have a lot more building to do. It's just, can they do it while they're franchise tagging or extending him in the future?
Now, let's talk about the Washington Commanders. We did play the highlight of what essentially won them the game. This is
playing the Falcons.
That helps too. But the Falcons are half a game behind Tom Brady for your opening round playoff opponent as of right now. Check this out. The Washington Commanders would be in first place of the NFC South by a game and a half. They would also be out of first place in the AFC North and South by half a game. They're in last place of the division. So in 3 other divisions, they would either be leading or within half a game of first place, and they're in last place of the NFC East.
I'm trying to confirm here. Yep. They've won 5
of 6.
5 of 6, 4 of the last 5 with the return of Brian Robinson.
Okay.
And I wonder how much of an impact that's made. Just the dude got shot, and then he's out there immediately, and it's like, how can you not be accountable to him?
Okay, so that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. Taylor Heineke is 5-1 as the starter.
Helps too, yeah.
But to your point about Brian Robinson, in the game against the Falcons, 18 carries for 105 yards. That was his best performance thus far as a pro. And like you said, best performance since coming back in this calendar year and getting shot twice in the legs.
Yeah, like
by
I said,
who?
I don't know. Some kid, right? Wasn't he like 15 or 16?
Wasn't it like a stray situation where he just kind of got shot? It wasn't intentional, I think he was just kind of in that area. That being said, like I said, Mike, if I get shot, you're not seeing me for a long time. I'm going to have to go through some mental stuff and deal with all that. You're not going to see me. Even if you call and you're like, hey, can I come bring you some?
You react.
I know. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to relax and mentally go be somewhere else.
The Commanders have won 3 straight and 6 of 7. So those are the good.
You believe them?
I think they have a better shot at making the playoffs than the Giants.
I agree with Kevin on that. If you look at the schedules, I think that Washington does have a better chance of making the playoffs. Now, they both definitely hold their own destiny of making the wild card spot. And really, if you look at it, after Seattle lost to, I almost said Oakland, to Las Vegas, I'm not so sure who's going to super push these two teams.
It's amazing. All 4 of them are in the playoffs right now. Now, there is still bad news for the Commanders because, of course, they're the Commanders. Is Chase Young did get activated for the first time to be on the 53-man roster, but then they downgraded him to out against the Falcons because of illness, so we're still waiting for that. But
Are we ever going to see him play again?
Who knows? Maybe next week. But let's talk about the major disappointment.
The Mavericks.
You'll have a chance for that in just a second. Did you see the half-assed memorial for Sean Taylor?
Yes.
The Commanders acted like they were operating a part of a Dillard's or something, and they were like, here is his jersey on some plastic, and that is the memorial. People in attendance were shocked there was no statue. They were shocked there was no like bigger setup than it was a glass case with a plastic mannequin wearing the Sean Taylor jersey.
There was a plastic mannequin?
I think
I think it was like a wire.
rigged up.
It was like a wire mannequin, so it looked like all of the parts of the outfit were floating and stuff.
Yeah, and that was it. No, nothing else. And the Commanders continue to be terrible at everything.
Now, Reggie, we talked a little bit about this morning. I didn't hear anything about it until day of. Like, oh, they're going to do this. And I was like, oh, that's a big letdown hearing about it that day, just seeing it. And I said, Reggie, do you think they were talking about this and pumping it up beforehand? You said they were.
I believe that they were, if I remember correctly.
And so that's still a big letdown. And that's the thing with this is I don't think that they can do anything that's not going to fail because of just the way that Washington is. Like, that's just the kind of feeling on what they are.
We were talking. I was talking with Paul Worth from Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. Donated a bunch of stuff for Peaceathon, including the chair back, and autographed it that people bid on. I was like, why is your team such an embarrassment? And he said 2 words: Daniel Snyder. And
could it possibly just be Daniel Snyder? Like, organizationally, they are doing so many things in a way that's problematic.
I think Snyder has turned into the Jerry Jones style catch-all, where anything bad happens, it's his fault, even the things that aren't his fault, right? So I think he's responsible for a lot of it, but no, I'm with you. Not all of it, probably.
But they are bad at it.
No, they really are. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Oh, guys, likes it is a tough word right now.
If it's about the Mavericks, it's a dislikes it.
All right, so it's about the Mavericks, guys.
Okay, there you go.
I know we said shun them, but we do have to talk about them because they had a horrible road trip where they went 0-3.
We don't have to, Mike. You can talk about Thanksgiving.
They've lost their last 4. I don't want to talk about that either.
Oh, no. What happened?
What happened at Thanksgiving?
That's great.
I know.
I love family.
Nothing.
All right. I actually have for Mike Likes It number 4 on my list is because I was like, I can skip the Mavs, but my next one is Mahomes not good.
So this is a Mike Dislikes It. Mike loves the Mavs, his family, and Patrick Mahomes.
Real
and he's
quick,
like,
I'll talk Patrick Mahomes because even though I wrote Mahomes not good, I do like this. I watched that game. I love watching him.
Yeah.
He's my favorite guy to watch play football in the NFL. And what I liked was at the end of the game, the interview, I believe with Aaron Andrews, he immediately almost stops Aaron Andrews' first question. If it was Aaron Andrews, I think it was because it was the Greg Olsen, whoever the other person is game, he goes, look, I wasn't good. Like, the defense saved me. That was a I couldn't remember if he called it stupid, dumb, but he used a word like that to talk about his interception in the end zone. And I really liked that from Patrick Mahomes. So this is kind of a Mike Likes It, even though when you hear that from Patrick Mahomes, and then I kept it on Fox there, and they showed the post game, like in the locker room stuff. And Patrick Mahomes like, great job, defense. You led us today. And offense, we're going to learn from this one. And I know I don't have his quote exactly right. But to me, this is why Zach Wilson has no chance to ever quarterback the Jets again. Because Patrick Mahomes, and I know that he's way different than Zach Wilson, but he immediately in the interview, right as the game ends, goes, Aaron Andrews, I was bad. Our defense won the game. This is a team game, and our team won the game. I didn't play my best football. And we'll get better from this. We got a tough game. I got to play better than this. They play the Bengals next week, I believe, in Cincinnati. So that should be a great game to watch. Hopefully Jamar Chase is healthy for that one. But I just really liked Mahomes. Even though I wrote Mahomes not good, I really liked what Mahomes said after the game in immediately going, I wasn't good today.
Yeah.
And now they still easily won the game, but he wasn't good. That's why I really hated that 150-150 Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
In a way was good. You know, obviously put up tons of points, and he does it a different way than what you'd say Patrick Mahomes does it. But Mahomes didn't have a great game on somewhat of a national stage against a chump opponent. But they easily won the game, and then Jalen Hurts had a really good game. I wonder with voters how much they take right now watching Jalen Hurts play right after Patrick Mahomes, is I think those are the two guys they're deciding between.
I wonder about Tua getting into that mix. Like, I really, really think he is solidly in that mix right now, but I still think it's Mahomes.
And I think Josh Allen is still in the mix because if he beats Tua the next game, not that they're playing this week, I don't think. They're later in the season. In Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Josh Allen, because of being a front runner, if they were to win out or if they were to have a really nice close in the month of December. But the other thing about Mahomes is he never loses in November or December.
This is the 26th straight victory, I believe, for him in November and December, which is amazing.
That's amazing. Okay, so now back to the Dallas Mavericks. So horrible road trip. I mean, their role players, they're playing as bad as they can possibly play for the most part in a general statement.
Yeah.
I get Christian Wood had his moments, but I mean, for the most part, these role players are just, they're not this bad, but they're playing as bad as they can possibly play. And I thought Derek Harper summed it up a little bit last night at the end of the game pretty well. Is he said, a lot of people have been talking about the Mavs' energy and effort. And I thought tonight they gave good energy and effort. Now, I agree with him. I think the Mavs played almost as good as they can play last night with the team that they have. And they still were down by double digits most of the fourth quarter. I know they had a run where they closed it to within one. That might have been late in the third. I can't remember if it was late in the third or early in the fourth. But for the most part, they're down by 14 to 16 points most of that game. And I think that this Dallas Maverick team is 10 to 20 points worse than the Milwaukee Bucks. And remember, the Milwaukee Bucks played without Chris Middleton. Who did the Mavericks not play with? Reggie Bullock, who shoots 28% from the field on wide open threes. Like, I mean, you're not missing anything with Reggie Bullock not being there. Maybe, there's a few times that maybe Ted Cruz would have missed a three-point shot.
Oh my gosh, Grayson Allen, yeah.
But, I mean, for the most part, I think Derek Harper was right. Now, they've lost 5 games this year because they didn't try, which is really weird that they didn't want to put in the energy, effort, and focus to actually try at basketball. So they're 9-10, and 5 of those losses are just because they didn't care to play basketball hard that night. But last night they played hard. But I thought Derek summed it up. Harper, he's like, they actually played hard tonight. Now, he didn't say this. You're like, what does that mean when you play hard against one of the better teams in the NBA and it's a blowout?
It means you're not very good.
Right.
Like, it means you don't have the talent to keep up with that level of team, which, Mike, I mean, the champions from last year, you kind of did see that they didn't have the talent to match up with the champions from last year. Yeah,
I was really wrong about this season. I thought that it would be better than this. I said that they'd have to make a trade now. They signed Kemba Walker. If you hadn't heard the news today, the Mavericks signed Kemba Walker. I don't know when he's going to play, how much he's going to play, if he has anything left. I've heard from my New York Knicks people already. They say he's completely and totally finished, has nothing left. Yet I looked at his numbers last year, and you know who he's way better than? Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, he started off the season horribly.
So, and he wasn't good last year either, but he wasn't this bad.
That's true.
So, and I said this, I'll say it again. I think one of the best things that happened to the Dallas Mavericks last year was Tim Hardaway Jr. broke his foot. Watching him play again on this team, he just is such a negative player. He doesn't play defense at all. He's a very streaky shooter. He's not this bad of a shooter, but he's also not a good shooter. He's not a guy you can rely on. He's a guy you're hoping is hot. He's not a guy, he's not Ray Allen, or he's not, I know that's a tough one to compare to because he's one of the greatest of all time. But if you think of one of my favorite players when I was a kid was Dell Ellis. Like, you knew Dell Ellis was going to make open shots. Like, yes, there was going to be an off night every once in a while, but really it's the on night for Tim Hardaway Jr. That's the off night. You're like, oh my God, he hit 7 of 12 shots. Like, that just usually doesn't happen. You just have to live with the 3 out of 4 games where it's bad. We just need to get the 1 out of 4 games where he's actually good at shooting a ball. Mavericks right now, guys, have the 10th pick in the draft. It doesn't go to the New York Knicks. It's top 10 protected. So I ask you guys, the poll that I put up on Twitter yesterday, will the Mavs finish right now, if you had to guess, a 1 through 4 seed, which is getting home court advantage in the first round, the 5 to 6 seed, which is making the real playoffs, the 7 to 10 seed, which is the play-in situation, or are they going to be a lotto team, which they are right now? Where do you think the Mavs finish at the end of the year?
Play-in.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think they can turn it on in the after December's over with like they did last year?
No, I do. I just, like, if I had to guess right now, I would say the 7 to 10 spot would be logical.
I like where Corey's going. Answer the question. I'm going to talk about that because somebody put this on Twitter that I really like.
I think that they will have enough information to go and make some subtle changes, and then turn some stuff on in the second half. I think they can be a playoff team without having to be a play-in.
So last year, the Mavs got off to a very similar start. What's different this year than last year? Last year, Luka showed up fat and out of shape. So he was a bad player to start the year. He had a bad start to the season as you're working in. So about 25 games, 30 games into the season, you start seeing a much better Luka because he's physically capable of playing. Luka's playing right now 42 minutes a night. He can't get in better shape. Like I get that you'd love for him to be more in Michael Jordan shape or LeBron James shape. He's just not going to be that guy. But he's literally playing for you all 24 minutes of the second half to try to even give you a chance of winning these games. So he can't get any better. Now, I know that he can, but in a sense of where he was last year at this point to where he is this year, he's a top 3 MVP candidate. Last year, he wasn't even a top 10 MVP candidate after 20 games into the season. The other thing, COVID struck the Dallas Mavericks. So they were dealing with guys in and out of their rotation because of guys getting sick. They have been almost as healthy as you can possibly be for 19 games. Luka is playing at an MVP level, and they're 9-10. So you start looking at it going, last year, at least all those things combined, I was probably just as disappointed as last year, but then it started playing out where, oh man, Luka got in shape in the second half and started playing like an MVP caliber player, and no more COVID was happening to the team with major injuries. Obviously, Tim Hardaway Jr. got hurt, but I think that helped the team. That's my theory. I know that's a bad theory. I know I could get crushed on that on social media. I understand, but I think he's that negative of a player.
Okay, what is the max amount of minutes that Luka can play? I know you said 42. Like, he's not really playing that many minutes. But like
I think he did the other night.
I mean, one time, yes,
Right.
that is true. But he's closer to like the 37-minute range. What is the maximum number of minutes? Like for
his body style and everything, 34 to 36.
Okay, so even
I'm right there with Mike
even
on that.
early on, we're already surpassing that. So that's probably not sustainable.
Of an off season that said we're gonna have to just do more Luka. Like that's what the off season said was. We don't have any other options.
Yeah.
We can't go get any other options.
So
either.
last night he would have played because watching the game, I think with 3 minutes to go, the Mavs said we quit. We can't win this game. And so he played 35, but the night before 43 and the night before 40.
Right.
Like, I mean, they're trying. They're like, Luka, you can't sit out. We're not good enough for you not to sit out. You just have to play all 24 minutes of the second half.
Do you think the hope, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen, but do you think the hope is that Kemba Walker can spell at least a few of those ball handling minutes to drive that down? I'm not saying it's a great strategy, but
yes, because we saw the other day Dinwiddie got in foul trouble, and we put in little guy Carmona, whatever it is, I don't even care.
Who's being cut now?
Right,
by
he
the
got
way,
released.
Facundo Campazzo.
Like, he sucks. He's not an NBA player. He's great for Euro League or go to the lower level league, go to the next highest level like that. He's great at basketball. Don't get me wrong. He's a great basketball player. He's not an NBA basketball player.
Right.
And so that's the problem is your second best ball handler. And I know Dinwiddie is a combo guard to me. He's not a true point guard. He's a great 2 guard that has point guard skills. He's not a point guard. So he was the only other guy that kind of had what you'd consider a point guard mentality, point guard skills. And so now you add Kemba. So maybe, 10 to 20 minutes. Now, look, is there going to be any repercussions for Tim Hardaway Jr. never playing defense and taking horrible shots?
I mean, it doesn't look like it.
Try and move him in a trade.
I mean,
that's the only repercussion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sit him. Don't play him anymore.
Yeah.
Like, isn't Bertans better than him? I hate saying that. Sometimes
No.
They're about the same. It ain't much worse.
I'll take Tim Hardaway Jr. as being a pretty much a lot better defender. Not a good defender. Davis Bertans might be the worst defensive player in the league.
He's down there.
I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is right next to him.
Wow.
If they were both on the court, which one would you attack first?
I would try to attack Bertans first, but if I would rather the ball be caught by Tim Hardaway Jr. on offense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's going to dribble it off his foot, throw it out of bounds, just throw it to the other team. And really, that's his wet dream is to shoot it 50 times a game. Sorry if
I don't know. I honestly have no idea if that is fine or not.
But the Mavs right now, to end this, have the 10th overall pick. It doesn't even go to the Knicks. And maybe, I don't think it'll end up, I do think they'll be a play-in team. I think they're going to be somewhere between 7 and 10. But maybe it's not the worst thing to be one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA this year and to get a top 10 pick.
Is this going to drive you to start watching more college basketball and stuff like
Maybe
that?
a little bit. The issue is the top 2 picks are people that aren't even in college basketball. And then I guess right now the third guy isn't in college basketball either. His name is Amon Thompson, who plays for Overtime Elite.
Yeah.
So you look at the top 3 picks in this year's draft, they don't even play college basketball. I did hit the sim lottery, and on the 25th time, the Mavs moved up to number 2 for Scoot Henderson.
Yes!
Which would just be a miracle.
I mean,
honestly, I will lose all the games the rest of the season because I don't think this team has a chance to compete in the playoffs.
If you could promise me that was going to happen, I would 100% be there with you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the return of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, the Astros are adding another piece to their pie. Also, why the Cowboys are so good at this. And have you ever done this before with somebody you knew back in the day?
What?
That's the fan.
All right, it's the holiday season, which means holiday.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I know Reggie is pumped. For the first time since 1983, the Houston Cougars are number one in all of the lands in the Associated Press Top 25 Men's Basketball Poll. Congratulations to Reggie.
Go Cougs.
You confused me earlier off the air because you said since Ralph Sampson, so I thought you were talking about Virginia.
Oh, I was thinking of since Hakeem Olajuwon. I projected ahead to Houston, the Rockets with the
He took Kelvin Sampson and then he made it Ralph Sampson. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, my bad. All right, so Houston number one.
Slamma Jamma is back.
Yeah, except hopefully this one will win.
They got close. NC State, survive and advance.
I do know.
Dude.
It's tough. That might lead perfectly, I'm not sure, into the C block starring Corey Majors.
I have two stories related to high school based off what y'all just said.
Right now,
my high school?
With the 10th pick, the Mavericks take power forward, Jerace Walker. I'm probably saying his first name wrong.
That's my dream.
From Houston.
Of course. There you go, Kevin. Get the best player off of Houston's team. Is that the best player in Houston's team, Ray?
It looks like
I'll
it.
have to double check.
Okay.
At least draft-wise.
So, Kevin, I want to add this Houston story to from high school.
Okay.
One of my teachers in high school used to be the trainer for the University of Houston.
Oh.
And she sat between two significant players on that Phi Slamma Jamma team during their tests. And she would take all three tests.
Oh, no.
So that they would pass, so that they would be eligible to play because they were that big of a basketball unit right there.
I don't even know what you're doing.
So that happened. I'm just saying, that's what she told us when we were in high school. And she's awesome.
How dare you?
She's awesome.
You're going to have to deal with what you said with Tim in the meeting afterwards.
Oh, crap.
He is going to
He knows. He knows.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I'll get to my other high school story momentarily. I've already shared this with Reggie. I appreciate Reggie being involved. Oh, another Houston story, Mike.
What?
The Astros are closing a deal right now with Jose Abreu. They expected to receive a 3-year contract from the Astros. It looks like they are moving on from Uriel, and that is the first baseman from the Chicago White Sox who was a free agent.
I forgot he was a free agent. And that seems like a really good pickup. I know they wanted Anthony Rizzo. He immediately signed back with the Yankees. And then we had the rumor of maybe Josh Bell here from Dallas Jesuit would be a Houston Astro connection. But they go with that. And that seems really good to me, guys. I'm trying to hurry up and look up what he did last year.
He hit 304 and 15 home runs. He's hit 30 home runs before. He's a good hitter with some power.
Dude, that fits in pretty well with their team because if you think about it, with Yordan Alvarez and Bregman and Altuve still in their prime, and I know that Abreu's kind of leaving his prime, but you put him at the 5th or 6th spot in your lineup, maybe right behind Kyle Tucker, who's batting 5th or 6th in your lineup.
Oh, great. Just what I wanted for them to get even better.
Yeah.
Well, they are. They're
deal with it.
They're the best by far in our division.
We need Chris Young to get on it right now and go ahead and sign that pitching.
Yeah.
And then more hitters. And then
you
more
get
pitching.
DeGrom and you get Verlander and you get Rodon.
They're screwed.
Good luck, Jose.
Astros
Abreu.
are screwed. What are they going to do?
All of those people?
I just said it.
Yeah. 3
Why
pitchers.
God,
you know what? Match their Jose Abreu. I dare you, Ray Davis. I dare you to go sign Verlander, DeGrom, and Rodon today.
Oh my God! So
and then Martine's your 4 and Jonathan Gray's your 5.
$20 million per year on pitching, right?
You got lucky building your natural gas empire. You think you can make those kind of moves to go out and
then
build
just
a
to show
champion?
him, go get Aaron Judge. Yeah.
All right.
And you know what? Just as a smaller move, Corey wants Nemo.
Yeah, let's get Nemo. Put him out there in my outfield.
Okay, so now we're talking about maybe 180 to 85 million per year in salary.
Don't worry about it. He's got it.
Corey, let's throw it more in their face. Let's also go get Carlos Correa.
What are you going to do if Carlos Correa is out there and you can't close the deal, Mr. Natural Gas Man?
All right, so maybe about $215 million per year.
Would that move Corey Seager to 3rd?
In
Don't
salary.
worry about it. We're just going to put all the players on the field.
Maybe he'll be better
Let the best
defensively at
athletes do
3rd
it.
than he was shortstop.
What are you doing right now?
Hey. All right, that's not the point.
All right,
of this
that's definitely
segment.
more than $1 billion. Dollars we just spent.
I wanted to get to this now.
Okay.
Do you know how many sacks the Cowboys have given up this year?
Yes.
How
I
many
think you
is
said
that?
14 earlier in the show.
Okay, have y'all done this already? Have y'all discussed this?
No, but I remember you saying
earlier
that
in the show, you
So
said
I was
14.
listening to you.
Do you
We have 45 sacks?
They have 45 and have given up only 14.
In your face.
Do you know who the leader in most sacks given up this year is? It's the Bears. Bears have given up 42.
Yeah, they're a quarterback.
The Bears have given up 42.
Okay, it's not just because of last week, Mike.
Well, you don't know that.
I do know that.
I was going to guess the Bengals. Are they close?
Cincinnati has given up 35. They're
that's
fifth.
The fifth most. Well, it's still not good.
Colts have given up 40. There are a few teams that are still in the teens. The Niners have given up 19. Lions 17. That's wild. That's because he's getting rid of the ball quickly. Kansas City 17. Buccaneers 17. And then you might say, well, what about pressure? The Cowboys, when it comes to pressures, they've given up 68 pressures. The lowest is 54. They're at the bottom of giving up pressure.
Okay.
One reason is they do run the ball a lot. Their pressure percentage is about 18%. That's low middle of the pack right there. The hits, low. Hurries, low. This offensive line has become the strength of the Cowboys again, and I think at the beginning of the year, we were starting to think, oh, crap, you're going to have to spend the next couple of off seasons. And, Mike, I do believe we had this discussion early in the season about, man, since Tyron Smith got hurt, did the Cowboys have to get an offensive lineman in the next year's draft?
Yeah.
And we kind of went back and forth on that conversation.
I made you mad.
Yeah, I think I did get mad about it a little bit. But here we are, and it's the strength. And they have some depth. I know Peters and Tyron Smith are kind of questionable for next year. You feel pretty confident in Tyler right now.
Man, I get a kick out of the way Steven says this every single time when you're talking about Jason Peters, since you're just like, who knows about next year? It's like, you got a future Hall of Famer right there in Jason Peters. And I'm like, I hear what you're saying, man.
Who barely plays for us.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know if that's like 100% on the level, but I hear what you're saying.
But this is something that keeping Dak standing up, and I know somebody texted in and was like, man, Tyler Smith got destroyed in that game. How many times has Dak been sacked in the last 2 games?
0.
Yeah, and that's a very important number.
Because sacks are a quarterback stat.
No.
Ooh, you wouldn't say that all the way, would you?
Maybe.
Are you saying that for real, or are you saying that to troll?
No, quite literally, I do believe that sacks do
I will
lean a lot on the quarterback.
Okay, at times, yes, but they're not a quarterback stat at all. I don't agree with, but we don't have to agree.
And there's part
Back
of
to
me
you,
that
Corey.
really wants to go in on that a little more, but I feel like there's
You have important stories to tell, Corey.
Are you too scared to do it?
The next story. I think this is where we can spend the rest of this time.
That's right.
This morning, I heard somebody spell a name, and I don't want to say this name because I don't want everybody to be like, "Oh my
E-A-G.
no,
stop doing that."
But they spelled the name. It's a name you hear a lot. No, it's a name you hear a lot, but there are a couple different spellings, and I heard them spell it, and then I thought in my mind, the only person with that name that I've really ever known that was spelled that way, I knew like since kindergarten.
Is it Angela?
No, it's not Angela.
It's Angel with an A on the end.
That's Angela. And so I was like, in my mind,
That's how I remember
and
it.
I haven't talked to or seen this person since high school. And so I immediately went to the internet.
Sergio?
Typed the name in because this person did have the coolest name ever. Like I
Peter.
really thought their name was really cool.
Did I get it?
And No,
Peter?
it's not Peter. It was a girl. It was a woman. And so I looked her up, and bam, her name pops up immediately. And I was like, holy crap, that's crazy. Is that her? No way that's her. Man, this is kind of weird. I did go on the Insta. There's a free pictures there. And she has a friend that I knew that we both knew in like elementary school. And there's a picture of him. I was like, that's her. I can't believe it. This is insane.
What's your goal at this point?
How long did this take you?
A couple seconds. Like literally, I just typed it in, hit click, and then went, oh, there it is. Bam. Look at that.
You're like an IT guy.
And then I did friend this person on Facebook.
Oh my God.
I've known this person since forever. No, not at all.
It's not Adrian?
No, it's not Adrian.
Okay.
I know Adrian. I know exactly how to spell her name and everything. Anyway, have you ever had that moment where you hear a name and it registers and you're like, oh, I haven't seen that person or talked to that person in forever and lately? And have you reached out to that person, because then I did. After they accepted my Facebook friend request, I then sent a message of, hey, here's why I reached out and became friends with you today.
Veronica.
I've not heard anything from her since, by the way.
All right. Do you think
Stevie?
I told her the whole story.
Oh, like Stevie Nicks?
Yeah.
No, that. Do you think that gal is like, what's he really?
Maybe, probably so.
Kenyon Martin?
No, it's not Kenyon Martin, Mike. I appreciate that.
It's a girl
though.
or a lady.
Well, the
Kenyilla?
Is that the female pronunciation?
I'm trying.
Of that?
But have you ever had what you're like, oh, I haven't heard from
Are we
that
supposed
person.
to guess this person's name?
No, that is not the point. Of
I think he does not want us to guess the person's names very
specifically. This person on
specifically.
blast anyway. For one, this is
Just don't say their last name.
Margot.
Their last name was the coolest part of their name.
Roby.
That's the part that
Foxcatcher.
You know, if it was Margot Robbie, I'd be in a lot of trouble. But yeah, so I did. Hold on.
You think she's gonna?
Can we go ahead and do a weekly Facebook or Instagram stalker 5 minutes? Is that what I did?
Yeah.
Is that a stalker
Look,
situation?
a little bit,
I never do this.
This is. Oh, okay. Hold on.
I sometimes do this.
Hold on.
We all do this.
Is it Julia?
And also, one time you definitely did this at your haircut place. Now, you might not have meant to do this at your haircut place. I'm going to tell the story the way I remember it.
Okay, all right.
Is Corey goes into the sports cuts to get his hair cut, and they're like chatting it up, and he's like, oh, yeah, you're really good at cutting hair. And she's like, oh, yeah, you're an excellent client, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, hey, what time do you get off work? And like in that moment, doesn't it feel like married guy Corey is asking the haircutting gal on a date?
Mm-hmm. I can understand that. What I was trying to get at was
Mike
I'm on
is
radio late. When you're off of work, you could listen and we could talk about my show next time I come in to get a haircut. Like, why are you looking at me like that? I wasn't trying to hit on her. I was just trying to get it out there that, hey, we need more listeners.
You just did it accidentally.
817 big chloroform energy.
Man.
Gosh. Seriously, though.
Mike, what's going through your head right now?
I haven't heard from
No.
that person in forever. I'm going to reach out and just see if they exist on the internet somewhere.
No, if I wanted to keep talking to them, I would have.
And it's not like this was like a love of my life or anything like that. It was
Did you
a
guys
friend that
ever
I knew.
date?
No, never.
Did you think she was attractive?
I
Got him, coach. We got him.
No.
Oh, you wanted to see if she's still good looking. Just admit it.
I told
What's
Reggie
her
this.
name?
I told
We'll
Reggie
judge.
this earlier. It was like she always looked like an adult.
Erica.
Before, like when we were kids, like I did never think of her that way because she looked like an adult to me.
Beth sounds like a name that's always an adult name.
Yeah, or Bethany.
Was
And you
Is
can
her name
spell
Opal?
Beth different
It's
ways.
not Opal. What do you think I was born, Reggie?
Yeah.
You think I was born in like the 20s?
You'd be on a different sports station.
43.
There was only one high school in my region.
I mean, if you go old enough,
We
there'd be
all-
2 high schools.
Opal?
It's not Opal, Mike. That's like a stone.
I also think
I am
now it's
shocked
Opal.
that nobody's
Eunice.
had this pop up where y'all
definitely
been like,
Eunice.
you know what? I want to see if they're out there in the world.
What does her name start
I
with?
can't see. I'm
The
not going to do
letter.
that. I'm not going to do that to
Just
her.
one letter.
Oh,
Also, Mike, walk me through more of what you're thinking because you look disgusted with Corey right
It's
now.
just an interesting story with a whole bunch of twists and turns.
I do have a friend
But
who
then the
just
whole
messaged me on
sports clips
Facebook and he
thing
goes,
got me that he asked a woman what's she doing after work and didn't understand what he was asking.
my friend messaged me and it has like multiple guesses already.
You got him right?
Did he
no,
get it?
he's not gotten it right.
Is it Blanche?
What if she
Blanche
or
is old
is
letters.
it Rose?
No.
Dorothy?
Edith.
Sophia? Is
Dean.
What if she texts you back or messages you back and she's like, oh, hey, Corey, it's been a long time. It's good to see you're doing so well and looking so well.
Oh, no, that's not going to happen. And she's also married and has multiple kids. So
You're married and
that's
have multiple kids, and yet here we are.
No, I'm not trying to do anything. I have an awesome wife, an awesome life right now. I'm good. I don't need to break things up. I just want to see what somebody I knew back in the day was up to.
Well, we know you don't need to break
Does
things
she know
up.
Adrian?
Ooh,
Oh, no.
I don't know that because they were in different grades. She was in my grade, and Adrian was one grade below me. So I don't know if they knew each other or if they. She was in band. I don't know.
You shouldn't keep
Plus-
saying Adrian's below you. You guys are equals. You're married.
Wait, you said that you were on her Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Were there any pineapples on Instagram?
What are you trying to do here, Reggie?
Her name's Pineapple?
That's not
Gosh.
Pineapple.
This is my favorite.
I get nervous around pineapples now after I found out what pineapples mean. I'm like, I like eating them and everything, and sometimes I get them at the grocery store, and then I'm like, I need to hurry up and check out.
You think the checkout person is going to be like, oh, I see how it is.
Just eating this pineapple. Jeez.
Well, that's why you got to make sure when you put it on the conveyor belt that you put it on right side up.
It's like that.
Otherwise,
thing,
they'll be like, oh.
Things I learn that I didn't know.
Like, when Chiafalo told
the
us about
Mississippi
the Alabama
mud
thing.
pie or something.
I feel very uncomfortable.
So gross.
With you saying that on air. I don't even know what it means, and please don't tell me.
Don't
look it up.
It causes. I'm
positive
it causes infection.
I think I need to call Adrian, guys.
I think
a lot of people. Nobody's done this. Y'all, nobody's done some sleuthing like this. That's a weird
This
word.
dude about to come home with them divorce papers for the 254. A lot of justifying and then a lot of other guesses.
It's not going to help either because Adrian had a dream that I was cheating on her with somebody.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Ago.
Probably because you told her that story.
She had a weird name that spelt weird.
She woke up the next morning just furious with me, and I was like, what did I even do?
All right, Corey, one person to support you from the 682. I looked up a junior high girlfriend because her name randomly popped in my head. She's a hot shot real estate lady now.
See, it happens sometimes.
I definitely do this, by the way, Corey.
Okay, this whole time.
Yep.
You've been holding me out there on the string.
Never.
It's definitely Wendy, right?
Ooh, with an I?
I can't.
Ooh.
I'm not going to do that to this person.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality, plus more about Corey's marriage. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Sewell Automotive, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, we are also all trying to figure out who that gal is as well. But right now,
Facebook that's why Facebook was built, essentially. All right,
man.
Right.
I wonder what the total number is.
So
Wasn't it built to like rate women on a college campus?
Yeah, that's
so you
true.
Can keep up with
I'll never
and
forget that.
scoreboard people you knew in the past.
Wonder how many marriages total Facebook has ruined.
Oh man,
or
I
like
bet
been
a
the
bunch.
final nail in that marriage.
I bet a bunch. That's why you never leave a paper trail.
Oh no!
Did you
Stop
say
that.
Russia?
I see where this is going. All right, it's time for some
Isn't there a Facebook
NFL.
Russia thing?
Oh my God!
I don't.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. Let's go with some NFL overreaction or reality. Will you go ahead, Reggie, and fire off cut number 15?
Play action, back to throw, looks over the middle, throws one, and is caught by Garrett Wilson at the 35-yard line. Makes a man miss at the 30, sprints right to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Garrett Wilson with a catch and run, a 55-yard touchdown.
From Mike White, of course, NFL overreaction or reality. Mike White is the Jets' best path to the playoffs.
Yeah, reality.
Oh man, I think that's overreaction.
Who is?
I mean, the Jets are their best. Their defense is their best path.
Yeah, but somebody has to lead it.
Yeah, somebody has to be a quarterback, and I think they've been able to win in spite of a bad quarterback. So I think that's just their defense is their best route.
I agree with you in one sense, but let me ask you this. They don't make the change. Zach Wilson started yesterday. What do you think the final score would have been?
Oh, probably like 17-16. You know, one
like
of those
Jets
really
win, but in a
low-scoring
close,
games.
low-scoring game.
Yeah,
So
because the team knows they can't go out there and win that kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, Mike White, he played really well yesterday, and Garrett Wilson, a high pick.
Yeah.
Looks like a high pick as long as a guy can competently get him the ball. I just wonder, we talked about this after putting up 31 points and looking so good. Where does that leave Zach Wilson's future in New York?
Yeah, I think that remains an important question because I decided to jot down just a couple things. Mike White had 3 touchdown passes yesterday. Zach Wilson has 4 all season. And I'm not saying you build around Mike White, but Zach Wilson is 23 and Mike White is 27. So it's not like he's Flacco or anything like that. And I do wonder if they're like, we're just going to roll with him. And every game, and it might already be burnt. You brought this up when it first happened. Every game Zach Wilson sits out, you burn that relationship more and more. And the Jets might be like, yeah, well, we have to because we want to make the playoffs.
I just want to point out Mike White's games last year. First game he plays against the New England Patriots.
It was great because I gave away my Mike White autograph rookie card.
Well, I think that was another game that he came into, but he loses 54-13 with 2 interceptions. Oops. The next one, they win 34-31 on 45 passes.
And did he have that was the good game?
3 touchdowns and 2 picks. The next one, they lose 45-30. He only had 11 attempts in that game. And then the next week, 24 of 44 for 4 picks. That's Mike White. That's
Zach Wilson.
Hey.
Well, no, they don't even think they let him throw the ball that much.
Maybe he just became Kurt Warner.
Maybe so.
All right, so Trevor Lawrence has been activated, and now Mike White.
Maybe instead of working at a grocery store, Mike White went to a grocery store.
Okay.
And now he's become humbled, and he's ready to now become a Hall of Fame quarterback.
NFL overreaction or reality. Everyone on the Broncos hates Russell Wilson. So
reality.
We all saw the defensive lineman come off the field, Purcell, and get in Russell Wilson's face. Now, everyone in the aftermath is like, oh, yeah, no, Mike and I are on the same page, Russell Wilson said. He came off after we kicked the field goal, and he was like, let's effing go. And I agreed, we've got to win. Purcell said he was trying to provide a spark. We're in this together, period. But what I think happened was, hey, dumb F, score some points for God's sakes.
You think Russ said something to him like, now let me go cook?
Yeah, he shouldn't, because I would be sitting there in the post game and I would be like, hey, you guys lost to one of the worst teams in the NFL, and you're on pace right now to have the least points scored in the NFL since the year 2000. That's a real fact, by the way. Does everyone on your team hate you? Overreaction or reality?
He's like, who's on my team?
He doesn't know.
So I know that they gave up a lot, and they gave up a lot of money. But you combine those two teams, I don't think it would work out at all. But I do think like the Jets are going to be looking into like people like Russell Wilson. I think that's a horrible fit for Russell Wilson. I don't even know where a good fit is for his career. Maybe somewhere where you have premium running backs that you can hand it off 30 times a game.
Right.
But I just think that's, since you combine these two stories, I think, yeah, he's done in Denver. I don't know how they bring him back when everybody hates him. Same thing with Zach Wilson in New York. And I do think New York is in a place where they're looking on, we can win. We just have to have an average quarterback.
Reality.
Yeah, I think that's where I fall in this as well. Overreaction or reality? Cliff Kingsbury is a dead coach walking.
Reality.
When
you're a quarterback who they just invested money in, and I know there's some other options there, Mike, but when that quarterback is saying that, like he put that out there that our scheme is messed up.
Yeah, but what about when your boss is your homeboy, like his is?
I think that's gone the Coach Bro's boss.
Yeah, Steve Keim that's his homeboy.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. I think Steve Keim's gonna have to see that it didn't work.
I think it's easier to fire the coach than get rid of the quarterback with how much money is guaranteed to him.
And you're gonna have a team full of veterans saying, "Hey, I want to leave here."
Kyler's got to. I mean, you guys heard it last week when Arizona played on prime time and he wasn't playing, and how much Steve Young and everybody on that set crushed him.
Oh yeah.
Those guys are getting inside information. I don't have any inside information on Kyler Murray as far as I know. You guys don't either in this last 6 months of his life. But those guys talk to other players in the league. And I think when they went on and crushed Kyler Murray, they're letting us know too that the Arizona Cardinals, the players, don't like Kyler Murray either.
Overreaction or reality? Geno Smith is going to make more money next year than he has in his first 10 years in the NFL combined.
Well, how much did he make in his first?
What do you think?
10. I'll go with 50. No, yeah, 50 million.
24 million.
Depending on how the season ends, 14 to 17 million.
Wow.
That's how much he's only made?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, he will 100%. He's going to make...
I like that noise.
Is 4 for 62 low of a number?
Yes. I think he will get paid.
What?
I
no matter what happens for the rest of the year?
No, I wouldn't say, like, if he fell off a cliff right now, I think he might get 4 for 100.
Pretty good.
I'm not
I wouldn't
kidding.
do that. As much as Geno has improved and this and that.
Franchise tag next year is 31.5. There's some people wondering if he would get franchised. Dude, I hear you.
Yeah, no. I mean, hey, I got to take into account what he's done this year, and obviously there's 6 more games to make the playoffs or not make. Because if he doesn't make the playoffs, let's say they go 9-8, then I'm looking at, hey, I mean, you can be our guy, but very replaceable at 15.
That is really interesting how wild that perception is if it's 9-8 versus 10-7. Like, assuming 10-7 makes the playoffs, then Geno Smith is like, oh my God. Geno Smith led them to the playoffs.
I mean, we should ask Reggie. He's the biggest Geno guy here. He knew this was going to happen. I would struggle to go over $20 million a year with Geno.
How much are you telling Geno's camp to accept?
37 million. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think 20 is fair.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look up in Geno's camp and you go, he is a bona fide starter in this league. He's been a top 5 quarterback this year. So you want to go and get top quarterback money.
And that's why I think, as much as I might think 20 is fairer, I think 4 for 100 is a viable possibility.
And you're probably right. That probably gets it done on both sides.
And that's almost twice as much as he's made total in his NFL career. So good for him for that. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Taylor Heineke is going to lead the Commanders to the playoffs.
Yes. Reality.
That was pretty confident, too.
Well, I mean, just looking at Mike said it earlier in the show, and I was listening to Mike.
Thanks.
He said that you're going to be hard pressed to figure out which of the other teams will push them out. So like that's like as it stands right now, they're in best position with not a lot of teams trying to go get those wild card spots.
Right now, Seattle is a team that can push. They're 6-5, and Commanders are 7-5. After that, the 9th and 10th place team are the Falcons at 5-7 and the Lions at 4-7. So there's literally only there's only 8 teams vying. I shouldn't say that because I guess the Falcons can knock out Tampa, but both those teams aren't making it.
Yeah.
But I mean, literally, there's 8 teams pretty much vying for 7 spots.
All right, and then this kind of is a companion question. Injuries are going to cost the Giants a playoff berth. NFL overreaction or reality?
The Giants. Ooh, I'd have to look at schedule. I know the Giants don't have a favorable schedule. I guess at this point, I'll lean towards Seattle figures out a way to make it.
Who's injured? That's really significant for them?
I mean, so the Giants were already without Azeez Ojulari, Evan Neal, Xavier McKinney before the weekend, and then they lost to Dory Jackson. Now, they're not all like out for the year for sure, but like Wan'Dale Robinson, Fabian Moreau, like you have dropped games due to injury left and right with that team.
It may not be the worst thing for them. Like they still have some building to do for that team.
Right.
And you know, the great start that they had was impressive, and there's no guarantee you'll get it back, but it may not be the worst thing. I think it's an overreaction. I think that Brian Dable can get this thing back on track at some point with the talent he has around him.
And then do you think whether or not they make the playoffs will reflect on who gets re-signed and who doesn't with Jones and Barkley, or do you think that's not necessarily a cause and effect?
Man, season 1 with a new head coach. Yeah. I think he's trying to figure out what guys are willing to work. I think he saw Barkley was definitely willing to put in that work. It's just they will know better than anybody else how his body's going to hold up, and then projecting over the next couple of years. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that Daniel Jones's body of work over his career so far really tells the story of whether or not you want to hold on to him for the future.
Man, good answer. I'm just looking at mock draft. Obviously, they have 3 quarterbacks in the top 6, and I guess the Tennessee kid dropped out because of injury of the first round. I mean, I know that can change. He's older too, but they're in a weird spot right now. They have the 24th pick. That was just a horrible quarterback draft this last season. I don't think there was a quarterback that entered that draft that's going to end up having like a nice 10-year career.
Right.
And so this draft, it's not deep in quarterbacks. And I would say, honestly, the Alabama quarterback, hasn't he kind of...
Bryce Young?
Do you think he's had a great year?
I think he's had a good year. Probably not great.
What about TCU's quarterback?
Yeah,
Duggan.
I think he's going to be a Heisman finalist now, actually, or at least there's a decent shot that he's a Heisman finalist.
It's interesting with like Green Bay. I'm sorry, not with Green Bay, but with Washington and New York in our division, both teams vying for a playoff spot. What they do with the future of their quarterback, because it doesn't look good right now. The current doesn't look good, but I don't know how they really improve at that position.
Okay. Interesting conversation. Thank you, gents, very much. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let me chat with you about men.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Heggie. How are you?
I'm great. Still riding high off of y'all's help and contributions and sharing and everything, and the fact that we surpassed $50,000 raised for my possibilities during Peaceathon. So, huzzah.
Did those Mike White cards, are they up in value now, Mike?
They did go up in value. Now, here's the deal. After Mike White had that one good game last year, and I did give away my Mike White autograph rookie card because you liked him out of the draft.
Gave it away? He's good for one game a year.
And so I was like,
he's
really
kind of what he
the
does.
playoffs, Brian.
No,
so
he's
I
good
gave
for
it
one
away,
game a year.
and then the card went back down because he stopped playing well and went back to bench or third string. But then his cards did go up again yesterday after the game.
Oh, there you go.
Him and Jordan Love took off.
Do you think the Jets, I'll ask this question, Broadus, do you think the Jets make the playoffs as of do you feel like they are a playoff team?
Well, they don't, they play really well on defense and they're a tough team. And so, yeah, I kind of feel like in that division, though, it's kind of tough, with how well, the Patriots are starting to play a little bit better. I know they lost the other day, but.
That would mean no for the Chargers, too, then.
Yeah, but see, the Chargers have got issues, I think. Even though they won on a 2-point conversion yesterday. Man, for some reason, I don't trust that coach. I think he's going to mess them up in some game they're going to need, and something bad's going to happen. What are you laughing at?
The coach is going to mess him up.
He will. He does weird things during these games.
Well, it finally worked that he went for 2 and they got it.
I know.
Most of the time it doesn't work out for him.
He likes going for it on his own 18 and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. How big of an impact do you think, or impact at all, do you think Kemba Walker makes for the Mavs?
100%.
No impact, 100%?
100% no impact.
Okay.
I think there'll be a one or two out of every 10 games where he really helps. At that age, especially for a smaller guy, it's hard to be a consistent scorer. But I think there will be some games where it's like, wow, you sure wouldn't have won that one without Kemba Walker. Now there will be some bad games, and his defense is going to be an issue. But,
take a number on this team.
I just don't know how. I think it was Mark Cuban's cheapness or his ego that got involved. He didn't want to lose the negotiation. For him and his business sense, his Shark Tank Mark made an appearance and decided, well, that's not what I valued this at, so you're just going to have to walk on out of here. And there goes Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
You needed a second star around Luka for his first 4 seasons. You finally unexpectedly developed one, and then you let him go?
Yeah.
For
nothing?
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
let me ask you guys this. Do you think they just misevaluated the player?
Yeah.
I always talk about the one of the biggest problems you have working in a front office is you misevaluate your own team.
Yes, but they should have realized they were wrong. They had the February evaluation. The player grew 40% somehow in 3 months.
I still don't know if they think they were wrong.
They should have come out and said, hey, our bad. We thought he was a guy, but he just showed the entire world he's not who we thought he was.
No, I totally agree with what you're saying, though. I just wonder if it was more about that they felt like that they were going to be able to get the player done. And then I think that, in talking to Tim McMahon about it, I think they were surprised, and you guys correct me on this, of how fast the Knicks were able to unload players.
Yeah,
they did get cap space
because they thought they would have to include the Mavericks in some form or fashion, like even if it was a smaller kind of deal.
I mean, like Detroit just completely bailed them out with all the and actually gave them back picks.
I think that shows how poor this front office is. If you can't plan for contingencies when the Knicks treated Jalen Brunson like he was top 5 player in the league in terms of the way they were courting him, and you could not foresee, hey, what if they can do this without us? That feels irresponsible to me.
See, they're also thinking like, oh, fine, go to the Knicks, go die where every other NBA player's gone to die.
They're 9-11 too. I mean, it's kind of the thing. I can't remember if it's Chuck Cooperstein or somebody said it's kind of this. he hasn't elevated to the Knicks to the exact level they want to be at, but he's also taken the Mavericks down to an
fair point,
average
yeah.
team too. It's like he's not having as big of an impact there, but he is having a huge impact not being on the Mavericks.
He's a complimentary star. He's not a superstar, and now he is. He's out of his proper role, and you're without a secondary guy to help. To what the question he asked, Brian, just as far as how much it would have surprised you if you're the Mavs seeing what the Knicks did, it could surprise you, but you could have still offered more. The move there is to be like, okay, well, how about $30 million?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I think they misevaluated the player and his value for sure.
I think they were still stung and hurt at that original misevaluation that could have locked him up for the 4 for $55. Like I think the pride they carried over we could have got him for less than 14 and now he's going to go for 30. That's absurd.
And I said this to Derek Collin the other day, and I'll say it on the air. It doesn't mean it's a fact. It's just one of my buddies has become an NBA agent. And a week after they traded for Spencer Dinwiddie, he told me Jalen Brunson's not going to be a Dallas Maverick next year. And I disagreed. And he said from their agency, they do not believe Mark Cuban is a guy who wants to spend luxury tax money. Their firm, their agency, who has quite a few NBA players, said Mark Cuban isn't a guy who's going to go into major luxury tax. They're letting Jalen Brunson walk. And I said, really? He said, that's why they got Dinwiddie, because he's not a guy who wants to spend big in this league. He's not a cheap guy.
Would he do it for somebody else?
I don't. Their feeling is, their agency's belief is Mark Cuban won't be one of the big spenders in the NBA. He's not going to be a cheap guy, but he's also not going to go into $40 million of luxury tax. He just won't do it.
Well, you should sell the team. How could you have billions and billions of dollars and be haggling over a couple 10 mil to make your team a lot better? Like $1 billion is so much more than 10 million.
He's smart enough to fix it elsewhere, right? That's what he thinks.
Probably.
And to Corey's point, I do think he would, but I do think it has to be for, like, on my team I have the Greek Freak, Kevin Durant, and Luka Doncic.
It's got to be that superstar.
Yeah.
But he won't do it.
Which they haven't been able to land.
Yeah, and they haven't been able to land, and they also haven't been able to draft and develop.
Well, I know.
Exactly.
Like you guys are talking about the lottery pick. Like, should you tank? My initial reaction is no. When do you trust the Mavericks with the lottery pick, other than Luka?
Yeah. I do want to say they got in trouble in the 2000s with the way that they spent, and they were bringing in everybody, all the Antoines, the Rafe LaFrentz, the Nick Van Exels, and they were all like 12 to 15 million a year, which was huge against the cap in the 2000s, and it was way into luxury tax threshold. But that was irresponsible. You can't say, well, that didn't work out, so we never want to try that again. Like, if you want to remain competitive, you have to find the good players, and then you have to lock them up 2 or 3 of them, and then use every opportunity you can to move into the luxury tax. And if Mark Cuban doesn't want to do that, then we can hope for a championship. But like getting to the top and staying there, it's undoable in this league.
And my concern remains not just the draft, just general player evaluation, whether it's Brunson or we had somebody in the organization, we asked about Zach LaVine like 3 years ago. They're like, well, he's not a star.
So annoying.
And you're like,
so annoying.
He isn't? So I don't know who we're looking for then. If that guy, you're like, well, he's not good enough. I'm like, oh, great. So I have across the board concerns about talent evaluation. Then when Mike brings up the monetary aspect, we can't out evaluate. And if we're not going to outspend, we've already proven we can't outthink.
Yeah.
So I
will say one thing that looks positive. We have no clue how it's going to play out. It looks like Nico might have gotten a really good player early in the second round, because Jaden Hardy looks like I hate doing this because I'm not like, I don't hate Tim Hardaway Jr. as a person. I think he's a great person. I don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. can go down to the G League and average 30 points and shoot 50% in that league. And I know it's a minor league, it's a lower level, but like what Jaden Hardy is doing is not easy to do in the G League.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. Of course, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. The top stories right out of the gates. We're giving away Cowboys tickets in the 5, and Mike McCarthy's going to get this week's jump started at 4 o'clock, his press conference.
Oh, all right. Roll home with a packed G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say internet stalking, Kevin.
Oh, that's 100% what you're doing.
No, just other people can have done it too.
Corey is internet stalking.
Is it Veronica, Kevin?
Oh my God.
Ooh, what about Betty?
Coming up on The Fan. the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you are having an excellent day. Our conversation at the break, fascinating. Zach Wolchuk has the top 10 breakfast foods coming up at 4:20 and his top 10 at 4:20. And we're very much looking forward to that. That's going to be a hotly debated topic.
You've just thrown a wrench into the entire list now.
Yes. Does cinnamon rolls count would be the question. Because is cinnamon roll a dessert or is that a breakfast food?
That's a breakfast, baby.
It's both.
Breakfast at Champo's.
Cinnamon rolls.
It's pretty amazing. But anyway, there is enough sports going on right now between Jerry Jones and the Mavs and Odell Beckham Jr. and the Giants, I believe, for 5 or 6 stories. 5 or 6 shows. Plus, we have Mike McCarthy presser coming up at 4. Stephen Jones was on with KNC today. So it is an absolutely sports-loaded Cowboys Monday right here on The Fan. How was your guys' Thanksgiving weekend? Everybody enjoy it? You get a
100%, yeah.
Family time?
It's fantastic. A lot of family time. Got to high-five J.R. Smith as I was sprinting out of AT&T Stadium after the pregame show on Thursday, which was cool. J.R. Smith was there, spending his Thanksgiving watching the Cowboys dominate the Giants.
Hey, you didn't even want to stay and watch the game.
Yeah, I had to get home for the family time. It was what it was, and it was a great time. I made it home. I got to listen to Brad and Babe through quarter number 1, and then it ended up being a dominant Cowboy victory. It was wonderful. It was fantastic.
Yes, it was. I loved it. It was amazing. Got to hang out with Broadus and enjoy the spread. Shout out to Jane Slater, who made sure she put the entire Jones family spread out there on Twitter.
She did.
And Instagram. She did a great job. And Broadus and I are trying to outsource. Now, we might have found the winner. Bobby Belt might have accomplished this, but we're trying to find a cool nickname for Zeke and Pollard. Because Zeke had, and Dax said he didn't want to call it a vintage performance, but Zeke had a vintage performance on Thanksgiving.
Sure did.
We haven't seen a Zeke running the ball like that in quite a while.
He was moving.
He was great. So,
yeah.
877-881-1053 if you want to carry that over from our postgame.
Sure. Yeah.
What nickname would you like to combine Zeke and Tony?
Did we determine that Bobby came up with Feed and Speed?
Feed and Speed is the leader in the clubhouse right now.
I like that. That is good. And Bobby Belt will join you coming up at 5:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan, our Cowboys Insider, part of Sean and RJ show as well. I had a bit of a dad crisis over the holiday weekend. I got to tell you, when I woke up this morning and realized I was going back to work, I was actually kind of excited.
Oh, good. Was it a bad spatchcocking or what happened?
Oh, the spatchcocking was good. The bird was good. Skin still sucked. It was rubbery.
Really?
Okay, but
I thought you solved that skin problem.
I'll try it again next year. I put butter on it. At least the skin didn't peel back. I figured out how to do that. You got to let the bird sit out, get room temperature, and the skin won't peel back. But no, the skin was not crispy at all. I cooked it at 275. So I think I figured out I'm going to have to bump it up at the end. I'm going to have to go for it at like 400 and really sear that or singe that skin. That's what I'm going to have to do.
Did you have it wrapped?
I did not have it wrapped. No, sir. Wow. No, sir. And it was delicious. Like the tenderness. I pulled it at like 161 with the breast. I mean, everything was just exceptional. My dad crisis. Okay, so Abby's 11. Remy's like 15 months now. For a decade straight, I just did whatever Abby wanted. You know, that was my free time. Like, hey, what are we doing? We're doing a puzzle. We're playing video games. We're going in the backyard. We're going on a bike ride. We're going on a go-kart ride. We're playing basketball, whatever. But now I got Remy, and I don't want Abby to feel left out. So I'm like running myself ragged, and I need to adopt a multiple parent approach, a multiple child parent approach, Chia follows. So it's not often that I'm going to look to somebody 15 years younger than me for some dad advice, but I need it from you. What's my approach here, bro?
That's a tough one. I would have to really think hard about it because the age gap there is pretty big. My daughters are a year apart. Yeah. So it's not like they're still in similar confines, and the 2.5-year-old is definitely at a place where she wants to do more things. She wants to get involved in the kitchen. She wants to help with cooking stuff or cleaning stuff. She wants to just be helpful.
She want to pay bills yet?
She doesn't quite want to do that, though. She wants to come to work with me every single day. We got to have a bring kids to work day.
Down for
that. That'll be fun.
Walchuk will have like 4 or 5 random people show up. He's like, "Wait, are you serious?" He's gonna have no idea. It's like, bring your kid to work day. Walchuk's got some surprise kids. I guarantee it. I guarantee you they'll make an appearance. But
wait, he's been spreading around town.
He really has.
Yeah, boys, you're starting to
very popular guy.
Out of me.
Yeah,
it's funny he's wearing the Michigan blue today when he was covered in Buckeye red just like 6 weeks ago.
Doing it for you, Mooney. I'm doing it for you.
But it is a Cowboys Monday here on The Fan, and the win on Thanksgiving and where they go from here is important. I mean, rough first half turned into a blowout. You Giants score a garbage time touchdown, but the Cowboys, I really felt, dominated that game in the second half. And I think the fraud that is the Giants has been exposed. I know many of you like to just hurl crap at us nonstop here on the truckwreck.com fan text. But if you were a Giants believer earlier, it's really coming home to roost right now. And I want to invite all those Giants fans to go ahead and eat crow. You don't need to see the rest of the regular season. Okay. It was a fraud 6-2 or whatever you guys were. And now that's starting to unravel. If you're still in denial, that's fine. I'll give you another chance here in a couple of weeks. And the Cowboys just completely owned the Giants. 10-0 now from Dak Prescott. What a performance, Brian.
I'll tell you what, but as we were saying all those bad things about the Giants, feel free to play hard against the Eagles a couple of times you got them left on your schedule.
That'd be great, yeah.
Yeah, don't no-show on us. I mean, if you kind of figure out your running game and all that, but yeah, you're absolutely right. And, the Cowboys, it was rough in the first half, offensively and what they were trying to pull off there. But, I felt like in the second half, they kind of found their way. They coming out in the second half in the drive, they did exactly what they needed to do. They're really fortunate that they weren't down more at half, only being down, 6 points at half there, 7 points at half, I think was a big plus. And then they came out in the second half and like we were talking about, did exactly what they needed to do. But they did a great job of really choking off the Giants running game.
Oh,
too.
yes.
And I think a lot of it has to do with what guys like Leighton Vander Esch. I watched the All-22 this morning. Leighton Vander Esch played really, really well in that game, not only as a run defender, but also in some of the coverage aspects, the screen game and things like that. He was all over the field.
We're setting that edge better? Is that what was happening? I was terrified.
It was funny because they did a much better job of getting off blocks. And you also have to understand that you can only play with who the Giants line up with.
Sure.
They had an advantage up front, the Cowboys did.
Huge.
Going a huge advantage up front. And they took advantage of that group. But you also had to have your linebackers. I'm still waiting on Clark. I'm still waiting on him. I thought he had a couple of good reps, watching him play, a couple of physical reps. There's still that time, though, where he gets a little lost in what he's doing. And, I was talking to some people about, Jabril Cox, when you think we might see him. And, he had a bad rep the other day, and they're kind of waiting on that. So, these young guys, they're trying to coach them up to, to finish this thing strong and help in these, in this push they're trying to make. But the one linebacker you had there that with Leighton Vander Esch had a hell of a game. He really did.
Step in the right direction.
Interesting.
What's that?
Well, the Damone Clark take, because going back and watching it, I liked what we saw from Damone Clark. And you're right, but it seems like the game's slowing down for him a little bit.
It's getting better. It's getting better. His initial part of the game was really good. And then you got in the second half, and the Giants run this, like these misdirections where they send groups, one way and then come back the other. And Damone Clark he was kind of like got caught in like a revolving door. He's just kind of like, he can't get out. And, there was time, though, they had a big run. One of the big runs that they had in the game, was his responsibility. He's got to get over and fill, and he just didn't make it. Vander Esch tried to set it, and then, Clark's got to come behind and make the play, and he just couldn't get through the trash to get there. So, he's learning along the way, and, that's
the upside's there.
Yeah,
but we're not quite where we need to be just yet.
I talked about him like being an all-pro player. And the thing about it is, he keeps getting opportunities, keeps getting reps. I don't know what they're going to do with Barr coming back. When they get Barr back, that might limit what Clark. I know Barr's not my future. Clark is, so I'd keep playing Clark. But it's about winning football games. And, Clark helped you initially, and, towards the latter part of the game, he was responsible for some of their bigger plays.
It is a relief to get a win like that. Now 2 in a row to take that taste out of your mouth from the Green Bay loss. There's nobody out there, and you see it every week, that's invincible or doesn't have a weak spot that you can exploit. It's just how comfortable are you with the Cowboys' weaknesses? And number one is the run defense. I don't know if they accomplish everything. Like Philly and San Francisco, I think, would still run for over 200 yards on you, and you'd have to win with offense on those days. And you'd also have to hope now that Dak doesn't throw multiple picks. 6 starts and 6 picks now. I'm going to put interceptions as the second biggest threat to their Super Bowl chances as we sit right now. Brian, you've been talking about it for over a month. You got to be aware of those lurking guys in the secondary and who, there's a guy just out of frame who's waiting to break on the ball, and I think it's a consistent thing, and I don't think it's going to be solved. I think you're just going to have to win in spite of it. But if you want the points and the potential to hit 40 burgers, I think Dak's going to have to be throwing into those situations consistently.
I think that he got a little bit unfortunate on the first interception because he thought he had an offsides.
Yeah.
Thibodeau jumps in the neutral zone. The official to the Cowboys side of the bench misses the call. He's clearly in the neutral zone. So Dak's thinking he's got a free play.
Mm-hmm.
He throws the ball the outside, still Gallup, and it just was kind of a random throw out there. There really wasn't
super late
any contested to the, it didn't look like Gallup was really, and I thought Gallup played pretty well in the first half.
I thought so too. Gallup didn't seem like he was ready for the ball.
He wasn't ready for the ball.
He threw it before Gallup had broken out of his route.
That was, I'll tell you the thing, you mentioned the interceptions being bad, and you're absolutely right. The penalties are not going to change for this team.
Yeah.
This team will continuously get penalized.
That's your big 3 right there.
Yeah, I don't think anything is going to change right there. I just kind of feel like, we could talk about the pre-snap stuff and all that. McCarthy comes on. I'm sure he'll address it today. He addressed it in the press conference after the game. You could tell he's clearly agitated with his team. I think they had 4 pre-snap illegal motion penalties, false starts, whatever you want to call it. This team gets penalized. Now, you can say what you want about Scott Novak and that crew, but, just to give you an example, they called 20 penalties between both teams. Like 7 of them resulted in first downs. So you're sitting there thinking, okay, what's the one thing that could kill a Cowboys defense? Get a stop, penalties. Get a holding. They had an interception.
Yeah.
What happens? Diggs gets called for legal contact downfield. This team can't help himself with these penalties. The interceptions, though, you're absolutely right about the interceptions. That's got to stop. That does absolutely have to stop. But I'll tell you what, the one thing I don't think is going to stop is the penalties, because this team they talk about it all the time. And nothing has been done about it since.
Against the really good teams in the playoffs, that does end up killing you. It made it all the more impressive that they were able to win in the fashion that they did, with how much they did shoot themselves in the foot with the penalties and with the getting a little bit greedy. It almost felt like coming out of the gates, they wanted to just carry over the Vikings dominance, where, hey, look, we're gonna be aggressive, we're gonna go score at all costs, and every play means the world right now, and Dak take that shot. And it was like, you probably don't have to do that. You can be a little bit more, I guess, patient versus a team like that you're clearly much, much better than. But they're going for it on 4th down from the start of the game. Okay. I did appreciate it. It seemed like they did have a plan for that. It's like, okay, we're going to take the shot, and we know we're coming back on 4th down for it. But either way, it's like, okay, we're kind of just trying to go just full force, foot on the gas to start this thing. And we're clearly the better team here. Then the second half, it was like, okay, now it's a well-oiled machine, and they're coming out of the gates rocking and rolling. But to start the game, it was a little over-aggressive.
Alrighty, it is the G-Back Nation here. Of course, we'll be talking about this game and what's on the schedule for them as we continue. Portugal have just tallied against Uruguay. It is 1-0 in the 55th minute. Ronaldo did not get ahead on that ball. It was a cross that Ronaldo missed. He ends up kind of like dummy balling it into the corner of the goal, but he then celebrated like he had scored.
They gave him credit for the goal.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was. Maybe you get credit for that because you faked the keeper into missing an easy cross. I'm not sure, but that's the flukiest goal you'll see
go back and
in any World Cup.
That one.
Yes. Okay, Mavericks are signing Kemba Walker. He averaged 11 and 3.5 last season. He's had offers to return, but says he was waiting for the right opportunity. I think the Mavs are willing now to just try anything that works, and they got to see if Kemba Walker can give them anything. I don't know if it saves them, but he should have the ability to help them some games. I just don't know how consistently it's going to be. He's a 36% career three-point shooter. He's a guy that can get into the paint. I don't know if he's got bounce. I don't know if he can attack the rim still. So I'm sort of intrigued to see what happens. And, as soon as they can get him out there, I know a lot of Mavs fans are going to be interested as they're paying a major price. I guess it'd be okay to let Jalen Brunson go if you had a plan. But to let Jalen Brunson go and be like, no, we're going to go with Luka and Dinwiddie. You saw last year how bad it was when you only had the 2 ball handlers and how much it changed your prospects when you got the 3rd. And then you go back into a season intentionally with just 2. It's just weird. And I hope Kemba Walker can give them some some help.
Yeah, I think everybody is hopeful of that right now. Guys on that team are hopeful of that. Luka hopeful of that. He's probably going to come in here and give you 15 minutes a night, be that third ball handler, be a guy that can shot create for you a little bit. But this is just the culmination of like what Broadus was talking about on the crosstalk with Jalen Brunson, but across the board, just a bunch of misevaluations. We misevaluate Jalen Brunson and his impact. We overestimate what Tim Hardaway is going to give us. We overestimate what JaVale McGee can give us. We overestimate what Christian Wood is going to provide for us. And part of that is on the, I guess Jason Kidd with not allowing that maybe to be completely unleashed. But either way, it was just misevaluations all over the place.
And misevaluated Goran Dragic and maybe what he could provide because he's actually been pretty darn good. And we all kind of thought, okay, if you lose Jalen Brunson, there's a guy that can come in and maybe fill that gap. But then the Mavericks decided, no, we're not really interested. And Goran said, okay, that's fine. I'll go sign in Chicago. He's having a pretty good year.
Yeah. I like the idea to go defense, but sometimes I think they're overdoing it a little bit. TCU with a big week, first Big 12 team in 13 years to go undefeated in the regular season. Salute to them. Facing Kansas State, Big 12 title game, a team they needed an 18-point comeback to beat last month. TCU was a 2.5-point favorite. Congrats to A&M for their big win over LSU. That's crazy. Sorry, Brian. Salute to Tech.
Awesome.
for Tech beat OU. They beat the Sooners and Longhorns in the same season for the first time ever. So salute to those guys as well.
Joey McGuire, the friend of the program, friend of the station out there in Lubbock, let him recruit, let him do that transfer portal. Tech will be back, and before you know it, with him at the coach.
Shout out to the Michigan Wolverines, man.
Salute, yes.
How about
you were
Michigan?
pulling for Ohio State?
I thought Ohio State would win. Was Michigan that good? You're damn right Michigan was that good. Wolchuk, you're an idiot.
He's been telling you all year. Cowboys tickets to the 5. Okay, we're doing another giveaway. Cowboys tickets to the 5. G-Bag Survivor. Do any of us have a bet payoff that we're looking at? Then Lucius has your G-Bag of the day coming up next here on The Fan.
brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, welcome back, Nation. 817 says if you use cornstarch or baking powder with seasoning, it'll give you the crispy skin on turkey or chicken.
Sure does for chicken.
Yes,
100% does for chicken. Yeah.
Okay, I'm hitting that.
Right about that.
I got to hit that. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna do a beer can chicken. Brian gave me one of those cool beer can chicken mounts, so I'm gonna get that done this weekend and try it out. I'm gonna have that bird skin right for next Thanksgiving. It's gone on too long. Okay, every Monday at this time though, we deliver the results of G-Bag NFL Survivor. You miss a pick, you have to do a bet payoff. Last week, Chiafalo had to drink a liquid Thanksgiving mystery mix. He took it down like a champ, almost vomited, but he got it together. He said, "No, sir, not today." So if nobody loses, that means we all get punished, okay, in the form of a Friday immunity challenge event. So you really want somebody to lose, but to get your pick right every week. It's a cruel, cruel game that we're doing here all season long. Brian and I, by the way, you picked the Niners as well, right?
I did.
We dominated, man. Complete dominance.
Yeah, that's the Niners don't give up any points. I don't think they've given up a second half touchdown since week 7.
They haven't given up a second half point in 4 weeks.
Yeah,
and they didn't. And they pitched a shutout for 4 quarters yesterday.
It's now 6 quarters. It's now 6 quarters going back to their previous game. 0 points allowed in the last 3 halves of football.
Bleep?
Yeah, they're hitting their stride.
They scored 13, and their offense was misfiring right and left. But San Francisco 7-4, and these guys are good. So, hopefully they have an off day offensively, like you just saw. But is the Saints front good? Is the Saints run defense strong? What happened there exactly?
I think the Saints. I don't know. I mean,
the Saints go marching.
The thing with the Saints, so I think there's, you watch them. I think they're really having a problem with Dennis Allen as their coach.
Yeah.
I just don't think. I mean, he as a defensive coordinator, I think he was fine. But I mean, and I know he calls the defensive. I just feel like I don't. And I'm sorry, TCU fans out there. I don't get why they keep playing Andy Dalton. It's like they want Philadelphia to have the highest pick they can. But I think the Saints defense has been put in a lot of bad situations.
Okay. Yeah. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, did you guys survive as well?
Yes, thank goodness. Buffalo terrified me.
Oh, that was a stressful early portion of a Wolchuk Thanksgiving, was it not?
Detroit was playing very well on Thanksgiving. They tie it up, and then we had Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs do their thing. They hooked it up, and Tyler Bass came through with 2 seconds left on the clock. He kicks what ended up being the game winner. They squibbed it. The Lions unable to do anything. And the Bills, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. And they salvaged it for me, so I'm good. I survived a week. I'm not getting anything waxed. And guys, I have a massive breakout back there.
Oh, no.
It is not good.
I knew it, man. The postpartum of the back waxing was going to be the worst portion of the entire payoff.
Shout out my girl Melissa. Still love you, Melissa. But
that thing
needs some ointment.
Yeah,
does it itch?
Burns,
it's real itchy.
It is not aesthetically pleasing in any way, Lucius.
I need a back stretcher.
Stop prickly and everything.
Oh, it's terrible back there. I don't even want to look at it.
You have the ingrown hairs and stuff.
I don't know, man. My sister was doing all kinds of weird stuff to it back there.
What?
She was getting the black. She was trying to pop. She was having a field day. She loves that stuff. She likes the Dr. Pimple popper. So she was trying to pop whatever she could.
That show pops. That thing. I just go right.
I can't.
She loves it, man. She probably was a dermatologist in another life. She loves that stuff.
That's a hell of a Thanksgiving at the Wolchucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially when the pimple stinks and you can tell all the reaction in there and they go,
Bro, one of them, there was skin particle, dead skin particles. It just kept on oozing and goozing. It was disgusting.
Okay.
All right, we're going to move on. 405, it just got weird.
That tasted worse than the Thanksgiving mix.
Yeah. Dude, you told on yourself during the Peaceathon and said it didn't taste bad. It was delicious.
I sense a bet payoff.
I was joking, but
I sense a bet payoff.
A bet payoff where somebody has to get their fingers on Wolchuk's back?
That's right.
No. I'll eat a fried egg. Yeah, I will eat a fried egg or a deviled egg.
If that's a would you rather situation, I'm choosing death, okay?
No.
Can I get some medical gloves?
I like where you're going here, Evan.
and a blindfold, please.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
and a face shield. One of those COVID face shield
You're going
deals.
to need a couple of COVID face
A
shields.
welding helmet is what I mean.
Yeah,
We
that's
did
exactly right. That's terrible.
It's like an episode of Stranger Things.
Walchuk can also thank Jim Nantz, and we'll get to that a little bit later on in the program for the Bills' victory and the Lions' L on Thanksgiving. I did escape after what was a little bit of a weird second half in Miami. The Dolphins did complete the victory over the Texans. Looked amazing at halftime, and then things got a little bit weird. It was a nightmare for anybody who had the Dolphins' points going over the 30.5 because that's what it was set in Vegas. Basically, Dolphins score 31 points. They had 30 at halftime. They end up with 30 in the game. So that's a disaster. But the Dolphins get the victory, and I will say, Teron Armstead is injured, probably not playing their left tackle. I think the right tackle might be banged up. Things got nasty in the second half with the Texans' pressure, and they are going to San Francisco and that vaunted defense on Sunday. So you have the Mike McDaniel reunion, but you have now Tua, who I believe at one point looked like he got completely broken in half. I was scared for his life.
It was weird because he kind of like stretched himself out a little bit.
It was an awkward hit that I thought might result in him never walking again, but he ended up getting right up. It was weird. But I am nervous for Tua's life going to San Francisco without both his tackles.
I hope Mike
Joey
McDaniel
Bosa and
goes
these
in there and
guys.
smacks the life out of the
I am
Niners.
genuinely concerned for the health, short-term and long-term, for Tua getting through 4 quarters
Let's
in
go,
San Francisco
Miami!
without his tackles. Dear
That's
God.
occupational hazard for a man like that.
I swear it is.
All righty. Well, tune in. I guess Friday we're so everybody won. We're going to have to do some sort of an immunity challenge. Program director Gavin Spittle is in the laboratory, and he comes up with some crazy stuff. It'll be either embarrassing, painful, or disgusting. One of those three things on
Broadus is trying
Friday.
to get one of us to literally possibly die on the show.
Yes, that's what he's hoping for.
With the shocker and drink
Yes.
water while you're doing it.
Yeah. Water wants the threat of electrocution to go down at some point for an immunity
You might
test.
survive it. You might
All
not.
just to get out
Anything
of the weekend
for ratings, baby.
Survivor picks.
Time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated.
Yeah. I had my last day of leftovers yesterday. I'm past the leftovers. I'm not going to do it anymore.
Me too.
One of those mornings I woke up to mac and cheese.
That's a hell of a
I'm like,
breakfast.
it's too much, bro. Too much. Jammed up in the morning. Let's see. Hey, and I was Googling when you're talking about the pimples. Pimple Pete. There's a game called Pimple Pete. It's made by Dr. Pimple Popper, and you're supposed to pop the zits off this teenage kid's face.
Oh, wow. Some people are super into that, you know?
It's
Yeah.
gross, dog.
Is this like the game, like the old game Operation?
Yeah, it's
Where
like
you're
It's Popperation.
No.
It's so gross, dog. Oh, my God.
There is something satisfying about a good one,
Okay,
but I don't want to watch other people.
It's satisfying when I'm alone doing
Yeah.
it by myself, and I realize it's just like a runner. You're like, oh, God, this is a good one.
I get it, but I don't want to watch it on TikTok.
I definitely don't want to see
anything.
anybody else's. I don't want their juices on me. None of that joint. I definitely don't want to smell the rancid smell on the inside of your body, bro.
No, thank you.
Our winner and still champ is Mr. James. He's an old vet that was at Walmart shopping. Then a man on the street situation came up. Some girl, she was cute, started talking to him, and he started putting his game down because he's smooth as eggs.
Okay, me or Black History Month?
Repeat that question now again. You or Black History Month?
Which one will you choose?
Right now, it'd probably be you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You're a nice, attractive-looking young lady.
All right.
Go ahead. What's
Oh.
next? And
So you love your history?
yes, I do love history. I majored in history
Period. So why you choosing me over history?
because I know enough about history, but I don't know enough about you.
All right, Mr. James
Mr.
don't
James.
play.
He don't play.
He got a key ring with mad keys on it. He still got a pager. And he will go get your girl's tires changed, like fixed. Brand new tires.
Yeah.
Can't believe your man got you out here in them tires like that. I hate to intrude, but, you know. Let's see. We did mention Jim Nantz. I'm going to skip that for now.
No.
But do what you want to do, bro.
Okay. Well, we'll play it later. I mean,
Okay.
what time you trying to play it?
I'm gonna hit that at 4:40.
Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time.
Plenty
of time. Jim Nantz right here hits a Detroit kicker with the announcer's jinx during the Thanksgiving game.
Do not talk to me about an announcer's jinx. Michael Badgley has not missed a kick all year, field goal or PAT.
Well, then I won't say.
Even talk about it. 29 yards.
About it.
Here's Badgley's kick. Oh, my gosh.
No. Wow.
Lion fans, I apologize.
Wow. He said it with so much confidence, too.
Yeah, he did. And Tony was like, "Oh, I can't believe you're doing this. The kick is as good as missed."
It was a chip shot. It was. I mean, it's like a 27-yard field goal. 29. Yeah. That was good, man. I loved it. Walchuk sneaks away a victory.
Let's see. Dawson sent this one to me during Peaceathon.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Kevin Hagley's son.
Yes.
His other son.
Oh, this was
This is old son.
Yeah, his old son.
Senior in high school
The
now.
one he should remember, for real. You've been there with me the whole time, son.
Marketing guy, going to business school. Sharp kid.
All right.
Quick on his feet.
Hit Kevin with a little dad guilt right here. Put him in a tight spot.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it is a family affair, and I do believe my wife and son are going to be back up here in a little bit.
Brandon's already here.
Yeah, Brandon's here.
My younger son.
Oh, did you already forget about Brandon?
Wow.
God, that's unfortunate.
Extra Christmas present for Brandon.
This now? Brandon's sitting right there staring at you.
Brandon, what do you want for Christmas?
Yeah. Do you want to?
If you're
Do
watching
you want to
the
put him
Twitch
on
stream, you
mic?
can
He
see
has thoughts and
You want a
things to say.
PlayStation?
Oh my God, he came up to the mic so quickly.
Hesitate.
I just want my dad to remember me.
Ouch.
And then he walked off.
In tears. Man.
Do you call him
That's a
Hey?
G Bag of the Day nominee, by the way.
That is a
That's all he wants for Christmas.
Oh,
That is
so sad, Brandon.
Man.
Had to remember him.
It's uncomfortable.
Sharp kid.
Yeah,
Very
Brandon-
impressed.
Brandon's a
It's
good
good catching
kid.
up with him. I don't think I'd really chatted with him since COVID. He used to be up here all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, we played Hornets announcer Eric Collins last week. There's another clip of him right here I wanted to play. The Hornets were up by 3. All they had to do was just move the ball, kill the clock, dribble it out, do something. But somebody was getting ready to take a shot, and Eric Collins went to stressing.
Point lead. Terry. Bat it around. No! Yes! Just hold the ball. And PJ Washington is fouled. Wow. Kelly Oubre almost fired that up there. He did. Kelly Oubre almost pulled a boner.
Hey!
Okay.
What? I had to Google it. I was like, wait a minute, what? Is he talking about the nerd guy from the Revenge of the
I
Nerds?
think so. No, that's the neighbor of Mike Seaver.
Okay.
It was that the old one.
Okay.
Is that Family Ties? What was that show with the
Growing
Seaver?
Pains.
Growing Pains.
Growing
Yes.
Pains, yes.
The neighbor's name was Boner.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Because
That's right.
up until 85, Boner was like a bonehead move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boner.
It evolved.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Gosh, I loved
It
Growing
evolved
Pains
to
growing
the
up.
stiffy.
Leonardo
All right,
DiCaprio
Peter.
started on that show.
What? On
The Boner
Growing
Show.
Pains.
Boner Show.
Boner Show.
Shout out to Robin Thicke.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, Robin Thicke,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Robin Thicke.
That's like when me and Walchuk last year discovered, thanks to Yankees play-by-play man
John Sterling?
John Sterling,
Yes.
thank you. Brought us good pull. Intercourse can be used in other
variety of ways.
in a variety of different ways. Yeah, that was shocking.
Good to know.
That could be a conversation.
Yeah.
When he said that he had intercourse with the manager before the game.
All right.
It was incredible.
Could be a good question for Stephen Jones.
All right. Very honest reporting right there. You kept it real as hell. Chris Collinsworth last night.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. What, Sunday Night Football?
Yes.
Yeah. A little double cheek action right here.
Oh, yeah.
This is a double cheek push here. Now, when he goes off that way, sometimes you only get a single cheek. But that's what they do. They submarine underneath, and then they try to get the double cheek push going, and it works all the time. Look at the four-man or four-point stance underneath there, and then you just shove them right forward like that.
Okay.
You didn't do that, did you?
That's the way they described it to
I know,
me.
when
I'm
you
just
explained it to us, but
regurgitating.
did you have to give it to Mall of America?
Yes.
You didn't do that, did you?
Oh, that's amazing.
That was a great moment.
This little piece goes with it, too, because he said this afterwards.
Oh, dancing cheek to cheek has a whole new meaning on Sunday Night Football.
Nice job,
Well done.
Okay, is it Mr. James, our Walmart shopper, the senior citizen Romeo himself? Jim Nance hits Detroit kicker with his announcer's jinx. Hagee's son put Kevin in some serious dad guilt right there. That's all he wants for Christmas, Dad, remember. Hornets announcer Eric Collins stressed out over late game management. Chris Collinsworth, Sunday Night Football there, describing the Eagles' a fourth down QB sneak strategy. It's automatic. You could load up 20 guys over the center, and Jalen Hurts is getting through for a gain of 2. It's not even close.
Yeah.
4th and 2, I think, is an automatic for the Eagles.
Power bottom.
Nobody's stopping it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Heggy's son. Cracked me up.
That's a good call. My wife almost virtually never texts me during the show. She said, "Hey, boner." That's what she just texted me. I think I have to go with that one.
Okay, the Hornets announcer, Eric Collins.
Yeah, Eric Collins for me too.
Zach?
I'm going to go with Brandon, Haggy's kid.
We're tied at 2, Broadus.
Eric Collins.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Charlotte Hornets play-by-play man Eric Collins, stressed out over late-game management as his guys made a boner. Okay, specifically Kelly Oubre.
Maybe all those KU rumors about Kelly Oubre were true.
Hold the ball.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look at that all 22. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on
Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Do have a Cowboys ticket giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. As I get back to practice this week, just kind of want to give an update on Tyron Smith. That word is, I know Michael Gelkin from the Morning News is reporting that he's close. Yeah, they're not going to start the clock on him coming back until after this week.
Okay.
So next week for the Houston game, expect Tyron Smith to be back out on the practice field, and then that's where they're going to start the clock to get him going and then try and get him ready to play here. And then, as you know, Jerry Jones offered on the station that he's going to go right back into left tackle, and then Tyler Smith would play at left guard.
Do you think he could play against the Texans already?
I wouldn't doubt it with that guy. I just wouldn't doubt it at all. I mean, I know that they want to. I know they want to get him some work, and I also wonder.
And he can't practice until you open that window?
Until you open that window,
Okay.
yeah. Until you say, okay, we're going to get him going here. But the plan is for to get through this week and then get him ready for Houston. But in all likelihood, you know, that you could be looking at probably Jacksonville the week after that, right? Would be the situation.
Yeah.
And then that would get you ready. After that would be the Philadelphia game at home.
You're in a great spot, having
So-
a lot of sack in 2 weeks. McGovern's playing all right at guard.
Yeah.
So until he's 100% ready, you don't have to rush that.
No, you don't. I will say this, though. This wasn't one of the better games for Tyler Smith.
No, it wasn't. The penalties included.
Yeah. This was a rough game. And matter of fact, one of the reasons, like the Dak, and folks, trust me here, I'm not trying to defend Dak here on this second interception that he threw, the one that was knocked in the air by Holmes. But if I'd had my thumb broken following through on a pass, I probably wouldn't have fallen through on this particular throw he made. I think he did a good job of trying to get it there, but Tyler Smith was completely in his lap when he had nowhere to step. I mean, literally, he is trying to really just all arm strength get the ball, and they're in a cover 2 look. And when I talk about cover 2, you got the safeties on the hash, and both safeties went wide. They both widened out. So I understand the read that he saw. You know, I understand it wasn't one of those, why are you throwing into coverage? No, when you look, he legitimately saw the two safeties split, and they tried to fit the ball inside, but he could not step up to throw that ball because Tyler Smith had just gotten driven in the backfield by Thibodeau there. So that was a rough.
It is.
rough
Well,
play.
and you know what? He is now, because they don't throw it very much, and he has thrown so many, he is bottom 4 in the entire NFL out of 36 quarterbacks that are eligible for interception percentage.
Yeah.
Every 3.3% of throws. So 1 in 30 is getting picked. And like the top 5 is all really good players, and the players around him are all pretty much bad players. You know, so hopefully this is just a bad streak, but I just wonder if you can get the points without all the turnovers.
Yeah.
And is one interception a game something you can win in spite of? I think you can, as long as you don't get 2 or 3 of them in a playoff game. You should be all right, you know, and you can't have any fumbles. Right? You're at that point you're leaving no margin for error. But by itself, one interception a game isn't the end of the world. But it's concerning. And if I'm Dak, I'm starting to think, like, how can I see these guys? What should I do to eliminate the risk a little bit more?
That's why I brought up, because there's been times where I don't feel like he's seen the coverage as well as he's needed to. In this one, I completely understand why he threw the ball where he did, because of the way the safeties parted and gave him that space.
Well, that makes me feel better then, because the first one, as we talked about earlier, that felt like he thought, him and Biotish both thought that's a free play offsides.
He's going to take a chance.
I'm just going to throw the ball here.
And him just weren't on the same page.
That was extremely unfortunate.
But the numbers also show he's just been really good in completing passes over expectation. I mean, I gave you the next gen stats thing last week, where he was 21.8% of passes over expected, which was the highest of the last 3 seasons when throwing 25 or more passing attempts. And surprisingly, against the Giants, He carried that over. 17.7% of his passes were completed over expected. That's the highest CPOE by any quarterback in a game with at least 30 pass attempts over the last 3 seasons.
He's been nasty.
Awesome. So, I mean, the numbers are supporting that he's playing really good football right now if you're an analytics guy.
Yeah.
But I'm with you on the turnovers. You get into the postseason, he's going to need to clean that up.
Something, you talk about to win these games, sometimes you need breaks. And when I mean breaks is like, something great happens to you. Boy, the officials, I tell you what, they gave you one on the illegal man downfield penalty by
the touchdown for the Giants?
By Tyree Phillips. Yeah.
Oh.
He wasn't downfield. They gave you, he was like probably 3 steps downfield and he actually backed up as the ball was being thrown. And so what happens, sometimes you need a break because that's and I went back, I was like, man, is this officiating crew, the Scott Novak crew, just that with ticky-tack with the calls? Yeah, that was you caught a break as a Cowboy fan.
Fernandez with a PK, 2-0 Portugal, 93rd minute.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like in every game, you're going to get some breaks and have things go against you most of the time.
Right.
Whether it's them not calling any penalties on you or a timely one, it's good to keep in mind because we're not too far from the Cowboys being screwed as well. You got to keep these things in perspective.
Absolutely.
1-score game, they have a touchdown erased because of that.
Yeah, that was definitely a situation where that wasn't one of those that goes either way. No, that's a lucky call for you. That just really is. All right, there was times in this game we were worried about the ability of Daniel Jones with the RPOs in the game, where he fakes the run and pulls it and then he takes off running and then they throw. Remember there was a play in the game when they played in week 3 where he pulled the ball and ran to his left and fired it to the outside and they got a big play out of it up the sidelines, up the Cowboys sidelines. Well, they tried to run the same play again in this game, and the Cowboys played it perfectly. They got everything. It's like, okay, we see what you're trying to do here. He pulls, he's going to run, and what happened is, and Daniel Jones is trying to run, but Richie James is going to be the guy on the outside. It's like, no, this time, Anthony Brown, and Anthony Brown, by the way, has had his shares of problems, but on this particular play, he read it perfect. Richie James tried to stay wide, and Anthony Brown jumped the route, and then they all got bodies to Daniel Jones, so he couldn't get the ball off. So then it was just like a couple-yard run instead of like a big play like in the game where it was like in week 3 where it was like a 14-yard gain. So that to me is encouraging. You're going to play some of these teams that have these RPO capabilities.
For sure.
And if you're starting, and Philadelphia being the team that does the RPO stuff too, here you are, you see a team the second time around, and you actually play the right way. And that's the only time in that game that the Giants tried to play because they didn't get anything out of it then. All right. You talk about another big play, the 4th and 1 play that the Giants ran to try late in the game. They were trying to get the first down, keep a drive going. The game was kind of I felt like the game kind of turned at this point. This is the play that went to Barkley.
Yeah.
And
he dropped it.
Yeah. Well,
wasn't a great pass.
It was a terrible throw. And the thing is, if you're a Cowboy fan and you go back and watch the play, if he hits him,
he's open.
It's a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's a touchdown.
Well, turn up the sideline and burn.
Well, it is, yeah, because when they fake the ball, like nobody goes with Barkley at all. He runs through the line, and as he's turning, if that ball is anywhere to where he could catch it and turn and go, it's a touchdown for the Giants right there. So you talk about catching breaks, he'd still be running if that was the case. So great job by the Cowboys catching a break right there on that particular play, because that could have been out the gate and it could have been a Giants touchdown as well.
Yeah, and that was the game was still in the balance at that point.
It was.
Absolutely.
I felt like the game kind of turned at that point. Dallas got the ball, able to go
Quick
get
score,
Quick
boom.
score. Exactly right.
All righty, thank you, sir. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Jerry Jones responded to questions about being in the Little Rock 9 photo. We'll respond to what he had to say. We want your thoughts. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you on that. We do have Cowboys tickets in the 5 o'clock hour Cowboys tickets giveaway right here on your home of the Cowboys. I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic, though.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a Cowboys ticket giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. I can tell you sometime between 5 and 5:30 to be precise, because LA Live with Lucius starts at about 5:40, and we have nobody to answer the phones. Once he's on the air. We'll be doing that coming up in about 2 hours. You're going to want to stay frosty. Your chance to win Cowboys tickets. The text is open, 682. That photo's not a good look. Jerry looked old enough to know what was going on. Okay, so at 877-881-1053, if you have thoughts on it. It really began to materialize, I guess, was it Thursday morning? Okay, so 12 years ago when he was asked about it, he said, well, I was a curious kid at the time. I didn't know what was going on. He kind of updated his take on it as after the game Thursday, reporters asked him. We have 2 cuts here. Jerry Jones. This is an iconic photo. The Little Rock 9, if you're unfamiliar, they were trying to go to, the National Guard was down there blocking.
By the order of the governor of Arkansas.
Yeah. The federal government had to send their own military people down there to try to, open up the schools. But there he is, Jerry Jones. You couldn't miss him. We have 2 cuts. Here's Jerry updating his take on what his perspective is on him being involved in a very historic photo.
Yeah, that was, 65 years ago, and a curious kid. I didn't know at the time the monumental event, really, that was going on, and I'm sure glad that we're a long way from that. I am, and we just that would remind me just continue to do everything we can to not have those kinds of things happen.
Okay, and then he was asked if he has some regret being in that photo.
Well, I wouldn't have just dug that up for sure. I mean, seriously. But that was curiously, I got criticized because I was more interested in how I was going to be punished by my coaches and everybody for being out front. But nobody there had any idea, frankly, what was going to take place. We didn't have all the last 70 years of reference and all the things that were going, and so you didn't have a reference point there. Still, I've got a habit of sticking this nose in the right place at the wrong time.
Okay, so there's his answer, your reaction. When he says, I didn't know it was going to be a monumental event, like what I want to hear is some sort of an apology or contrition. I don't know if people want to cancel or eradicate Jerry Jones, as Stephen A. Smith was saying, but I do think it's appropriate to say, something to the extent of, I apologize for being there, but I didn't know it was a monumental event is like, well, I didn't know that it was going to be a historic photo that would make me look like a racial terrorist. Otherwise, I wouldn't be there. How about just saying, I shouldn't have been there. We shouldn't have been there. The America that prides itself on freedom and opportunity for everybody was not represented in that photo. What we did, we should be ashamed of. Those are the things that you should say, because nobody is going to buy that, oh, nobody knew what was going on. BS. That year, Democrats and Republicans did a 42-day filibuster to avoid a vote on that in Congress. It was the biggest story in America by far. Everybody at the dinner table was talking about how do we keep the black people out of our schools. It was the number one topic, and you don't have to look that far on Google. So a 14-year-old, surely, now why would you disobey your coach? Out of curiosity?
Yeah.
No. You disobey your coach because you think it's something more important than football, okay? So there is plenty of regret and apology to be had. And I think when I heard him talk about it, I just felt, man, does he not know how bad it was? Is he trying to avoid a lawsuit from members of the Little Rock 9? Like, why couldn't you just say, holy cow, I messed up? Everybody in my life was telling me this is the most important thing and America will never be the same. And I foolishly went along with it because of how misguided we were as people back then and maybe continue to be today. I just don't know. Now, I don't want to cancel him. I don't want to take his team away. Maybe that's appropriate. Maybe you think it should happen. I don't know if that's the case because he was a minor. He was 14 years old. It was 65 years ago. I don't want to, jump all over him. But the words that he used to describe his thoughts on that were quite troubling. And I don't know if Jerry wants to come back around and say some more about it. But if I was playing for his team right now, I would definitely look at Jerry differently. Not because he was in that photo, okay? Anybody in America in 1957 in that situation, it's happening at your school, could have easily been in that photo, and everybody in that photo, other than the black kids, probably thought there was nothing they were doing wrong. Morality is so fluid, right? And back then, they were convinced this is the right thing to do. I'm standing up for my community, right? Anybody would have done that. And that's something that I think we need to become very familiar and comfortable with, is that our forefathers, our ancestors, while their kids might have talked about them great, oh no, he was so loving and everybody loved Papa and, he had the biggest heart and he didn't mean anybody's harm. That was racial terrorism. Americans that believed those things, we were the bad guys, okay? We've never been held accountable. And there are great movements in place to deny that history at the threat of throwing teachers in jail if they dare teach these things. But we were the bad guys. And too often we like to say, oh, well, it was a different time. Or how about this one in sports? That's Boston. Ha ha ha. Boston's racist. BS. The entire country's history is littered with racism. We literally got wealthy by stealing millions of acres and millions of people, and then working both of them at the threat of death for years and decades and ultimately centuries, okay? And now we can't get rid of the residue, the stink of that history, because when it comes up, nobody wants to accept responsibility. You can still see in our culture, in our society today, you can still see the evidence of it. You go to any city in America, schools are still pretty much segregated. There are some that are kind of a 80-20, 90-10. Maybe there's even some that are 50-50. Those are by far the exceptions to the rule. And we can't make any progress until we acknowledge how truly bad and regrettable those things were, and then closely examine how they continue to dictate what society is today. Like check this out, right? They decided we can't segregate the schools anymore. The Supreme Court ruled on it. For years, states and school districts fought it. It was the law of the land. It's a law. They fought it, okay? And then, after they realized they couldn't win, they still figured out ways to segregate schools. This is 6 decades later? 6 decades later, they just figured out another way. It's the rules, it's the policy, it's the laws we can't segregate. But it's because the attitude has prevailed so strongly because people can't accept responsibility for a very racist system that has been built. So when Jerry when Jerry gets exposed like that in that photo from 1957, do I want to take away his team now? No. Do I think he should be held accountable, canceled? Maybe you do. I don't know how to answer that. It's crazy. He's 14 years old. It was 65 years ago. I get that. But what I don't get is how we can't look at how, his experience passed along through generation and generation and generation is so undetectable by so many people, right? It's an experience of here I am as a kid and we're all yelling for it and we're out front fighting it hard. It didn't work. We lost. But now decades later, we're still figuring out ways to make that exact same thing they were fighting for, And here's Jerry with an opportunity to talk about it. And all he wants to do is escape the responsibility. Why? Is he afraid of a lawsuit? I think so. At some point, the man has no shame. Like, you're a deadbeat dad, and in 1957, you're in a photo of the most iconic racial hatred picture of the entire decade, maybe of the entire civil rights type of movement. It's a top tenner, along with some of the stuff that Martin Luther King Jr. had going on in Alabama. And the hose getting taken to the protesters and all that. It's right up there. It's just as bad. And you're like, well, I'm just happy that we've made such great progress since then. That's what Jerry Jones said. I'm just, it reminds me of all the great work we've done. Where is that great work? Where is it? He wants to take credit, not apologize. He wants to take credit for all this great work that's been done. By what? Making like 50 people a year a little bit more rich for playing for your football team? Is that the progress? Because black people can vote? What is it? Black people can get a house now. They can get a mortgage. There is such a gray area in between those things. So, it was really disappointing. At 877-881-1053. 405 says, I want to hear Lucius's thoughts on this. And you're dead right. I shouldn't have talked for 11 minutes, but I did.
You're good. I think you said everything, bro. You said your opinions. I have mine. I haven't really been a Cowboys fan since that Kaepernick situation with Jerry because he really, what he was saying, he was basically backing up racism, whether he knew it or not, but he was. And then he also asked for grace later when he talked to his team and said, hey, there's some things I did not realize, or maybe I just didn't understand. You're not, disrespecting the flag and all this other stuff. So I give him grace, but I sure would like to hear an apology from it, some acknowledgement from it. And you can't do both, in my opinion. You can't be like in this iconic photo and also not let the people talk about police brutality and be in this photo. You can't have both at the same time.
Yeah.
I just would love to see Jerry Jones learn something, honestly. And but I'm looking at the fan text and a lot of people aren't learning.
Yeah.
They have their opinions about it and it is what it is, man.
Gavin, this sounds like a bunch of virtue signaling. He doesn't owe an apology to anything. Well, I think people accuse you of virtue signaling when they don't understand your take. Like for you, it makes no logical sense what I just said. So you're like, well, the only thing this could be is you trying to make yourself look good. I mean, you can research it yourself. A racial terrorist, Gavin, you're a moron. Trying to put that on a 14-year-old boy 65 years ago, you should be ashamed of yourself. 14 years old, you can be quite aware. Jerry was ahead of his time. He's a very sharp guy. When he was 20 years old, most kids are smoking dope in the 60s. He was starting a business selling insurance to the Arkansas season ticket holders, or selling something or another to season ticket holders. But yeah, it doesn't matter how old you are. I think maybe down at 8 or 9 years old, 10, 11 years old, maybe I give you a pass. But by 14 years old, I was watching the news. I understood things and how big that was. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There is a slight chance that it could have just been curiosity. I'm not going to tell you that everybody that lived in the South in those days was a racist and there was nobody that wanted to do good. The odds are just so small. It brought together the Democratic and Republican Party for a 40-day filibuster so they couldn't vote on it. It brought together Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah.
That's how big of a deal it was.
Yeah. I just, when you bring up the past, and of course there's bad and good in the past, why nobody ever relates to the good people that were fighting? There were good white people that were fighting against racism. Sure. Why nobody ever clings to that? They always go to the negative side and say, and back that up.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't understand that. As soon as you say it, they're like, well, I feel attacked. Why don't you agree with those cats?
Yeah.
The people that were fighting against it. I don't understand why you do not relate to them whatsoever.
Yeah.
But instantly you want to fight when I just mention the word racism is fighting against me.
It really gets people angry.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It really does, And it's unfortunate, but I think in times like this, it's important to say what needs to be said, or to share your honest opinion about things. If it had happened last week, then you take his team away. If it had happened last decade, he's in really big trouble. I'm giving him some grace because he was 14 years old, and everybody in the South was united on this. The North was 50-50. It's not like the Northern people had great stuff going on. I mean, my grandfather's from Indiana, my other one's from Iowa, racist as they come. That's just the reality of what our ancestors were. And they had certain attitudes that they subtly transfer onto the next generations. It's just 2 generations. We know those people, and many of you have stories that could, relate your experience of dealing with family members who said things that aren't allowed now. But it's clear that those thoughts continue. So
I'm so surprised that it took this long. Jerry's got to be saying, "Dag nabbit, I almost escaped this thing."
Yeah, every time that photo came up, he must have been looking at it.
Front page of the New York Times in 1957.
Nobody
and here
noticed
we
it
are
was
just
Jerry.
now getting around to it. Jerry's like, "You've got to be kidding
Was
me,
that Snyder?
on this, bro." It might.
Is that Snyder sniping?
So here's the thing.
It came from the Washington Post, didn't it?
Right, but isn't he like battling against the Washington Post? So that's what I don't know.
That's
what
true.
that's what I'm not sure. Like,
But
would
now
he
the
feed
Washington
them
Post
that
is
story?
Bezos. No, I don't think it was.
He'd
Snyder.
probably feed them. He'd feed it to a different newspaper, perhaps.
I don't
but
think it was Snyder then.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what Jerry's saying.
But maybe Jerry doesn't want Bezos buying the Commanders. And maybe this is Bezos taking a shot at Jerry.
I wouldn't be doing that if I was trying to get a team.
I wouldn't either.
My father is 83 years old and grew up in South Texas. And all these things that what Jerry Jones you're talking about, growing up in the South and all that. And my dad and I never had these conversations. Never had the conversations about what happened in the 50s and stuff. And, you learn through history and stuff, and just not too proud of that. Just not too proud of really the overall history. And the things that I know me personally, that the conversations my dad never had with me, I'm having with my son. And that's my hope. That's my hope that the things that the curiosities of 14-year-old Jerry Jones, maybe Bennett Broadus will have curiosity, but for a different reason, to try and help.
Sure.
That's my hope.
Amen.
That's the only thing, because my dad never had talks with me about what went on. And, I never sat at the dinner table and like, "Hey, Dad, really what happened in Birmingham? What happened in Memphis? What happened in, because his view of it is maybe like a lot of people's, and we never had that conversation. But I'm the opposite of that. I want to have a conversation with my son because I want him to be prepared and to be able to have an open mind about how we need to get along in this society.
And then not talking about it does not make it go away.
Yeah.
Bringing it up and seeing what it is helps it.
Yeah.
Like we bring awareness to every other situation.
There's a lot I need to do and a lot I want to do, but I feel like just talking with my son, I feel like, listen, don't do what my dad did with me. I'm going to tell you what I'd like for you to do, and I want you to be this way. I want you to have this respect for your brothers and your sisters. And that's the thing that maybe Jerry Jones's dad never had that talk with him.
Yeah.
And maybe Jerry Jones's dad, felt like he didn't need to have that talk.
Yeah.
I feel that, I still feel like at 14 years old, you could still be responsible and you can make a difference. Sure. I really do.
Yeah.
Because you could have been the kid that's putting your arms up and letting the kids through, or pulling your teammates out of the way. Like, hey, these kids need to come to school with us.
Or just stay away because one other person, you're just contributing to this mob scene.
Yeah.
Right? You're 0.5% of the mob.
Yeah.
Right? And you should want nothing to do with being a part of that group.
Yeah.
If you were just curious and you weren't harboring feelings. Love the talk. I'm 76 years old, says the 903. Some of us learned from it, and some of us joined stuff like the KKK or the Black Panthers. Okay. Yeah, maybe we should have taken phone calls on it. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later on. It's
Sean
hard
and
to,
RJ
it's hard
did
to
this-
sift through the text.
Yeah, Sean and RJ did this morning at 7:20, and I thought the Tolos did a hell of a job.
Yeah, they did.
Coming on and really giving both sides of the story.
Sure.
To what their impressions of both sides of the story was.
I think most of the texts have just, most feel he was 14, so it's tough to really judge what was going on in the mind of a 14-year-old. But
Sure.
a lot of supported what you had to say, Gavin.
He's 80
Some-
now. Just say, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I was stupid to be there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some don't like the conversation, and they're like, I'm tuning out, but that also goes to it's an uncomfortable conversation, right?
Yeah.
And some just don't like talking about it. But that can also be part of the problem.
Yeah, I would just encourage you to open up your mind a little bit and consider that somebody else's perspective might actually be accurate on it. And it's tough to do sometimes, but until we get there, and it might be actually getting more and more tough because of how divided it is. And now teachers can't give the perspective or they get accused of starting racism. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and I'm not sure it's going to get better, until we can at least acknowledge the things that we were a part of and how we could do better, Jerry. Cowboys tickets in the 5. Does the OBJ story change your mind about signing him, and what lessons were learned against the Giants? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation, though. From one nation to another, Window Nation is amazing.
Calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Odell Beckham Jr. story over the weekend is the conversation here. We do have a Cowboys ticket giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. I'll be looking for caller number 10 when we get there. Would this story of what happened on the airplane impact how you look at signing him in any way? At 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. So was the chat on YouTube and on Twitch. And the Mavericks are getting some help here. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on with the Kemba Walker edition. So much going on with this football team as they get set. Is Odell Beckham Jr. worth it in your guys' eyes right now? And how'd you react to that story over the weekend?
Certainly not the news I was hoping for on OBJ this weekend, but it's kind of a weird story. I don't find it to be that big of a deal in terms of would it keep me from signing him? Absolutely not. I guess it could give you pause if you're like, if the whole deal is we have to give him a multi-year contract and there's already concerns with the health and the age there, and then you throw in just the other oddball, are you going to run into an off-field issue? But it's not like he's had many of these. Most of it's the on the field getting hit by the field goal net and just weird kind of relational things inside the locker room at times, him versus Baker. But it's not really off the field law stuff. And even the police officers or whatever, airport security, it was just, we need you to get off the plane. We don't have to detain you. You don't have to do anything. So it's not going to stop me from signing him. I guess the only thing it could do is give you pause. Do we want to give him like a 3-year deal or something, if that's what the requirement is on signing?
Yeah, and maybe the story actually hurts his market value a little bit that you get.
Brings the cost down, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Certainly
Maybe
doesn't bring it up.
For me, it's not a big deal. I think we've seen this before where people, maybe for fear of flying or they just don't like flying, they like to medicate in whatever way they like to prior to a flight.
Half a Xan and some Zifadil.
Yeah. And maybe our guy
got it right.
Our guy just, he was sleeping.
Have you out like a light?
And hell, he just wasn't really sure what was going on. And we've also, I think, all probably seen the try-hard flight attendant that likes to really just let people know I'm the boss, I'm the captain.
The veteran.
Now. So
a lot of good ones up there in the air. A lot of great
flight attendants, but there's also some that like to take their job just a little bit too seriously. And how good
I'm messing around.
Yeah, look how good I'm going to look if I get Odell Beckham Jr. taking the bleep off this flight. So
you're going to have to earn these pretzels.
I really feel for everyone else who had to be kicked off. Those are the people that I feel for in this situation. But the Odell Beckham Jr. thing, I just don't think it's a big deal. Now, if he ends up signing with the Bills or the Giants, what a freaking bleep hole, am I right? Bleep this guy. But otherwise, no, OBJ, I don't care. Go sign him, and I hope he doesn't leave Frisco when the Cowboys
I do wonder
bring him
just
in.
how faded he was in this moment for them to look at him and be like, something is wrong. He's overly tired? Was that what they?
He's in and out of consciousness.
In and out of consciousness, so
Just
he's kind of waking up,
melatonin,
going to sleep, waking up, going to sleep.
deal.
Like, what could you possibly? What's wrong with someone looking tired on the airplane?
Let our guy be. Just
I
put
think
the
he's had some
seatbelt
Ambien,
on.
guys.
Yeah.
He might wake up and say something unpredictable.
Maybe, yeah, if he's a sleep talker and he just starts saying incoherent things.
And a good question, though, from the 817, was OBJ flying coach?
No chance, right?
That's what I'm saying. If you're you're in the front of up there in first class, just buckle a seatbelt for him.
Yeah.
Just
$1,700 for these seats. Can you just hook me up one time?
It's a long flight,
I
man.
mean,
This is
trust me.
Miami to LA?
I was on a plane. When I flew to Saudi Arabia, they buckled my seatbelt for me as I'm laying down. I'm laying flat, and they buckled my seatbelt
Did you have
over
your
my
head back? Were you sleeping with
I
the head
was
back, mouth
flat.
open?
Yes,
They
I was
put your
probably
tongue back in your mouth
drooling
for you?
all over myself, and I woke up and my seatbelt was buckled over me. It was
But you're a guy that can handle his Xans, and maybe other people can't.
I never even knew they buckled it. I
Yeah.
woke up, I'm like, whoa, my seatbelt
We know
buckled.
OBJ doesn't have the stomach of a Brian Broaddus because nobody on
true.
earth does.
Yeah, it's a good call.
You have an iron gut.
Okay, 817.
Help out my guy, please.
It depends why he couldn't wake up, but I believe he's worth it. We need more firepower to get open looks. 817, no, because we don't have the full story. Yeah, we're just left guessing. And, his lawyer released a statement that sort of took the airline to task. I do think it's rare because what is everybody doing on the plane? You're looking at a phone, and if someone was acting erratic, especially a celebrity, there'd be video on it. Why don't we have any Instagram or Twitter video being like, oh my goodness, look at this?
Right.
You just have people who got off the flight who were annoyed that they heard Odell Beckham Jr. was acting erratic and screwed up their plans.
The whole thing was weird because we actually had somebody on our flight heading out to Oxnard that had to be removed.
Yeah.
But we didn't all have to be
the skateboard guy.
Plane. Yeah. They made that guy get off for erratic behavior or whatever it was.
But I guess that guy was more willing to get off the plane. I think one of the holdups
he really wasn't. But then I guess he decided he was, and so I don't know. This thing's a bit weird.
It's so interesting being at the airport because sometimes you just see like the most dramatic stuff. Whether it's an unruly passenger or my first training camp, I went out there to L.A. with Greg Henson, founding father of the G-Bag Nation. And when we were getting on the flight to come back, we saw a pilot getting like what they call it frog walking, where your hands are
the frog
cuffed.
march.
Frog march.
Yeah. He's probably liquored up too.
He was. Yes, he came right off that little runway thing, and he's walking out towards the exit or whatever. And he's kind of like barking to the police, like, "Well, I guess I'm not going to see my kids tonight." And the police were like, "Well, yeah, you're drunk, But yes, who knows what was going on with Odell Beckham Jr. I think. The deal with the Cowboys right now is they have CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup playing well. And that's another interesting talking point. Like, if you're the front office and you see CeeDee now racking up these 100-yard games and it appears Michael Gallup is back, do you approach this with a little bit more like, well, I don't know if we need him. How much do you need him right now with this offense, like top 3 in the league since Dak's return?
Yeah, they are playing pretty well.
No,
I still think you need him.
You guys don't be talking logically over there. You need this guy.
For sure. You need him. Yes, absolutely. You do, because you're one injury away.
4th and 3 play at Green Bay. That's all you need right there.
You need him.
You need that weapon. 100%.
Yeah. And you damn sure don't want him going to the 49ers or something.
Kansas City.
So
like
you need him.
No, you need him 100%. And as soon as CeeDee Lamb goes down, or even Michael Gallup, if there are any type of injuries there, your receiving corps you have no depth whatsoever. So yes, you still absolutely need him.
This statement from the lawyer is fun. The overzealous flight attendant insisted on removing everyone from the plane instead of simply allowing Mr. Beckham to fasten his seatbelt. At no time was Mr. Beckham disruptive or combative. He was willing to comply with the seatbelt requirement, but the flight attendant wanted to prove that he had the authority to have Mr. Beckham removed from the flight.
Oh, it was a man.
The airline proceeded to send Mr. Beckham's luggage to L.A. without him. That incident was unnecessary. Sleeping on a plane should not be cause for removal from a flight. If they could wake him up when the flight returned to the gate, they could have done the same thing to ask him to put on his seatbelt. I think it's all great points, a fascinating story. He's not going to be in any trouble for this whatsoever, although the airline might decide to like not let him fly on their airlines for a while, but I don't know.
That's all right, Jerry.
I might want to sue.
Yeah, Jerry
around.
There you go.
Negotiation tactic.
Perfect.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Every Friday at Monday, 3:40, Chiafalo delivers a staple. Where are we going, sir?
Yes, sir. Best of the weekend. The AT&T Thanksgiving box score is out. Just how much damage did we do? Plus, we have NFL incompetence that knows no bounds. That's next.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Yeah, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat about Absolute Beauty Solutions. I love these guys. They're a secret weapon for getting that extra fat off your body. Get to AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com. 20% off any treatment package just for you. And hey, I'm not judging. I'm working on my gut too. I really am. And Absolute Beauty Solutions is a big part of that because, yesterday right there in the smack dab of the first half, the pizza commercial came on. Of course, I had to order some. I did exercise yesterday and did a bunch of work this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good about my calorie burning, but man, that was a feast. So Absolute Beauty Solutions and the Ultra Slim process is like a secret weapon I like to have in my back pocket. It's the only treatment plan that works on your first visit, or it's free. You'll lose at least 2 inches. There's no freezing or suction of the fat, so this is non-invasive. It's just a special patent type of light that stimulates and shrinks fat cells. It's so relaxing. Go to AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Get in there, and they'll take great care of anybody. 20% off just for you at AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Our family's been fighting for injured North Texans about 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury results in the entire state of Texas, 19 of the top 50 last year. We work for you. We've never forgotten that. We return phone calls promptly. Clients even text directly to their own case files and dedicated legal teams 24/7. We handle cases the way we'd want our own case handled. We hope you never need to call us. If you do, our family's trusted, capable, prepared, ready to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront, out-of-pocket expense to you. If no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call today for a free consultation.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000.
Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, you work hard, Tolo, and we know you have to force a smile as you walk into your work holiday party. Well, we want it to be the opposite at our Tolo holiday party this Saturday from noon to 4 at Boomer Jack's Arlington Heights location. Party with all your fave fan hosts, and we'll have some amazing stocking stuffers for you to win. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. The Tolo holiday party at Boomer Jack's this Saturday with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're excited here in just, 3 months or so. We're heading out to spring training. Surprise, Arizona making our plans now. We are the home of the Cowboys and Rangers here. Giving away Cowboys tickets in the 5. Well, yes, clown for baseball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're. I think we're gonna get a Rodon signing here soon.
Let's go. All righty.
I think we might be trending in a good direction. I got nothing confirmed. It's just my gut.
You feel good about it?
Are you just doing irresponsible radio right now?
I'm doing irresponsible radio.
Wow.
I know that it's more likely. We got the report today that it's more likely the Rangers sign Rodon than DeGrom, and I just think that it's going to happen soon.
This is good, man. This is the Walchuk gut. I love when that gut gets reckless.
My
on
gut's
us,
just
man.
telling me, buddy, because people are texting me all the time, like any Rangers news. I'm like, dude, no, there's no Rangers news right now. Everything's slow. And I'm probably going to find out at the same time you do. That's just kind of how this stuff happens. CY's playing it close to the vest, but my gut's just telling me.
Well,
I think
what does that itchy back tell you?
The itchy back's telling me I need to put some cream on, Brian. That's what that's telling me.
Stay away from the wax, potentially.
Yeah.
But this is good because oftentimes I'm more interested in knowing what the Walchuk gut has to say than Walchuk himself.
Okay.
Like there's an intuition with the gut here, and Walchuk, I think you would co-sign that, right?
There is.
There's a bit of a sixth sense going on right there in the guts of, and that was one thing I was worried about with Soda. You know, when the gut gets smaller, what's going to happen with the gut ingenuity?
Soda's going to hate
intuition
because I got the gut back. Thanks to Thanksgiving.
A post Thanksgiving gut right now, I feel like is going to be on the right track.
Well, hopefully it's not like Aaron Rodgers' hair. He cut it off, broke some ribs. Okay,
so yeah, it's true.
It's like Samson, man.
Does he still have that Peaky Blinders haircut?
It's pretty tough to watch.
I actually thought about getting a Peaky Blinders cut for my buddy's wedding. That is not this week, but next week. But hairdresser was telling me that thing is really weird to grow back.
Okay,
so I thought
you got to maintain it.
Not going to do it.
Payoff alert.
Okay,
yes,
that would be fun. I do need a haircut.
That would be fun.
Here's Chiafalo with the best of the weekend.
Okay, let's play word association with the text here. 877-881-1053. When you hear professional sports organization incompetence, who's the first team that just popped into your head?
Washington.
Because it was a battle royale in the NFL this weekend. We will get to that in a moment.
Sean
but
Taylor,
first,
the mannequin.
Yeah, yes. We will get to the mannequin. But Bobby Belt's Instagram has informed us of the Dallas Cowboys AT&T Stadium Thanksgiving box score of consumption.
Oh.
You guys ready for this?
Oh, no.
What did we put away? 10,900 pounds of the famous mac and cheese, and I believe Walchuk had at least a 20% taste of that.
I didn't have a ton of it.
10,900
I kept
pounds.
myself very
I didn't see you eating there.
That's because he
had one
went
plate
around the corner. He was eating by himself like Steven Glansberg.
I did. I pulled a Steven Glansberg. I ate by myself. It was actually me and one of the security guards. We sat down to watch the very end of the Bills and Lions game, and I just had one plate.
He was stress eating towards the end of that game because of his survivor pick.
I was stress eating.
The Bills came up, and then he was victory eating after that.
I was.
And so 10,900 pounds of mac and cheese, 4,250 pounds of ham, 182 gallons of heavy whipping cream.
I didn't see no whipping cream.
238 gallons of cranberry sauce.
Oh, yes.
Did they do it the way you like it, the disgusting ridges out of the can, or did they do that thing like legit, like more classy?
Theirs was a
little bit more classy.
Theirs was classy. I didn't even touch it.
Yeah, they don't cut any corners over there at AT&T. Definitely not on Thanksgiving. 2,390 pounds of gold potatoes, 11,700 pounds of turkey, and 4,704 pounds of cornbread.
Ooh,
that's a lot of cornbread consumption.
I'd have gotten my hands on some cornbread.
400 pounds of pecans for the scratch baked pies, 720 pounds of fresh green beans, 900 pounds of pumpkin for scratch made pies, and 2,204 pounds of sweet potatoes.
The sweet potatoes.
That is quite a bit at AT&T Stadium for Thanksgiving.
Was there like a Thanksgiving plate you could get at the concession stands?
They did have, Legends Hospitality. Each week they have like a dish of the week kind of deal, and they're usually kind enough to bring it through the pregame show.
Remember they did it.
Oh, I know.
It was
the pie.
It was
Thanksgiving
pie. So it was like Thanksgiving in a crust.
Much better than Thanksgiving in a blender.
Wow.
Yeah.
It sounds like a Thanksgiving pot pie.
Yes.
It was pretty much what it was, man.
Yeah. I
was
missed
special.
out.
It was special. Me and Broadus were both like a little bit taken aback. We'd never really seen something like that before. It's almost like the evolution of the sausage, and maybe this is where we're heading. For efficiency purposes as a country on Thanksgiving, we heard about the Thanksgiving sausage where you just put all of Thanksgiving right there in that sausage. Kind of looked and sounded badass. Now it looks like they're doing it with the pie.
I'm here for it.
So yeah, you always have, Walchuk.
I don't mind a change up.
I don't either.
It's kind of like they were doing with the wraps, right? Maybe they'll have a whole meal and they'll put it in a wrap or whatever. It's kind of like that situations now.
It's all about efficiency or just America's ADD. We need everything right now. Why waste on having to scoop a bunch of things when I can just go one bite and I'm getting all at once?
Yeah, but totally goes against the person who hates when their food touches their
That's not
food.
for them. Bobby Belt would be.
Bobby would.
like Kevin Hagelin wouldn't like that.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, professional franchise incompetence. Walchuk was synonymous with the Commanders. Broadus, where did your brain go immediately?
Oh, I thought of the Commanders first as well.
Very good.
Yeah.
We are 3 for 3 on the Commanders, Lucius.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, there it is.
Especially after this weekend, they took the cake, bro.
They took a big time cake.
They literally said, we are going to unveil a statue.
It was amazing.
Where was the damn statue?
Okay.
And why did not everyone immediately start booing? Why did anybody clap?
They were at a loss for words, brother. They couldn't.
Ridiculous.
They didn't. I think they were so blown away. They thought they were waiting for Ashton Kutcher to run out, and it was a punked revival.
Yes,
I think that's what it was.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
Totally just joking around here. It looked like it was a bit of an SNL.
We were
bit.
at Dick's Sporting Goods, and here is the Sean Taylor jersey for display.
It was so bad. So Washington Commanders before the game, they say this Sunday marks the 15th anniversary of Sean Taylor's passing. Legendary safety, Miami Hurricanes, and of course Washington Commander as well. Says we will honor him throughout the game day right there at FedEx Field. And fortunately for them, I don't believe they had any sewage issues for the first time in a while. But they did tweet out a graphic of Sean Taylor, and it said, to honor the legend, we're going to have the team store exclusive Sean Taylor merchandise collection that's going to drop right there at 11 a.m., an hour before kickoff at the stadium. And then 15 minutes before kickoff at the stadium, in section 132, Sean Taylor permanent memorial installation unveiled. So that's how they sold it. They didn't necessarily say statue, but the context clues were, okay, we're getting a Sean Taylor statue. It's a Sean Taylor memorial, and they've already botched the Sean Taylor thing last year when they had his name on the field, and it was Jackson Mahomes and TikTok dancing almost literally on the grave that was painted on the field for Sean Taylor. That was a terrible moment. There was even a point in the last couple of years where they unveiled like a Sean Taylor street, and when they did it, in the photo, it was just the only thing in the background up very, very close were just Porta-Johns. I bleep you not. And these weren't the nice Jerry Oxnard Porta-Johns that we all know and love, boys. These were the good old-fashioned, what you might find at the construction site down the street from you for the new build that's going down a couple houses
Tony
down.
Soprano was selling.
So they have botched this, but when they unveiled the half-ass mannequin, and it's not even like a full mannequin where there's body parts. It's an empty mannequin.
It's like a wire frame.
Yeah, it's a floating head on pads. They have the logo situation where they're going like Nike jersey,
Reebok pants, Adidas cleats.
and Adidas cleats.
The coolest thing is the glass case.
Yeah,
that's
the glass
like the
case.
best thing.
The whole thing. It's
they need
just
a
the
redo.
dumbest. It was the dumbest thing ever. They continue to outdo themselves with their embarrassment of their organization. It's like they go out of their way to do things as wrong as possible and find the one note that is going to just make them a laughing stock, and they freaking hit that note and they rock and roll on it.
They mess up some statue unveilings, and it's hilarious because this time they had the sheet and they pull it up for the great unveil,
and it's like
what?
Literal crickets. Like
it's a uniform on some hangers.
Yeah.
Just
Are
hangers.
you ready for the big moment? Somebody has been working on this statue for the last 15 years. You won't believe it.
No, for the last 15 minutes. They put that together like a Lego set 5 seconds before the before kickoff.
Do you think it's possible the
disgusting.
statue was so horrible? Because they'll make like Cristiano Ronaldo look like a Ferengi from Star Trek.
Or Dirk with a bunch of beads.
With beads.
Maybe they were like, we can't do this.
Yeah.
Well, somebody do better and we'll put it out there.
It is going to be symbolism for incompetence in that stadium forever.
Well, he is no longer here.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, they did put soccer cleats on.
Yeah, his daughter appreciated the soccer cleats.
Yeah.
Well, what else was there to appreciate? She had to find something. She's like, I'm a grateful person. It's Thanksgiving this time of year. I don't want to be a jerk, but this is insane.
She should have been. She should have ripped them to shreds.
Now, I'm sure some people, when asked about professional sports, franchise incompetence, thought about the Cleveland Browns, and they certainly tried to give Washington a run for their money this weekend.
Browns are close, yeah.
It started, with somebody stole a truck inside of the stadium. And this dude stole the truck and did donuts on the field, like at
Dan
midfield,
Baker Mayfield,
running through the icon and stuff, or the logo, whatever their little
leprechaun
their
thing.
little leprechaun thing.
Yeah.
And so if you watch the game, you saw what looked to be giant donut markings from a vehicle, and that's exactly what happened. It was an aesthetic thing, but they had to have people come out and check to make sure just shortly before the game that it was going to be a playable surface. So they got tire marks in the middle of their field for the game, which is hilarious.
And then what they do if it wasn't playable?
What would they? The NFL. It was always going to be playable.
Yeah. That's
the
when,
NFL.
Guys, we're okay.
It was always going to be playable.
Wait a minute, didn't you see that field in Chicago in Week 4?
Yeah, we're playing here.
Yeah.
But, they were playing on baseball fields in Oakland and in Miami for like a very long time. They don't care. Player safety, are you kidding me?
We're good.
It was still more safe for them to play on the tire marks than it was on any turf stadium across the country right now. But there was also a skunk that made an appearance. You remember when a possum made an appearance at Kyle Field for the Texas A&M game a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
There was a skunk running through the bleachers inside of the dog pound, okay?
Yes.
So just disgusting
Smelled
all over the
so
place.
good.
Whether Washington's FedEx Field is literally crapping on its customers or in Cleveland, you might get sprayed by a skunk. Just PSA for football fans across the country.
That's good to know. Thank you, Chia. Follow. There it is. Your best of the weekend every Monday, 3:40. Mike McCarthy presser. Before we get there, he'll probably be 5 to 10 minutes late. We got some Cowboys Twitter coming up. Top tweets going viral. Cowboy ticket giveaway in the 5, and we're back in the nation.
But first, it is Miller time in the DFW Metroplex. Still celebrating a Cowboy Monday, a Miller Monday, if you will. I'm rocking the Miller Lite t-shirt right now, as one should when it is a Victory Cowboy Monday. And I'm just here to encourage you to crack open that ice-cold Miller Lite and celebrate a Cowboy Victory Monday with me.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by now for the Mike McCarthy press conference. I am hanging on to 120 seconds on soccer. It was another big day in Qatar, and I look forward to talking with you and these guys about some of these storylines from the tournament. Let's do some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo here in the talk booth. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Some of the more fun tweets. How about Bobby Belt, who's going to join you in 90 minutes, our Cowboys insider? Don't look now, but CeeDee Lamb ranks second in the NFC in receiving yards this season. What's going right? I mean, there's been at least 3 games, hand-wringing games, like what the hell is going on with CeeDee Lamb? He doesn't know the route tree. He can't catch the damn ball. Now it's like he is playing like, I don't know, top 8 receiver in the game. What do you think's gone right for him?
I think having Dak Prescott certainly helping. With Dak, he's looking like a 1,500-yard, 10-touchdown receiver would be the projection since Dak has come back. I mean, as a whole, the offense is averaging 12.4 points per game more. They're averaging 33.8 points per game. But CeeDee is just looking, and one thing that I think Bobby made a point of this morning when he was talking with Sean, you know, the mental mistakes, sure, that's something he needs to correct. But when he has one of those errors, it's not something that's lingering. That's an issue that bogs him down the entire game. Puts that behind him, he moves on, and he's actually had dominant performances throughout the remainder of the game. And I think he actually could have had a bigger day against the Giants. He was talking about in the postgame, we played the audio, you know, his one arm's being held the whole game, some stuff's not being called. I mean, he scored on that play.
I know.
Like they've got that weird rule where they've got to have both the toe and the heel touch.
If you're going backwards, is that the rule?
I guess. I mean,
I learned that
Eagleton tweeted it out and said he talked to the official, and that's how it was explained to him from DallasCowboys.com.
So you can't just, I thought if you had any part of your foot in, so if you're actually falling backwards, you have to have heel toe,
like
and then you're out.
I suppose, but we've seen the still shots of he's got the toe down and the other foot down. I thought it was an incredible catch, but you're starting to see him confidence-wise and that alpha mentality. He's starting to dominate games and stretches. He's yet to put it together for a full 60 minutes, but you're starting to see certain phases where he's taking over games, and he's becoming that number one that we've been hoping for.
You know, I thought the play in the end zone, it was one motion going toe to heel. I think, you know, it didn't look like a touchdown to me, but the way that they've changed the rules, things are getting called receptions now. So it wouldn't have been a total surprise to me, especially when you froze it, and they did on the big screen there inside the stadium, and CeeDee for a second thought he might have had a catch. But whatever the case, it was an incredible catch of athleticism, and the things that he is doing now is starting to set him apart from other receivers in football. The way that I think his career was supposed to take off, is he hitting his potential now? Can we say that's a good hit?
Yeah, I kind of feel like in watching him play and watching the route running and then watching how they're using him in the route running, I think is more beneficial to how he makes plays. I think the high number of targets, too, helps him. You look at, and he's had games where he's had 11, 12, 10, 15, 11 targets.
He's one of the most targeted dudes in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's, he's coming down with the ball. And, like the Green Bay game. I mean, that's something, they hit 11 catches in that game, 15 targets, and I think that's how you have to kind of use CeeDee Lamb. I think you have to just keep targeting him and he's going to find ways to make plays for you.
And just getting him involved. They made a point early on in the game. It's like, okay, we're going to target him through the air. We're going to do some end arounds with him. We're going to make him run the ball.
Michael Gallup going too in that game. And I
absolutely
think,
they did.
I think that's something that's really, really key going forward. A good Michael Gallup will help CeeDee Lamb. I really do believe that. That's why I think Odell Beckham being on this team would help.
Would be
CD,
huge.
Would help CD Lamb.
And Lamb has come up with some big catches, not just the tough circus ones, but there were a couple. Hey, it's 3rd and 12. Hey, it's 3rd and 15. Dak's going to him, and he's coming up with the play. And a lot of that's credit to Dak too, because he had some pressure in his face. Dak made some unbelievable throws and escaping pressure.
The 3rd and 15.
Yeah,
to Schultz for the touchdown. That was big.
Oh, that was beautiful. But it seems like CD Lamb is starting to get himself together here, and he's dominating.
Elsewhere in Cowboys Twitter, Michael Gelkin wrote the report, Tyron Smith nearing a return to practice. Terrence Steele's quote, "It's awesome. His injury in general was devastating for us. We've been watching him rehab his way back these past couple of weeks. I can just tell the room is already excited to welcome him back." Everybody but Connor McGovern, right? Everybody's excited except Connor McGovern.
Yeah, everybody's excited but Connor McGovern.
Very true.
Absolutely.
But hey, it can open up that Hulk package again, where you get Connor McGovern at fullback, and your short yardage should be even that much better.
It does up our chances. The moment Tyron Smith returns, it ups our chances for the
McGovern touchdown,
the big man touchdown.
Pardon me.
Doing all right over there?
No, let it out.
No.
That's weed. That's weed.
You okay?
I'm good.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
took a breath there and I got a little
You
Celsius.
ain't choking, you ain't smoking.
Right, dude.
No,
Not
what was I
as
going to
bad
say?
as the battle, the Sean versus Flem this morning.
Oh, was
We'll
he
relive that
fighting?
and the battle weekend beefs.
How did he do? How did you grade him?
I mean, I think ultimately the Flem kicked his ass.
Wow.
But you guys
That's
make
saying
the call.
something.
G-Bag Nation makes the call in about 40 minutes.
Coming up at 4:40. Okay, we'll get some of the best audio from over the weekend and this morning. Okay, so yeah, I think the other thing about Tyron is that maybe you bring him back slowly and he gets like a couple of series out there and you have Tyler play left guard in those and see how it's going, because I'm hoping for that, Brian. I don't know what your guys are saying, but he doesn't have a history of staying healthy for long. I need him to shake the rust off, number one, and number two, and maybe it should be number one, be healthy for the playoffs. I don't want to waste. We have a good enough system right now. I just need him to shake the rust off. Maybe play against the Bird Turds week 17 or December 24th. What is that? Week 16?
Yes.
To give yourself a chance to win the division. But other than that, I just want to get him healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah, I would like to. I want to believe they're trying to get him ready for that December 11th game against Houston, and then the following week you would have Jacksonville, and then the Eagles. So maybe 2 weeks before that big matchup against the Eagles on Christmas Eve.
Okay. How about this tweet from John Machota? All 4 NFC East teams to be in the playoffs if the season ended today. Isn't that fun?
How about these Commanders, man?
Commanders are now
Winning
7-5.
football games, and Brian Robinson running the rock well.
They're getting a little
Heineke
lucky.
deserves some. Maybe they are getting a little lucky.
That interception at the end of the game was
This
hilarious.
NFC East, yes, and the hat that Robinson was wearing afterwards.
Oh, the big hat. Hey, big hat.
Okay, so if it ended today, the Cowboys as the top wild card team would play
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
the Buccaneers.
And how'd they fumble fart that one away in Cleveland? That's got to sting. But
But
still,
Tristan Wirfs got hurt.
thank God. Yeah,
Yeah,
worse.
he's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks.
High ankle.
Yep.
That's a bummer for them. But the good news for them is they could fiddle fart away a lot of these games, and they're still playing in the NFC South. Going to find themselves hosting a playoff game.
Your numbers. You love your numbers. How about this Brady
We all love
stat?
our numbers, bro.
218 game streak snapped for Brady. It's the first time in that 218 game streak that he led by 7 or more points in the final 2 minutes and lost a game.
Wow, that's tough.
A lot of firsts for Brady's this year.
I think we need Atlanta to get in there, and hopefully Atlanta can.
Me too. Let's go Atlanta.
I'm terrified of Tom Brady. I think it would. You're at risk of losing to a kryptonite player.
Hell yeah, we should be
They're
terrified.
not a
It's
good
like
team.
when
They
we
already
played
beat you.
Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah,
right? It's like
it-
Rodgers plays his best. Brady's going to play his best against us.
I need that to be Minnesota. I would think about tanking a game late to become the sixth team or something. That would be the 49ers right now.
I know that's what sucks, man. Is we should have all been
the 49ers
Seahawks
are
fans.
division leaders.
So yeah, the Seahawks or the Niners right now are in the lead for the NFC West division. Ideally, the Niners would be a wild card team right there with us, and we would avoid playing them until the NFC Championship game.
What you really need is Philly to lose a game here in the next couple of weeks,
Well,
and
they'll
then
lose this
you
week.
beat them.
The Titans are going to beat them on Sunday.
Shoot.
The Titans are the prime team to knock the Eagles off.
Titans can knock you off too.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah,
they could.
The thing would it be right now? So would it be Giants at San Francisco? I got that right?
Yeah.
Washington at Minnesota.
That's the game you want. You want to be the 7.
And then Dallas is at Tampa Bay, right? Would those be that'd be the matchups? what you got to do is figure out, okay, who of the lesser seeds, what do you give the Giants no chance against San Francisco?
No, I
right?
think the Cowboys are the only team that has a chance of the lesser seeds.
Well, could the Commanders beat
the
Minnesota?
Vikings? Sure,
they played a close game earlier in the year.
That would send the Commanders to Philadelphia in the divisional round.
Oh my gosh!
And then you would have to go to probably San
See,
Fran.
no, you'd want the Vikings to just hold on so that they can play the Niners in the second round. You'd rather go to Philly than have to deal with the Niners, wouldn't you? I mean, that's how I feel.
I feel the same way.
I would rather play Philly than the Niners.
I'd rather take my chances of somebody else having to deal with the Niners.
Yeah, Philly looks beatable. They're really, being in some dogfights, and Green Bay could have got them last night. They were just one stop away from Jordan Love having a chance to go, throw for the game. So I think Philadelphia is much more vulnerable than San Francisco, who's getting healthy and absolutely hitting their stride.
Their defense is just so good. I did see a great tweet that was a picture of Josh McDaniel, and it was if Kyle Shanahan didn't have a top 5 defense. That's who he would be.
I like it.
I kind of agree with you.
Okay, you are a Shanahan hater. You're on the record for that.
Yeah.
And that's a strange hill to die on. I don't know what the man did to you.
He's just overrated.
Top 4
That's how I
coach
feel.
in the NFL. That's fair. I don't know how. Maybe he'll get another team to the Super Bowl and then he'll earn your respect.
Maybe if he does that, he'd have it.
Okay, Michael Gelkin, Morning News.
Hopefully it'd be the Cowboys.
No, we're dropping down here to art. Yeah, no doubt. That'd be nice.
That would be.
In my personal record book, CeeDee Lamb made that touchdown grab on Thursday, and in Walchuk's personal record book, Shanahan's never sniffed a Super Bowl.
Yeah. What's in your personal record book?
He's lost it for every team he's coached for, the Niners and the Falcons.
That's right, man. He sucks.
Okay, and my personal record book, the Mavs beat the Heat in 2006 as well.
Right,
right.
Dang
Damn
right.
officials.
Yeah.
Eric's bummed about that, though.
RJ Ochoa here, blogging the boys. Chances to win the Super Bowl through Sunday of Week 12, according to 538. That's an ESPN branch, and they specialize in the analytics and the projections and the simulations and all that. The number 1 chance to win the Super Bowl, Chiefs, 23%. Number 2, Cowboys at 15%.
Hello.
Eagles 3rd, Bills 4th. Bills look vulnerable as well. Yeah. Niners are down here at 8%. I don't know what the hell 538 is smoking there, but
are we overrating the 49ers?
No. 538 is underrating them, and
we're not
I'm petrified.
Let's go to Coach McCarthy at the podium.
He's underrated.
Good afternoon.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. You talked to us a lot about September football and the elements of that. How do you define December football?
Is it December already?
Well, it will be by the time.
Okay, yeah. No, I think, the old adage, everybody remembers November, December, and I think that's the reality of our league. And, especially going to 17 games, you can see, just look at the game Sunday, this past Sunday. Just the competitiveness and people scratching to stay alive, and the records are people are trying to pull away and people are trying to fight to get back in. So I think this is clearly the best quality of football potentially of the season. I've always felt that September, especially with the training camps and just the way things are these days, it takes some teams a little longer than others, and so October starts to come together, but I think it's the best football is in front of us.
And you've talked before just how you adjust your schedule late in the year too. Just in general, what are some of the things you'll do in this upcoming month to keep?
Well, I try to reduce it. There's numbers that I'm trying to hit, and the thing that I've spent a lot of time on, because you got to remember my template was at a place where the travel was a lot less. The stress. Is minimal just compared to other places. I know when I was in San Francisco, the number of trips that we had across the Mississippi River my year out there. It's you leave on a Friday, which was a great idea, but the return was very difficult because you really get back really Monday morning, and so that adds up. It adds up on the players. It adds up on everybody. But at the end of the day, the players have to play and perform. So just always paying attention to those types of things. I've always done the winter schedule because your efficiency of game planning, your efficiency of install, the efficiency of the teaching, is a lot higher this time. I mean, we we're not in there recreating the wheel, each and every week. If you're doing that, then you got to take a hard look at your game plan process. So just being in touch with all that and trying to cut it down. So this particular group, we're gonna start later but finish at the same time. And I'm just trying to, I've been really inspired by Dak's sleep commercials. So I'm just trying to get them more sleep. But they better use it for sleep. But so just those type of things. I mean, it's rest and recovery is such an important component of these professional athletes, their life, and just all the extra resources that they put into it. Just trying to be in touch with that. Obviously, educating your younger players through this process, but it lays up pretty cleanly. We got three 7-day preps in a row, but then obviously we go 7 days. Was it 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, 10 days? So I mean that's out of balance. So I'm trying to pay it forward, frankly.
Clarence for Telegram. How's your team's health in regards to the flu bug after the mini bye? You sound better for sure.
Yeah, good. I feel better. But got a lot of kids around the house this weekend, so I'm fighting back. But no, we're in good shape. We just had a couple guys that were a little under, but no, I waited till Sunday to finalize today's schedule because I just wanted to see how the whole team and their families made it through the weekend, because we talked about potentially going into virtual mode today, and so I kind of cut the practice down, and we did the practice stuff in the weight training part of it. So I was really pleased with the on the field work that we got done today in the weight room phase. So and we just had our normal meetings. We just went special teams OD and just finished with the team meeting. So we got a chance to really go back and go a little extra hard on the Minnesota and the Giants prep. So it was really like a 2-game review.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Will any players have their 21-day practice windows starting on Wednesday, including against Washington?
Talked about it briefly today, so hopefully we'll have some news for you by Wednesday. But there's no decisions been made. Talked about it briefly in the personnel, but I've been in the the player meetings and that all day today.
John Michaud, The Athletic. You mentioned the guys that with illness, but what about in health coming out of the game, particularly J-Ron Kurz?
Yeah, J-Ron's been here. Saw him in here, for treatment. So he's if we were to set the practice plan for Wednesday, I think he'd be at best maybe limited. So but he's making progress. So we'll give him every chance to play Sunday night.
Mike Todd, Archer of the ESPN. When you talked about the players' schedule and easing up and backing off a little bit,
we're not easing up. We're just being more efficient, Todd.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Better way of saying it. How much do they have to show?
I'm sure you write it that way. So
the responsibility of handling that.
It's a big part of it. I mean, especially the younger players. You don't, worry. If you think about, you think about your time in the league and just, when you're in a draft and develop mode each and every year, and how fast those young guys can grow up. It's it's not always just talking about their their plays on the field. It's how they prepare to for a long season, because it's we just played 11 games, and a lot of these college players, their seasons are over already. Because they've played 14 games, counting the 3 preseason games. So just being in touch with those kind of things, and I think it gives these guys a chance to maybe sleep an extra hour, and I think that's important. But I tell you, the one thing the pandemic, I know it did for me personally, is just the importance of virtual work, because I'm not a big fan of homework. I mean, and I've complained about this, and it has nothing to do with which school my children go to, but I don't understand why you send a child to school and they, for 8 hours and they're going to come home with 2 hours of homework. So, but there is this is a professional occupation where you can be a little more efficient, but also with the resources and the things that we can send these guys home with. And because let's be honest, the interaction that they have with one another. I mean, there's such high value for the defensive backs to get together and go through their preparation. At the end of the day, or you go in there, the O-line group is sticking around. The tight ends are always in there. So, to me, there's such value in that. So, as many different ways as you can try to promote that, and most importantly, what your players engage in that, those kind of things are all part of this process.
And then one more with what happened with Odell Beckham over the weekend. Does that alter the team's view of what they of an impending visit or anything like that?
Really haven't been involved in a conversation, but I know for personally, based off of my understanding, I think we're moving full steam ahead.
With the focus on cadence and improving the pre-snap operation, what did that look like today now that the offense was able to get back together and work on that?
Well, we didn't work on that particular today. I actually went back and reviewed all the penalties the last 2 days with video and went through every one of them. Went through our 36 pre-snap penalties of the year. So I mean, it's a product of how we're doing. We're doing a lot of things in that area, but we need to be better, and clearly. So just highlighting the specific things that have occurred, but more importantly, how can we be better? Just clearly understanding when there is a shift, or is there emotion, or a shift in emotion, because you're seeing some patterns that have occurred, and and I just think like anything, it's great to be on the ball and getting in plays that you want to be in all the time, but it does stresses your center and your up front people and so forth. So, but you got I don't want to say balance is not the right word, but if you look at our efficiency the last month, particularly on offense, because a lot of these pre-snap penalties occur, we're definitely hitting the target. We have 60 rushes and completions against the Giants, 66 of them against the Vikings. So there's a lot of really good things that we're moving forward, and trust me, I'm clearly on top of the things that are not going well. And the penalties is, trust me, penalties is, penalty prevention and education is something we're spending more time on it. But I don't want to lose the aggressiveness of our play style and in our efficiency that we've really established this past month, because I think if we can continue to get better, and which we have improved over the last 3 weeks, we can continue to get better. It's all in front of us, and so we are putting the time in. I can promise you that.
Dave Lofberg, Cowboys Radio. Mike, I know the obvious answer is it's one more game, but the difference between the 16 and 17 game schedule, and obviously you went through it last year for the first time.
Yeah.
Does it change anything?
I'll tell you what, babe, I felt it. Because it is another week, and I'm not saying like I felt it personally. I felt it with the players. It's and I think some of it is human nature. I think you get to Christmas, you're used to, okay, hey man, playoffs around the corner, and then New Year's is here. You're in the first round of it. So there is some of that. So I think there's a little bit like, whoa, this is a little longer than I remember, and but. The GPS is a great tool. Used it today, So it was kind of cool to put together a projected practice and miss it by 2 points. So so you got to pay attention to those things. Is my point, and that's where this winter schedule. All these things are, the flights. The flights the last 2 years compared to my last job. It's 5 times more stress. So those are the kind of things I pay attention to. So is it one more road game? Is it one more home game? You look at all those things, because the nice thing about the GPS is that you can look at the weighted workload capacity over the course of a season, and and it's not trying to hit it exactly, but you do want to be in the right realm of that. So in another week, especially at this time of year, I think you definitely feel. I think you feel it more now because they added on to the end of the year than if they would have started earlier. That's just my opinion. But just because of there's so much that goes into this time of year.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. When you talk about alternate schedules, is it harder for veteran guys to make?
Oh, they love it, man. I'm serious. I can't wait for Christmas. My God.
Because veteran guys are so used to the way it used to be, and now they.
No, that's a good point. Now, your veteran guys are your most regimented, but they're your most efficient ones too. And that's where, those conversations in the locker room, the continuing conversations of why we're doing it are so important. Frankly, I put a lot of this responsibility on our leadership council. And they understand. I'm not doing this to be a nice guy. Because look at me. Who likes me? So it's just it's about it's the right thing for our team, and it always has been. I think it's always gave the guys a little bit of a breath of fresh air. I felt like their energies were, was where it needed to be in December. I've always thought the winter schedule was an important part of scheduling.
Mike Drury, Epstein, Yahoo Sports. When you look at Dak's recent interceptions and him playing a little bit more aggressive, how have you seen quarterbacks over the course of their career maybe change how aggressive they are once they become more confident in the system? And how do you balance maybe a quarterback feels like they have a better understanding, but the receiver still has to be on the same page?
Well, that's a great question, but the reality of it is I think you just have to look at every one of those, and you got to put them in a category. Decision interceptions, those are the ones you don't want. Just when you're trying to throw through a keyhole that's just not necessary. So if you look at his two this past week, one is a potential throwaway because we thought we had a free play. We thought that we had the defensive end off sides, and then he had rush in the A gap, and he was just trying to get it out to, I think it was Michael on a back shoulder. So that's an unfortunate interception. Obviously you don't ever like when it happens, but there's other components involved to why it happened. So don't really hold that one as a big minus. It's just, but and then the one down the middle of the field, that's to me that's just more reps of two guys, and it's two. I want them to take that throw. That's we just got to get the ball there a little quicker. So that's those are when it's on the throw in the timing. Those are competitive interceptions. It's the decision ones that you go, whoa, that's okay. We don't want those, and Dak is a good decision maker. So trust me, these guys get tired of me talking about ball security and turnover differential because it's a huge part of our success and always will be because we put the time into it. But he needs to make those. He needs to take those throws, number one. So it's not. So the decisions were correct. So and then you just have some of those things too. Just like some of these penalties. They're spinning out of blocks, and we got cloth. We got to get our hands out of there. So it's all those little things and the indicators that you just got to continue to work, and that's the beauty of this game.
All righty, Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3. The Fan said they are still moving full steam ahead with their attempt to sign Odell Beckham Jr. No updates on players who might enter the 21-day practice window to be activated. James Washington, Tyron Smith amongst the players that the media is curious about. When we return, it's time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 4:20. It's a little bit late, Wolchuk. Where are we heading today?
Well, it is National French Toast Day. Are you a French toast fan? And where do you think it comes in the top 10 best breakfast foods? Next on The Fan.
I'll answer both those questions, but not before I
These deals won't last.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Okay, Mike McCarthy presser kind of threw off our clock. We are going to get in a full Wolchuk top 10 at 4:20 here. Okay, I don't know how long it's going to take, but stick around. And then we're going to have 8 questions that could decide the NFL playoff races. We're going to shift Chiafalo's fun with weekend audio to 6:20.
Man, come on, bro.
We got to get the whole deal in there at 6:20.
No. We're all bummed about it over here, Lucius.
I had it all lined up and ready, dog. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I want to hear Sean stutter and choke.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Standing by.
It's going to be good.
I was waiting.
We just don't want to short sheet it, especially because it's National French Toast Day.
No, you're
It's a big
right.
one, man.
And I hear you.
And here he is, Zach Wolchuk, with the details.
Thank you very much.
Some call this one
Biscuits and gravy.
the Mac Daddy of them all.
This could be the Mac Daddy of them all. I saw it was National French Toast Day. I'm like, oh man, this could be heated because some people don't like French toast. They're like, bleep French toast.
French.
Oh,
can't stand it.
You people are insane.
And then I was Googling, should I do top 10 French foods? Guess what? French toast isn't even in the top 15.
Really?
I don't even know if it's French.
I think we invented it.
I thought it was the fries and the toast, and they were like, that's what they've been championing for their entire lives.
Holy hell.
I thought that was
Escargot.
like the first thing they led with. Hey, I'm French. We did the toast and the fries.
Well,
I'm Googling French foods. It doesn't look as gravy as like Italian.
No, it's not good. I decided I'm not doing this. I'm pivoting. We're doing breakfast foods. All right, what's your favorite breakfast food? And are you a fan of the French toast? Where's it ranked in your power rankings? Guys, I mean, what's your go-to
It's
breakfast
huge.
item?
I've been dominating French toast. I'm working on a recipe right now. I found the brioche bread.
Use challah.
The challah is good.
Use
we
Jewish.
have discussed this.
Okay.
I need to bring it in for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
going to
get
try
you-
the challah.
I'll get you a loaf of
Challah,
challah bread.
challah.
Yeah.
I feel
For the right
responsible
French
for this,
toast.
Brian. I think I need to bring the challah bread.
I got it. I'm
So
covered
yes,
for
I love it.
okay.
It's
All right.
number 2 since we've clarified the cinnamon roll is a breakfast item. I didn't know if it was dessert or breakfast item. Cinnamon roll's number 1.
Dude, have you seen the way these guys are doing it now on the Instagram? I've seen with their flat tops, and they're turning cinnamon rolls into pancakes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, Gab and I were just talking about
I
those
think
flat
IHOP,
tops.
Dude,
I think IHOP does have like a pancake cinnamon roll.
It's pretty
Might
pretty
be a
special.
specialty.
And I do think
I
you
don't-
are
I love this
crushing.
music.
You're crushing the breakfast game if you have one of those black tops, right? There is no
Oh,
better
yes.
way because the efficiency
Yeah, it's
there,
like
where you're doing it all at once.
55 degrees outside. It's sunny in the backyard, and you're making breakfast.
Dialing up
Yeah,
the
you're making
griddle.
breakfast burritos. Oh my
making
God.
smash
I'm
burgers
so
back
glad you
there.
said that because I
God.
was also making sure I needed a list that had the breakfast burrito in the top 10.
It had to be top 5
It's
potentially,
gotta be.
top 3
Yes.
even.
Like if it wasn't going to be in the top 10, I'm thinking this doesn't exist.
It's a bad list.
Flat tops,
Right.
unbelievable.
Dang, I think breakfast might be the best food on the planet.
It is,
Okay.
man.
I think so.
Because there's so many things you can do with the breakfast. And I don't think I used to be as a
breakfast,
kid.
the breakfast.
The breakfast.
Growing up, it's my dad's favorite. And it's also the only thing he can really cook successfully.
I think all dads. That's
Yeah,
like if you're a one trick pony,
That's
you're a
it.
breakfast guy,
Right?
Like that's all dad's wheelhouse right
That's
there.
it.
Oh, breakfast, I got it handled.
So the breakfast
maybe
for
spaghetti.
dinner, maybe
Yeah.
spaghetti, sure.
Popping
And-
fresh
and like
dough,
even me,
biscuits.
not exactly a chef in the kitchen. I mean, I can if I need to be, but I'm not. I don't cook a ton.
It'll help you get a gal.
Even I can do the spaghetti. You're right. That's
It
true.
will. It'll help you get a gal.
Yeah.
Hope you get
I
gal.
cooked you breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yep.
But the breakfast for dinner is even like a good
You
thing.
didn't
I
wear my
used to be
shirt.
anti-breakfast for dinner, but now I'm down.
That's the beauty of the versatility of the breakfast. It's like any time of day, it works. That's why Waffle House is 24/7.
Damn
baby.
right.
Come get your bacon at any time.
So the honorable mentions on the top 10 most popular breakfast foods in America. We got the donut and the bagel.
Wow, that's disappointing for me. Those would be clearly top 10 items for me.
Yep. I think
Bagel
for a lot
with
of people.
Donut
Bagel
might
with
be
the-
number 1.
The smear.
Yeah, you can make the
bagel?
case for sure.
I love the schmear on the
Gotta
bagel.
have the schmear. Everything bagel? Are we going everything bagel for
I'm
the
an
win?
everything bagel guy. You know
too.
who doesn't like an everything bagel?
Gavin Dawson.
My father, Papa Wolchuk.
What?
Isn't that a disappointment?
That is shocking.
Shocking.
I thought every day Papa Wolchuk woke up with a dart and an everything bagel.
You should have seen him on Friday night ripping heaters. My sister had a bunch of friends over because she's
Oh,
like
he
in
was just-
town from Austin.
He was just chain
And
railing.
they're all hanging out in our courtyard. And my dad is just, he's watching TV and just ripping happens.
Living it up, man.
And they're just in awe.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is every day.
How many can he do?
That's what peak
Like an hour.
athleticism
Something like
looks
2
like.
packs a day, man.
1967 all over again.
He's killing it again.
He double fists these darts sometimes. You'll see him go from left to right, right to left. It's special the way he pulls it off.
And also, from the time like we have dinner, let's say 7 o'clock, till the time he goes to bed, sometimes it can be 1 in the morning. He's eating.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
He's eating anything he can find.
And if he's eating, he's smoking. If he's smoking, he's eating.
So
it's one of those deals.
He's a champion.
Chicken and egg situation.
Legend.
We should dial him up and ask him what is the perfect heater in terms of time of day. Does he prefer the freshly just woke up or the good
After
night?
that good morning cough.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's when you get your
Flip
licks
side
on
is
all
good.
morning
Yeah.
with him.
Get that morning cough out,
That's
then
the
hit
fire
it.
one, bro.
Yeah.
That'll wake you up in the
We
morning.
could do that. Number 10 is chicken and waffles.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Great item.
Not into it?
Has to be done right.
It does.
Has to be done right.
Breadwinners, I think, has a solid chicken and waffles. So does Whistle Britches.
Whistle Britches is really good.
Lolo's, baby.
is not good.
Oh, you went?
I went.
I haven't been.
I'm sorry if they're a sponsor. I'm sorry I
you not
didn't
been?
say
They're not a
that.
sponsor.
Okay.
I went. I went when it first
Not anymore.
opened in South
I
Lake,
know. I
and
should
I
have
saw
thought about
Jermaine
that.
O'Neal
Lucia,
there.
sorry.
It was badass, dude. Jermaine O'Neal is as big as you would imagine in person.
I bet he
Whistle
is.
Britches is excellent.
Whistle Britches is delicious. That's probably the best. 405 is loving the French toast, but he also loves crepes. He's giving love to the crepes.
Crepes are very good.
I'm a crepe guy.
254 says waffles are better.
Waffles kick ass.
682 said Cheesecake Factory is cinnamon roll pancakes.
Shout out to everybody on the fan text that said banana nut bread with anything.
Yeah,
Wow. Any type of
good
banana
call,
nut bread.
Good call.
Banana nut bread French
Anything.
toast?
Yes.
That sounds
I'll eat
wild.
it.
Holy crap.
Hell yeah.
It sounds delightful.
That's another thing I'm pretty sure was Whistle Bridge. No, not Whistle Bridges. What's the other place that I said?
Breadwinners.
Breadwinners has had.
Nice.
Thank you. I'm getting my P's and Q's crossed.
It's all gravy, baby.
Number 9, the breakfast burrito.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good item.
It's great for like when you go camping or something.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Give me the breakfast burritos.
Unbelievable.
Number 8, we got the cereal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Tried and true.
Kellogg's sales are down, by the way, ever since the pandemic. When you think like people would buy more cereal during the they didn't.
No, they got tired of eating it, I think.
Oh, that's
Lucius.
what it is?
Yeah. Like, we're eating this every damn day. I can't eat this anymore.
Okay.
Number
Sorry
7.
about the stock, though, Lucius. I know that's what you're
You know
looking
what I'm
at.
talking about.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Didn't give a damn about the
I
cereal.
thought the same thing.
About that money,
I
bro.
don't care about the why.
Lucius like, the
Or the
hell with
how.
that damn cereal. Sell something different.
Number 7, we've got toast.
Wow.
Tell you what,
Classic.
You butter it up and you throw cinnamon on that bad boy.
It's classic.
Yeah.
Dude.
You're like in junior high, it's one of the first things you can ever make is like toast for yourself real
man.
quick.
Hell
You know?
yes.
Yeah.
Butter and cinnamon all day.
Number 6, you've got sausage.
Yeah.
Yes.
The patty or the
Daddy,
link,
would you
though?
like some sausage?
I'm
Like
kind
the
of
Jimmy Dean or
either
Owens
or.
sausage? What
Yeah.
kind of sausage we
I
talking
can go with both. I enjoyed going to Denny's and you get the links.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I can rock with the patty.
Does that come with like the biscuits and gravy and sausage?
please,
Because
yes.
that's it.
It better.
That's
just
it.
nice.
grind that up and put it in the biscuit.
Speaking of the biscuits and gravy,
Yes.
that comes in strong at
Should be number
5.
one.
And it should be. I'm
That's
with
a
you.
fraudulent list.
That's a top 3 item.
Got no
for me.
flavor.
It's a sausage gravy, though,
pretty
right?
good.
We're doing sausage
Yeah,
gravy,
pepper,
right?
Right?
pepper.
He said it
Has to be sausage
I'll
gravy.
put some flavor on
But
it.
I'm a big biscuits and gravy fan.
Same dog.
Oh gosh, I love biscuits and gravy. Number 4, we have the French toast.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. And by the way, I'm not adding any of this. Heavy cream, granulated sugar, vanilla, kosher salt, a pinch of nutmeg. I have a lot of things to add. Right. It's about to get a lot better. We're going next level next weekend.
Top 3 breakfast items on National French Toast Day. French toast came in at 4. It wasn't number 1. Number 3, we got the eggs.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Staple.
I don't know about
100%.
Respect.
I
Gotta
know,
have
Brian.
If they're
day.
fried, I can't help
It's
it.
the only.
Eggs
It's the
every
only
day.
food take that I really am in. Just
I'll tell you what, the poached
I'm
with
disappointed. I'm
the
gonna fight
poached with the
with you.
holiday sauce looks great. It's the white rubbery part of the egg. I can't do
all
it.
right.
I love eggs.
Number 2, we got the pancakes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure.
Just plain old pancake.
Just
French
pancakes.
toast way better.
I'm not
Give me
going to
the
hate on
French
it.
I
Way
will
better.
go French toast over pancake as well.
Yeah.
I also will go a nice Belgian waffle.
See, the Belgian waffle is just a thicker pancake
Thick,
mix.
lot
You're
thicker.
right. Put in a clamper.
You get like a well cooked, like even the hotel ones if they do
Yeah.
them well. You get some strawberry.
You talking about the ones you
they
cook
hold the
yourself?
butter.
No, I don't want to do it myself because I feel like I'm going to fudge it up and then somebody's
you
going to be
can't. You
waiting
just
on
put
me.
the thing and
There's
you
a
turn
lot
it
of
over.
pressure. An underrated, like stressful pressure moment is when you're sitting there and you've got to make the waffle yourself. People
Yes.
are looking at you.
Yes.
There's a line. It's
unfair
just a lot
pressure.
of stress and
The
anxiety
thing
for me. I don't
dings
like
and you
it.
undo it. Yeah. Just bing. You-
But number 1,
As a
best
class.
breakfast item.
As a class on 3.
1, 2, 3.
Cinnamon
Bacon.
rolls. Oh, bacon. Bacon's good. I thought it was going to be cinnamon rolls.
And cinnamon rolls should be in the top 10
Thank you.
for you you, Gavin.
Great stuff,
I'm with
Wolchuk.
you.
His top 10 at 420 most days, unless Mike
Supertramp,
McCarthy
folks.
shows up 12 minutes late. Okay, we got 8 questions that could decide the NFL's playoff races. Steven with KNC asked about Odell Beckham Jr. Is that story a concern for the Cowboys? We'll do those in the next couple of segments here on The Fan. We got to talk about Absolute Beauty Solutions, though.
Rentals. Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. Segment here is also brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. 8 questions that could determine the NFL playoff race. I think we have time for one of them. I'm going to drop down here to the Bills one because this would be really exciting. If Buffalo gets eliminated, how much of an issue is Josh Allen's elbow is the question. Since the UCL injury, Week 9, his short throws have gone from 3.9% off target to 11% off target. It's tripled. And as a result, their offense is not humming nearly as well as it was. Can the elbow recover by the time you get to the playoffs? And if not, is the Buffalo that we've seen for the last 3 games a more accurate a representation of who they are with this Josh Allen being injured?
That's a fantastic question. Now, he did rip that ball to Stephon Diggs to get them into field goal range, but
yeah, it seems like they're saying it's the short accuracy that it's been more effective than like the deep stuff. It's a little bit weird.
It is weird.
But all the medical guys say that this is an injury that should continue to get better and better as the season goes on. So he probably will, in a month from now, the elbow probably won't give him as many fits, but the Bills definitely look not quite themselves right now.
I wonder, and Isaiah McKenzie did have a big game, but I wonder how serious they are about Odell Beckham Jr. Like if they make that run at him, because that's the last visit he's going to have. Obviously, we're hoping the Cowboys sign him. But, yeah, I mean, if Josh Allen is not 100% healthy, they're going to need him to get through the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah. Well, it's good stuff. TheRinger.com has the other 7 questions. Maybe we can revisit that a little bit later on. But today's show is so jam-packed with content because of everything that happened over the weekend. And today on KNC, Stephen Jones was on and asked about that Odell Beckham story. Does that concern him and them? It's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I'd love to chat with you about the Frankels before we do.
On the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Stephen Jones was on with KNC. He sets the agenda for the week, addresses all the important topics on the Cowboys. And we'll get some audio here in just a second. Jerry will be on the Fan tomorrow morning at 7:30. It's a rare schedule adjustment. Jerry must have something real important going on at 8:30 to tweak that. So you will have Jerry on with Sean and RJ tomorrow morning at 7:30.
I think he just he was listening. He just found out today was National French Toast Day. He dropped the ball this morning. He's going to make up for it tomorrow morning, and so he needs an 8:30 French toast situation.
Damn right.
I can understand that.
Brian,
I thought it was racial sensitivity training.
That could be it too. Now, Brian, when were you going to tell me about all these extra ingredients I need to be putting in my French toast? The vanilla? Is this standard?
Yeah.
This standard?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah, it is. And, the thing about it is, I tell you, I think everybody's different about their French toast.
Okay.
Because, like I said,
kind of a choose your own adventure.
Yeah, exactly. I think the thing to me, the most important thing is always the vessel, and the vessel is the bread, or is and just to use plain, you can use like Texas toast and stuff like that, or thicker. But to
some
me,
Mrs. Baird's.
Yeah, to me, I could say the best I've ever made was with that challah, which is the Jewish bread.
Challah.
And it is, it's with the egg on it and all. It's just a perfect vessel for all the things that you want to put on your French
Have
toast.
you pumping your fist like this when you eat that?
Oh yeah, no, you can you put that on a plate and set it in front of somebody. You've made something that, man, that took time, and you actually cared about breakfast.
Can't
Putting
put
it
a
out that
can't
way.
put a price on that, huh?
Yeah. Presentation's huge for breakfast in my book.
Did I hear there was a nutmeg involved in the French?
Yeah.
Am I the only one that thought nutmegging?
Quarter teaspoon.
This is another one of those deals where we learned with the
You hadn't heard of nutmeg, the seasoning?
I didn't. I thought the nutmegging was only when you dribbled the basketball through the opponent's legs.
Or a soccer ball.
Or soccer ball.
Yeah.
Correct. I thought nutmegging was only a sports connotation.
This
I didn't
would
know
be
it was
a
an
you thing.
ingredient.
This would be a you.
Yeah, the nutmegging was some sort of insult way back in the day.
Which was my favorite
You were like
version
a
of the
you were like a
nutmeg.
nutmeg trader or something like that. Like your industry was nutmegging, so you were a
Gotcha.
complete idiot,
Like the
for
cake
whatever
eater
reason.
term?
Yeah, so the whole nutmegging thing in soccer originated in Europe around the nutmeg trade. I forget the story about it, but
nutmeg's delicious. I think you'd be a fan.
okay, I'm going
what
with
all, What all do you do? I mean, I was just curious. What all do you put?
cinnamon,
Yeah.
milk, eggs. That's my entire custard or whatever they
Yeah.
call it, mixture for the French toast.
Yeah, that's you're just fine with that.
Okay, again, Jerry on the Fan. It's been delicious.
Yeah.
The butter and syrup will set anything off.
Right.
Jerry on the Fan tomorrow morning at 7:30. Here was Steven asked about Odell Beckham Jr. Does this story concern them or something they need to follow up on?
Well, you get the information, but at the end of the day, we've kind of said what we're going to say about Odell. Certainly, it's getting to that point where this thing's going to get very competitive, and probably the less said, the better. Until we know what that outcome is going to be in terms of where he's going to suit up.
Mike said, Mike McCarthy press conference last hour said they're still full speed ahead. But I think this is an interesting one. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, a team would have said, oh, well, we don't know what's going on. We need to get more information. But I think Steven and the Cowboys are like most Cowboys fans, like, whatever. Worst case scenario, the guy just embarrassed himself and got thrown off a flight. I don't think it has any bearing on his ability to be a teammate or a good football player.
Correct. Yeah. This is, I think you're at a place now in the season where everything is right there in front of you. We're allowing a lot more egregious acts to slide past the velvet ropes and be into the club. This is not going to be one that's going to keep you out.
You still got Kelvin Joseph on the roster?
Wow.
I probably should have played that drop. My bad.
So, I mean, hell.
Wrong drop.
I don't think
One of the best gunners you got, right?
Yeah, he is a good gunner on the team. I don't think you're too concerned about what happened with the OBJ, and I agree with Eric's sentiments, right? Like the entire conference is down. You've got a golden opportunity, and your hope is OBJ can come in and he can help you win a playoff game or 3, and you can hoist that Lombardi.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he will end up winning 2 in a row. Are penalties driving you guys nuts over there? Here, Stephen Jones.
Yeah, I think anytime you're up there at the top in penalties, that's not good. I think it's a testament to how well we're playing that we're overcoming a lot of that. But that catches up to you when you get to playoff football and you're playing against teams playing at a very high level. That's hard to overcome. Certainly, we got to clean that up, and get that in a place, that it needs to be. But certainly, the game against the Giants, it was, certainly not at a level that's acceptable. I know Coach McCarthy is all over it. When you got some of your best players getting the penalties, that adds to some of the frustration, which we did, during this game. But, I just really feel like we can clean this up. And if we want to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to clean it up.
Why are you shaking your head no, Brian?
They're not going to clean it up.
Why not?
They're just not. They talk about it all the time. They talk about having officials at practice. Mike McCarthy talks about studying the officials. Everything I'm not saying it's lip service. I'm just saying this is a team that has struggled with penalties during, Mike McCarthy's administration here. And, it's pre-snap. It's at bad times on third down. It's after a sack. It's, this team is going to have to learn how, and they have. They've learned how to win games by getting a lot of penalties.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many times on third down they get a stop, and I looked on the field for okay, where's the flag for defensive holding? Where's the flag for illegal contact? Where's the flag for hands to the face? Where's, big run. Where's the holding call? It's something they talk about all the time. And, it's a lot of it is about discipline, and a lot of it is about the players that you draft or have part of your program. There are teams, there have been great teams in history that have had a lot of penalties. The Oakland Raiders go back, one of the most penalized teams in history, and, have had great teams over the years. Not so much as of late, but this is not going to change. They can get frustrated and talk about it. This is a league-wide problem, by the way. These officials. It's a league-wide problem. You might get lucky and only get called 6 times a game instead of 10, with some of these officials.
No, you're right, because you're giving us the scouting report about
every
the
week.
crews.
Every week.
And it's spot on. All right, we need to watch for this from this crew, that from this crew. This is one of the most flag-happy crews, and it's spot on.
Well, oh, my God, they're 31st in the NFL.
Yeah. See,
they had a lot of penalties.
That's the thing that's the thing with Mike, though. I mean, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying this. They talk about it ad nauseum.
Yeah, it's been getting worse too the last month.
And it doesn't do any good. Just you accept who you are. You're a very penalized team. That's going to be.
You fix this in the offseason with who you bring in.
And you pray that it's not going to be one of those calls that knocks you out of a game.
A lot of times in the heat of the moment, I'm just frustrated by the flag. But when you're watching other games and these penalties happen in huge moments of the game, you're like, how the crap could you let that happen? And it seems like every other week there's multiple plays like that for the Cowboys. I agree with you, Brian. I think by now it's not going away. You're not fixing that. You're not fixing the run defense.
No, you got to fight through it. You've got to fight. Now, I'll say this real quick. That teams like yesterday, Tennessee got a penalty for running over the center on a field goal. If they
cost them the game.
Yeah, it cost them the game. See, that's the kind of stuff when you're like the rule. You can't hit a defenseless player.
Yeah.
Centers are considered defenseless on special teams plays. That's just coaches they teach don't hit the center. What do players do? They hit the center and get a big penalty.
You see Russell Wilson got into it with one of his defensive linemen who got a flag on a field goal.
Yeah.
Comes back over to the sideline. They're saying everything's fine now.
Purcell.
Purcell. Mike Purcell. Could you imagine what happened? You say something and you're like, how about you throw another touchdown, bro? It's been a while.
Yeah.
And then they're back and forth at each other's throats. But I think that's 2 teams in a row where defensive leaders on the other side of the ball aren't seeing eye to eye with Russ.
I'd be frustrated as well. Those defenders, they finally had like a bad game, and it was weird because it was the Panthers and Sam Darnold that was the opposing offense that brought them their maybe worst defensive effort of the season for the Broncos, but they'd be sitting at like 9-2 right now had they just been able to score 18 points in regulation of every game this season. So the defenders are really, really angry. And I guess this is a good opportunity to update our season-long stat of the day, where Russell Wilson still has less touchdown passes than he does bathrooms in his home. He is now sitting at 8 touchdown passes on the season. He's got 12 bathrooms in the house. This is going to come down to the wire.
It is, dude.
I'm looking forward to this. Is going to be like
Mr.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. This is going to be great.
Oh, I kind of want him to bounce back now because it's so tragic. I'm starting to feel bad for him.
I want him to get through this season with 11 touchdowns.
Yeah, that would be epic.
And then turn it around, next year maybe.
I appreciate you keeping us up to date on that story. It's an evolving one.
It is.
Are you seeing a different Zeke here with Stephen Jones?
Well, I do think, Zeke's one of those guys who's going to play regardless, and he's not going to look for any way out. He wants to be out there competing for his team. And I do think between one, keeping him fresh, with this, with Pollard getting, a nice number of snaps game in and game out. And then, as you said, we were very conservative with him with the injury. And I do think he's fresh and certainly, feeling good about where he is. I just think it's a great combination between him and Pollard. It's a yin and yang, if you will, in terms of, Zeke, when he runs up in there, I know, I agree with you. I think he's hit some holes and, not just lunging, but he's dishing it out. I promise you it wears on opposing defenses and certainly sets up nicely for Pollard when he sees those holes to use his, his best asset, which is his juice and acceleration, and certainly making big plays for us. So obviously a big part of our team, the offensive line, and those two running backs being as physical as they are. We've got a good group of tight ends who get in there and fight. We're dressing 4 tight ends a game, which hadn't been our normal deal. But, when we have them all in there, it gives you some real versatility, not only to run the football in a real positive way, but certainly, as we've seen, not only Schultz, but Hendershot and Ferguson as well are able to make plays.
Yeah, that's I think it's great that Zeke had that game, especially in a game where Pollard was not running well. I think there's been 4 games this year out of 11 where Pollard just hasn't had it. And, so it was great. And I do think Zeke had an extra gear. Like,
he did, yeah.
There was speed, there was urgency to his runs. I think watching Pollard blow up like that motivated or inspired him in a way to maybe run the same way.
It might have 5.8 yards per carry. It's been a while since we've seen that from Zeke. How about? And I love that little option, that read option on that third down. Dak takes his little pitch out. Oh,
it was executed to perfection.
It got me tingly.
From Dak to Zeke to the line, the way they blocked that on the front side with Martin and Steele and Schultz getting some big blocks there, and same for I believe it was the second quarter touchdown run for Zeke. And was just
the down block.
Yeah,
from that whole right side down to the center was just sex.
Yeah, the offensive line was to perfection on a couple of those blocks. So it is good to see Zeke do that. And I wonder if part of it is he's finally, like, this is the benefit we've all talked about. We want more Pollard, and the beauty of it is it gets to spell Zeke a little bit more.
Keeping both guys fresh, man.
Yeah, so Zeke is waking up, and he got a couple of weeks off with the bye and missing a game, and then in the Vikings game, he only played 20 snaps or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I think you're talking about a Zeke who's a little bit more fresh than what he's used to being this time of year.
100%. And he, the continuation of that, Steven talking about the tight ends, Brian, you're watching the All-22. They used that 13 personnel a lot.
Sure did.
They had Schultz, Ferguson, who had a great game, and then Hendershot, all 3 of them out there. And those 2 young tight ends, we've talked about it, they're getting dirty in the run game.
No, they're doing a great job.
They're getting physical and blocking their ass off.
And you're also getting really good combo blocks, too, from Martin and Steele. All those guys are working well together. Let me ask you this real quick. This is the first time that Pollard had more carries than Zeke in a game. Was it 18-16 in this last game?
It was. Last week.
I can't remember a game where Pollard's had more carries. Maybe it was a Rams game a while back. So I don't know.
Last week Pollard had more snaps, but Zeke still might have out-carried him.
They had the same amount of carries. They both had 15 carries versus the Vikings.
Pollard had more snaps
in this last game.
This game Pollard did out-carry him.
Yeah. Yep, and
Doesn't happen very often.
Do you think that? And one thing I admire too about these young tight ends is just their creativity. We had the roping situation with Dalton Schultz a few weeks ago, and then you have the whack-a-mole celebration.
Hell of a celebration.
These guys are evolutionizing. It feels like the game of touchdown celebrations.
Evolutionizing, I love it.
Is that not a word? Maybe not.
I think it is now.
Yeah, it is now, man.
Yeah.
All words are made up, bro.
Evolutionizing.
Just use it like all week, and it's yours.
Wordsmith. Trust me.
You just say it with confidence, and it works.
Oh, it was evolving. Maybe I should have said evolving there.
Oh, no, evolutionizing.
Better.
Yeah.
We're evolutionizing the English language.
Stylistically, I liked your choice of words there.
Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30. Our Cowboys Insider will hit the expressway. Everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon, all the top breaking news stories next here in the G-Bag Nation. My friends at D&M Leasing want you to know the price. Oh, here we go, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We do have Bobby Belt coming up in 8 minutes. We're 8 minutes from the beef. Bobby Belt himself, Cowboys insider, and he'll be brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Every day at this time, we look at what's been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon, the top breaking sports stories. Hugh Freeze leaves Liberty, and he is taking the job at Auburn. What kind of an impact is that going to have in your beloved SEC, Brian?
Huge.
Hide your kids, hide your wives.
Huge impact. That man can recruit, and he did a great job at Mississippi. He's been here before. He understands the conference, and he has a lot of really good ties in the Southeastern Conference with the those high school coaches and stuff there. So, yeah, this will be he's back. He's one of